Show me what you got. Back that up, 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 ba Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God.
Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the hit you with the bang. Hit you with the hit you with the 808. Hit you with the hit you with the 808. Bang to the break, bang to the break. I'm a boss and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Money in the bank.
Hit you with the 808.
Hit you with the hit you with the bang. Hit you with the hit you with the 808. Hit you with the hit you with the 808. Bang to the break, bang to the break, bang to the break, bang.
Good morning and welcome everyone to day number 2 here at the Verizon VCT Game Changers 3. My name is Smix and we are about waist deep through the playoffs with a lot of great games to look forward to. Today, I'm joined by Riv and Potter. Riv, I know you were munching on some wheat thins. Are those making their merry way through your digestive tract?
They are. I actually also had a cinnamon raisin bagel with some cream cheese. Ooh. We still have the Ravenclaw coffee going down. What else? I had some oat milk. Actually really good if you haven't tried it.
I'm a massive fan.
Yeah.
I mean, I consumed it in both.
It's,
oh, you drink cow milk as well?
I drink cow milk. So, yeah, I'm a child at heart.
California, the only state where you have to clarify which kind of milk you want because they automatically assume you want almond or oat at this point. Christine, how are you doing today?
I'm doing good. I'm glad we're talking about milk. The things that matter here at the desk of Game Changers 3. But,
absolutely.
But yeah, I'm good. I'm excited to see some matches here, guys.
I'm afraid. I mean, we can only go downhill now, right? We just started at the top.
Listen, when we talk about the things that matter, Christine, I'm glad that you bring that up because yesterday could not have asked for a better day 1 for the playoffs here at Game Changers Series 3. In case you missed the action, stay tuned. We have a recap video ready for you guys.
You don't even need your abilities.
Oh my goodness, who needs abilities when you've got rifles? Emily and Kath able to fend off the push. Rain's gonna have to go big. Rain's gonna have to go big. She spotted one, able to land the second one as well.
Or here, but they need to battle it out here on the A side as Bungie goes good for one. A 3K on the round, but it's Panini. Go aggressive or go way too out for a main.
He's got a perfect lineup. You're gonna have to take the fight to where the flash is there. The turn is there. Sorry, Bun gets 3.
Really gained much ground from it. Oh, that's a beautiful chobo. Coming up huge.
Comes on the player advantage heavily now in favor of Polaris as Anna taking the fight right to him. Well, we swap sides on it. Starlight will fall. Cat Trigger has herself a huge round with 3 kills on it. Now back away underneath, having a 3v3 onto the side. Cat Trigger will eventually fall. Lynn will find another 28 HP. Spike behind at a different spot as Anna comes from the top rope and punished for it is Carly. The Seekers go through.
Oh my! Ryan finds success in the round. Panini drops down, takes care of the first, sprays away. Accidents the second, but she'll take it. Panini!
I absolutely love those recap videos because here on the mainstream, we got to watch a lot of Cloud9 White as well as Dignitas. But as you saw from that recap video, a lot of amazing plays coming out from the players from Shopify Rebellion as well as Gen G Black. This is the bracket as it stands today. We are going to be making our way through that first round in that lower bracket, kicking things off with XSET taking on TSM, and then lower right beneath them is Polaris taking on CLG Red. In the lower bracket round 2, Gen G Black awaits the winner of that first match, whereas Dignitas will await the winner of the second. So definitely a lot of amazing matches to look forward to, Christine. Is this what you would have expected?
You know, I don't think so. I mean, if you look up at the top there, the team that we're going to be covering here, XSET versus TSM, both of these squads got 2-0'd yesterday. But as you pointed out, Sue, yesterday, it was kind of a mirror match. It was really weird. Both first maps ended in 13-6, and then the second one was in overtime in 14-12. So a little bit of a one-sided affair in the beginning, but as these teams warmed up, we saw that overtime, and in the end, we saw 2-0. But either way, XSET and TSM, that's a great warm-up, I think, coming into today in day 2.
Riv, what are your thoughts? I know we just talked about XSET and TSM, and we're going to dive a little bit more into that in detail in just a bit, but we also have Polaris and CLG Red on the other side.
Yeah, the entirety of this lower bracket feels almost like an upper bracket still. Like, Polaris and CLG still super strong. Dig and Gen G. After that, I actually don't know who's going to make the run through this, because usually a team you can kind of identify once they get down to the lower bracket. They're a bit stronger. This could happen, and then everything plays out. I think it's going to be a heck of a fight.
And there you have it. The schedule here for the mainstream will take on XSET and TSM, and then of course Gen G Black taking on the winner of that series. A lot of amazing games to look forward to, and I'm excited because Gen G Black wasn't a team we could witness yesterday. They made it all the way to the upper semifinals before eventually falling to Shopify Rebellion in the upper bracket semifinals. So a lot to look forward to there. But it'll all start first with our first match of the day, with XSET taking on TSM. And to sort of lay the groundworks for everyone, if you're curious about how they've performed in the previous Game Changers Series 1 and 2, TSM has consistently made top 6 in both Series 1 and 2. Obviously, they don't want the road to end in that first round in that lower bracket. XSET, before they were XSET, was nothing to lose. They were in Game Changers Series 2, where it was like history repeating itself. They unfortunately fell to that lower bracket in round 1. I'm sure they don't want to go out the same way they did last time around. So either way, a lot to look forward to today, Christine.
Yeah, definitely so. And I mean, I'm glad you mentioned how close, once again, a lot of these matches were. It just seems like XSET are right on the cusp of unlocking some really great potential, right? And potentially even upsetting the top dogs like TSM, like Cloud9 White, but it is the top dog. I mean, TSM yesterday, they were a little quiet, especially Kath. You know, she's a heavy hitter for this squad, usually on the duelist, usually Reyna, Sky, these sorts of initiator type, dually type agents, right? So definitely for TSM, looking for Kath to be a little bit loud, but Dodonut, the newest, youngest player on the squad yesterday, was absolutely popping off.
Yeah, Riv, she mentioned some really good points. It is unfortunate because TSM going up against Dignitas, it just felt like they got their ball moving a little bit too late, especially after Dignitas had made such headway in the first half of both maps. But, Riv, I know you have a special head-to-head, a comparison ready for us.
Yeah, looking at Dodonut up against Arianarchy, they have obviously been the duelists you're looking at throughout, and Arianarchist, throughout these games. It just has been the battle of the jets. I think we'll see dueling blade storms throughout this one, but you can see that Dodonut has been firing a little bit harder for damage per round, a few other things in ACS, and we might see that first blood becoming a big factor, because that's where you're able to get those in there. The triple kills start to add a bit more to that combat score. So seeing that from Dodonut, I think, has to be matched by Arianarchist. And other than that, the game's going to go down to just firing who's got the aim, who's got the best utility usage. These are two really, really good teams. And like you said, Potter, XSET's coming up. The entire organization is doing well on all fronts, on either side of the male and female. And these ladies have been paving a way of wins so far. So we'll see if they can do it here again.
Potter, I'm curious, yesterday as we watched XSET, especially on that second map, they really pulled it all the way going up against Cloud9. In fact, they were at map point for 4 rounds in a row. The score was 8-12 before Cloud9 eventually clawed their way back before securing the series. We saw a lot of flashes of greatness, however, from both Starry Bun as well as Artstar having some crazy rounds as well on Bind. What would you like to see from them going up against TSM?
A couple of key points I think from yesterday was that Arianarchist, Ari, we'll call her Ari from right now, is yesterday she, you know, we mentioned that her first blood, first kill statistics were quite impressive. She was always in the mix, right? She wasn't afraid. She wasn't sitting back, turtling up. She was seeking out those sorts of duels.
Yeah.
But the timing, the spacing, the trades, a lot of the time they were pretty absent. So I think especially for XSET, if they've got a player that's that willing to get involved and go out and seek those duels, they've got to capitalize on it. Send a buddy with her, get those trades, and immediately find yourself in a 4v4. That's going to be huge for a squad like XSET.
Well, yesterday we saw a lot of great play from both of these teams. I'm curious how the map selection will be playing out, and interesting. First thoughts on this, Riv?
Haven's not there, which is good, because TSM has not played Haven like the past 4 or 5 months, so it's something they really don't want to have to fight on. But Bind, I think we get to see both teams push it to the limit, because everybody has a good amount of, a handful, I should say, of strategies set for Bind. Breeze is where you can really get under a team's skin, I think. And Ascent, again, I think Ascent is one of the maps that pushes teams to how well you can react very fast, because it's one of the maps where the walls go down and you have one of the most chances to be right inside the spike site in just a few steps. So if we get to that, it'll definitely test everyone. But Bind I think, could start to show us the real tempo of who's going to have control of the series.
Interesting, Potter, Breeze, and Ascent, both maps we saw already from the side of TSM. We saw, unfortunately, even though it did not work out against Dignitas, the fact that they was still selected by them just showcases perhaps they did not feel they were able to showcase their full potential on those maps yesterday.
Yeah, I think this veto is quite surprising. I'm disappointed to see Ascent go through. I think TSM are just very, very good. It is their favorite map. XSET, I'm glad they have that kind of confidence to be able to let that one go through. But the Breeze pick coming out from TSM, I like that. I like the fact that yesterday they were like, you know what? We should have won that map. We shoulda, coulda, woulda won it. I want to come back into day 2 and prove exactly why we
like,
what
are you gonna do against Rain and playing like that, right? So
yeah, that's true.
I believe what you're saying. I think TSM could change that around.
Now, if you look at, you were mentioning that you didn't feel that this played out as you would have expected. Does that mean, Potter, then you actually feel like this leans towards the side of TSM at the moment?
I think so. I think it's clear that TSM have the map advantage already going into this veto process. Bind is interesting though. You know, if we think about XSET, the beginning first half, they looked fantastic, right? Cloud9 looked like they were going to lose that entire map. So if XSET are able to replicate that sort of success early on and this time ride that momentum all the way through, they should have a better look. And it's great that it's map 1, right? Coming into this series, to be able to go into map 2 1-0 up as the sort of underdog, as we're seeing it here, that means a lot for a squad like XSET. So Bind is definitely going to be a huge feat for these ladies.
Indeed, and when I'm looking at sort of the statistics that we've seen from the side of XSET, if it does end up going to the third map, because Breeze is the map that they've played the least, it does end up getting there.
Yeah.
Ascent is historically a pretty strong map for XSET as well, which bodes well for us as viewers, because if we're going to end up with the game where we have two teams that love a map, bring it on. Now, Riv, we're about ready to head into agent selection in just a little bit. I'd love to ask you, is there a particular player from XSET that you are looking forward to in our first map of the day?
We're already looking at Ari, and we're already looking at Dodo Nut. I've actually, so coming into this, I was really hyped on the fact that Game Changers already in the team and analysts were focusing on controllers, because it does seem like controllers are finding a new place to play a little bit more aggressive or shape the meta with the way they're playing Astra, or bringing lots of Omen back. So I definitely want to be looking in at Artstar a little bit, because she brings in the Viper, and I think Viper has been able to kind of fit into more controller role into what she does, as well as Athena, because Athena was popping off a bit yesterday as well, especially on Breeze. So seeing those two controllers go head to head is definitely going to be something I'm looking for here, and how they utilize all the utility for the team.
Then Potter, on the flip side, I know you had already mentioned Kath. We all know the star player that she can be. She's mechanically fantastic at the game. But yesterday, it was all about Dodonut and her play on Jet. If we can see Kath play to the potential we know she can play at, then perhaps we'll be looking at a very different TSM today.
Yeah, we should be. I think the first day jitters were definitely, you could see it a little bit. And as I mentioned yesterday, these ladies all flew very recently. I know Kath is flying all the way from freaking Montreal to LA. That's a long flight, right? So hopefully these ladies got some rest. Hopefully they ate their Wheaties for breakfast this morning and they're ready to headshot.
Their Wheaties for breakfast. I have to say, I love the additional content that has been coming out from the side of Dignitas. After their series, they did another confessional where we saw that, thankfully, they're happy to be honest both ways. After defeating TSM, they did talk a little bit of smack, but after their loss to C9, they were just as honest about that. They said that they completely dropped the ball and they played like garbage. So I appreciate the additional content coming out from all of these different teams, and we always love to see the different storylines that are being built. But enough about that. We're almost ready, everybody. We're almost ready for agent selection as these players are going to get ready. I have to ask one last time. Riv, if you had to put a prediction to it.
If it goes to Ascent, I think we see that TSM might be able to sweep the rug out from under them. XSET, I think, though, they're kind of I think Doug brought it up, honeymoon phase. It is a real thing, as well as like playoff hype, you know, going to the lower. You're like, all right, now is the time we have to come back. I feel like XSET has an edge there, and they're going to have a decent game here. But it's never going to be easy. You're going up against TSM, so.
Well, we'll see if you are right, and if we do get all 3 maps regardless, it should be a fantastic first series to kick off the day for day number 2 here at the VCT Game Changers, and it just sounds like the game crashed. So unfortunately, chat, let's just keep holding hands and sing Kumbaya, because we're going to keep this lobby a little bit warm for a bit longer.
All right.
Potter.
Should I give my prediction?
Yes.
Do it.
Okay, let me see. I mean, okay, it's not that difficult actually. If XSET don't win bind, they're gonna get 2-0'd. I think TSM win this 2-0.
Okay.
But if XSET do win bind, they should have a pretty good shot. I will say yesterday again, when we saw TSM playing on that breeze, we got to remember they were missing some util, they were missing a little bit of map control, but they were still able to defend those sites as they're getting pinched. 5 players coming to their site, and 2 of them are able to get a decent crossfire and hold the line, right? So that's something that they can make quick adjustments on overnight. Just they're on land right now, they're talking to each other. Hey, I need a smoke here, I need a flash here, I need a dart here, right? So even with just those smaller adjustments, I think their breeze is going to look even better today than it did yesterday. So that's going to be quite the uphill battle for XSET.
You know, Riv, something that's fascinating about what we saw yesterday from XSET, just following up on Christine's point, is that in the 4 pistol rounds, they only won 1 going up against Cloud9. And especially on the map where they brought it as close as they did, they still brought it all the way to 14-12. And you know what? It's finally time, guys. Let's disengage hands. No more Kumbaya. It's time to jump in.
All right, Potter, let's hit it. Thank you so much, Smix. We are now about to get into our first lower bracket matchup here. It's going to be TSM versus XSET. This is still, like I said, Potter, it's like we're still in the upper bracket with power that these teams have. So I think it's going to still be tough for whoever's here to fight their way back to that spot.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's definitely at least household names, right? No one's going to be confused with who TSM or XSET are. These ladies are absolutely at the top of their game right now, feeling good. So I'm expecting a very competitive series here.
So we got the Astra Sova Viper, Raise Sky. Looks like it.
Yeah,
there
it
is the
looks
Sova and the Ray. So I was wondering how they would be. It always would find the utility for taking space, taking hookah, what you have left over for the site. And I like seeing the Viper come in here for both teams because you can always create the angles you need to be looking at. So we do see that even though... Oh, wait. There's the Sova and the Rays. Do they both have it? Or where are they changing for XSET side?
I think it's just
Ellie
a mere...
would be on Sky here. Okay. Interesting. So now they have the Sova, so they add more utility. I like it.
Yeah, definitely. And
Something in my brain wasn't clicking.
No worries, no worries. I like the Phoenix again, too, coming out for XSET. I think yesterday they had a lot of success, at least windows of opportunity, right? Coming in with that Phoenix ult, they definitely created a lot of space for their squad. So I'm looking for the Phoenix to be just as impactful, if not more, coming into this one.
It's so quick too. If you're focusing the alt orbs, you're almost like, wait, I have alt again. Wait, I have alt again.
Right,
it's so
right.
easy to play around. Looks like it's just going to be somewhat of a defaulty split here. 3 towards B stack on that side of TSM though, as both Viper walls go down towards A. And they waste no time here.
The utility to stop that push is a little bit late, so Arianarchy, she's got some good ground here right next to that U-Haul.
Looks like they're trying to find the bait shots here. Like, where are you going to peek from? We need to find out what we're up against. They already know the Viper's there. U-Haul's taken, so it's going to be a full retake for TSM. Ellie goes for the fake plant, the peek out, see if XSET can pull somebody into that, and Leah Panda's going to fall. Arianarchy comes up with 2. Goes for the quick heal on the hot hands, and now Kath, the rest of the team, trying to come around on what would be the pinch, but it seems like all the doors are closed here as they try to get back into the site. Whoa.
Look at that.
There's 2. 1 back and forth. Nice trade from Kath. There's just so many angles she has to look at. This is going to be, oh my gosh.
Left, right, and
Just
center,
poking the
Riv.
bear. Yeah, poking the bear. What are you going to do? Artstar coming up with a nice shot there. Nice job. First round for XSET, and they take him down. 2-0 for Ari, 2-0 for Artstar. Nicely done by the Phoenix and Viper to hold down the site, and Kath coming up what she could at the end with the round there. But a fast round to start off from XSET. They wanted right in.
Yeah, definitely so. And having the frenzy on your back definitely gives you a little bit of a different kind of confidence, right? I mean, Arian Arcus just went in there. She was not afraid. And even the post plant, nice tucked crossfires. And as you mentioned, Kath, she had so many different angles that she had to look at. So just solid, disciplined play coming out from XSET to just start off the round.
Yeah, pull apart the enemy, make it tough. Slow work again around. Spikes drop just for now. Good crossfire here at the top of B. They should be able to take down Starry if she gets a little too nosy on what's going down. Not going to check left too quick. Oh, she did. Oh, okay. Drops them dead. Sweeps both TSM members off their feet, and now they're going to have a big rotation around. It looks like they're going to hold for A, though. No rotation out fast from TSM. They're still playing it slow, and it's just going to be a walk in here as the Eco Farm round comes through. A flawless coming in for XSET as they clean up kills around the map. Nice job by Starry.
Absolutely. Easy peasy. And those kinds of rounds always feels good, you know, when you got a nice, clean eco, no funny business, nothing funky going on in this corner with the shorty. So definitely straightforward for XSET, and I'm glad that they're able to just bolster up their economy moving forward. They're gonna need it, but this bonus round should be interesting.
Yeah, still got some buy downs for them on XSET. Like, we still want this. Buying through. Let's see. 1,200 spent. It looks like just armor for some. You saw Artstar and Arianicus kind of pull up for their vest. Make sure they're a little bit more protected. They played this gravity well. Nice delay by TSM to say not just yet. They know XSET wants to move fast here. It's good adaptation to that play style. Oh, Athena takes one right to the face through that wall. Down to 38 HP. They're going to be able to get a heal on that if they can find Kath. Might take some time, though. That looks like they want to execute on A.
Yeah, they're going in there, and this is very similar to Pistol, except this time the Phoenix has the backup in the Raze, but it's still going to be the same. They're pushing through U-Haul. They want to push back and get some pipe control, but as I say that, it's all a misdirection. They've TP'd over to B. There's still two defenders
Anchor
here, though.
Uh-oh. Oh, the anchor. Emily's there. Kath as well. They trade two. Arianicus comes up with two big frags. Seems to be able to be good for that almost every round. Will they be able to get any more out of this? Set up for it. 3v3.
Should be a pretty straightforward post plant. Oh, that's huge. To get that kill with the Spectre at that range. Elbow control is crucial here. That's huge for Dodonut as well, and that's a double. It's all down to Arian Arcus. 1v1. Leah Panda knows exactly where she is, but she's looking the wrong way, and there it is. The bonus round for XSET just coming up huge, and man, to win a bonus round like that, it just, the momentum that it gives you going forward in this 12-round first half, it means so much for these ladies.
I love that we have Dodonut here and Arianicus being the final two are kind of head-to-head as we see them battle it out, picking up 2Ks, 3Ks on the round. You see the influence that they have for their teams, and it's so great to see that it comes in every round. Confidence in the team is, you know, put on their shoulders as they go into these. Round 4, so there's going to be a save again here for TSM, and XSET just sourcing out where the utility might be the advantage.
And you can see that this time around, they've got that top octagon control, and XSET are being very patient. They know they've got the better weaponry. They don't want to run into any sort of weird crossfire, but this flank from Leah Panda, this is going to hurt for Artstar. Oh, no!
Turn! So close. Oh, my word. Skin of her teeth. She heads out of that one. 5 health on the side of Leah Panda. 1 for Dodonut. Somehow still alive. Gets a Marshall with the HP. Kath takes down Arianicus. And now it looks like they're going to try to hit B, but they found a little bit of a wall here. Nice job by TSM, but finally getting cleaned up. This is the eco round, remember, so great damage done by TSM here.
Fantastic stuff, and I mean, barely, look at the HPs across the board. TSM are just barely breathing.
Don't touch it.
Oh!
Oh no. Fire everywhere. And it just wasn't fine. It wasn't, nothing was fine.
I'm surprised she scoped there, Riv. I'm surprised she scoped.
Yeah, I think seeing it come in, you wouldn't, yeah, I don't know. Maybe just in the moment, right? In the moment. 8-0-2 for Ari. Definitely on fire. No pun intended. But what a game so far for her. Full guns, full bank, full everything on the side of XSET. It's going to be tough, and it's going to take a few rounds for TSM to kind of chip away at that if they do start coming back.
Yeah, definitely so. Good recovery, though, still for XSET. And Marina's just going to try to take some hookah control by her lonesome. But as I say, she is by her lonesome, so
Yeah.
I think she's going to take a little bit more of her time. And the shower control, XSET have it.
Ulti for Kath and Dodo Nut. If they feel like they lose too much control, they can just fire those off. At least pressure. Here comes the Tiger. Oh, maybe not. I'll have to use something. Oh, Emily with the P Kath as well. What a trade. They take 2 down. Can they get some more? Finding it inside showers. A nice call by Leah Panda for that time.
Definitely, just that double peak. It's so strong. Good play from TSM. Arianarchy's just being kind of a nuisance here towards Shower. She is drawing out a lot of utility and attention, which is great.
Yeah.
The Spike needs to make her way up short A right now.
Hari is fearless. They know they're A because the Seekers came over this way. There wasn't really an audio cut since. Leah Panda takes 1 down. They know their default just now. Dodo up. An over. Nothing for this showstopper just yet. They are coming in from the other side. They've switched sides. And TSM's going to thrive in the chaos coming up with their first round.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned those Seekers, Riv, because that's exactly what allowed Kath to over-rotate at that point.
Yeah.
She saw the jellies were nowhere near B. The A hit was kind of very much telegraphed, so the rotations came in time, and here it is, the double peak in hookah. TSM absolutely needed that sort of control, and it's good that they kind of pushed XSET off of it.
Boom. Nicely done. Yeah, that's literally the first kind of abrupt stop XSET has felt. And how they reacted, TSM was able to really source it. Oh my word.
Good night.
Okay, Marina. A very big good night right there. Lays out the lawn chair. You can just sit right here as they start moving through hookah. It's going to pick up on Orb. They almost have ulti if it goes through. They're going to prioritize Ellie. That will be Hunter's Fury up, giving themselves a better post-plan option.
That's huge. I'm expecting some sort of a
Oh no!
exit exec. Oh, her teammate's blind. Oof, feels bad. They do get the sight though. That's a fair trade. We'll take those, Ellie. Nice sacrifice there for your squad. You get the post plant. It's 2v3. Shock Dart's coming in a little bit late.
Lineups. You love to see it every time. Ooh, Dodo. Always. Just wants to be in the face of her opponent. Feels like that gives her the upper hand. Faster aim, faster flick. Is she ready for the flash? Oh, the blind shot before it went off actually hits the flame or the swing rather. If I can find my words. Art Star pulling one out there. They just pulled the aggression of the Showstopper ultimate out, so that's what's focused on. That's going to be another round. XSET says fluke round. We didn't mean to drop that one. We're pulling it back in our favor, which it hurts a little bit more, Potter, in the sense of economy, because you get that 3,000 you want to spend, and then you're back on 1,900 maybe after eco.
Yeah, absolutely. And oh man, TSM, you know, it could have worked out a little bit better. It's unfortunate that Kath is only rewarded with the 1 kill. Her bird absolutely blinded 2 at least.
Yeah.
But the fact that Phoenix just kind of tucked there and some aggression. What an MVP boombot coming in from Marina there. Kath had no idea that that's how that was going to turn out, but a nice shot from Dodona. A good response so far.
A laser beam from that Sheriff. So one Phantom in. And get the Hero Phantom working together. Everybody moving through market. What a sneak Art Star though. Just hanging out right in the teleporter. And they have to go through a gravity well, most likely, here in hookah.
Yeah, this combo should be pretty dirty. coming through. Oh, they're staying quiet though. Might be a bit of a pounce here, Riv.
Yeah, where's contact? That's good damage, I think. Recon bolt comes in. Have to go for the spike. Here comes teleporter. Artstar's now on the move. Ellie takes one. Artstar on the flank. Leah Panda on one. Two more straight in front, but she's got somebody else to deal with, and it's going to be too many, too quick. Marina pulls that one in, and what a start to that round. And I'm loving TSM's ecos, though. You know, they are on these ecos, but they're making it look like they can easily sweep the rug out from under XSET, and XSET kind of says, no, we'll just hold these hard angles and pick up a few more.
Yeah, they've definitely had the opportunities. Unfortunately, that score line, it's starting to get a little bit out of hand if TSM doesn't stop the bleeding here soon. And the worst part is XSET ultis are online once again. Look at this, Arian Arcus, Phoenix ult online. They've just been farming these orbs, defaulting well. So TSM need to do some sort of map control, take the fight over towards these orbs, and do something a little bit different here.
They can set the pace a little bit. Viper's Pit is out. The bites are going there as well as the fangs are shown. Emily actually pushing in pretty aggressive here. They what this really provides is good audio. Now, hopefully, I think they might have seen the legs of Artstar inside there, but Emily's still, I'm sorry, Emily rather. She's still grabbing a good amount of audio from who is in market and on the left side there towards showers.
Oh, this is a nice push coming in from Cap here, though. It's a lot of information. Now XSET, they gotta make a reaction here. It does look like TSM are just gonna walk fall back.
More orbs and shower if they want it. Just orbs galore. Already 2 through. Actually, they're gonna do Viper. They still have wall? No, wall's up. So they can wall left side, look towards heaven, look towards try boxes. They go to plant or towards showers. As here we go with the run it back. They're gonna fly right into sight.
30 seconds left.
Control on heaven right now. Leah Panda waiting to leave. They're trying to use the sonar. This is a perfect realm for Sova to be a help for his teammates, to be a boon to see inside all of that utility. Leah Panda with a great Hunter's Fury to start, 4v4. Very, very healthy TSM now as they go to defend the site, the post plant.
Starry Bun is in such an interesting spot. She can flank the flankers. This post plant, even though they're all turtled up in shower.
Oh my gosh.
Last player standing.
Calf? What? Oh my
Starry
word.
Bun to the rescue. Look at their HPs,
heat-seeking
Riv.
bullets. Starry's done it before. We saw it on Behaven, but Calf just laser focused. The 4K coming through to just take a gun round and take XSET down. That was absolutely huge. They needed to start swinging it now, especially on a round when you saw XSET having so many ultimates to use.
Yeah, absolutely. Good response. Kath just coming up huge. Exactly what these ladies on TSM needed. A hero to come in and just turn and stop that momentum.
Talk about that controller game. I'm telling you, they're stepping up. Controllers are becoming fearless. Alright. Default. Roomba check. Heading up towards Yukasai. There's a lot of stars going in here from both Astras. It looks like it will be a bit of a commit here. You can actually see that Starry is still all the way back. Path with the flash. Is she going to be able to get out of the gravity well situation? The fake! Oh, Ari reads it!
Oh, what an entry coming in from Marina as well.
It just hopscotching right in on top of the box, fires one off, and XSET come up. It's like they get more angry every time they lose a round. They just come back hitting even harder. We'll see them across the board being able to get quite a few frags, and we'll see if they hunt this out. It looks like they're going to stay towards their own side at B. Make sure they're safe here.
Yeah, and I think that's a really good point, Riv, is that they're coming back and swinging harder right after a round loss, and that almost puts TSM in even more of a pickle. You know, they can't afford to even actually go sniffing around. Their economy is so down in the dumps right now that they've once again they've got to stop the bleeding here. 2 members, if they're able to survive, they can get some sort of a weird quasi force buy where a couple members have at least 1,500 in the bank, 1,700 in the bank, and maybe they'll have a strong force buy in the next. This one, though, you mentioned it, Riv. Their sheriffs, their eco scrappy buys, somehow, some way, it's been looking like almost their closest rounds that TSM have had so far.
It's going to be tough, Potter, especially now, the confidence that XSET is peaking with. Mariana's blast pack forward into sight to get those peaks, right? You're hoping to be able to take a few hard angles before you have somebody flying at you, but there's just no chance. Ari, great job at considering the fake flash. Perfect. It comes up right here. Just even realizing it goes past her at that point, knowing it'll be kind of a half burn on the flash, just wants to go for the fight. It's just very aware, very heady plays coming out from XSET right now, and they just seem to be one step ahead. Now, I'd love to see for this round, one of those Vandals focus Dodo not getting the alt orb so they can stack a few of these ultimates, because this could be an easy round to turn around.
Yeah, and I think it's even worth it for Emily to think about selling that armor and passing that Vandal over to somebody else, because as you can see, she's only got 300 credits in the bank. That's going to put her in even more of a pickle.
That's true.
In the next buy round. So I don't agree with this play. Oh, wait, okay, there was a delay. Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
I like that. Oh, well, she's going to keep
She went back to
the
her
gun
half armor.
and half armor. Got it, got it.
She just took a tag last round. You're on the same brainwave. Oh, great push. TSM, grab it. Do they play safe, though? Did they play their life? They push it forward, but Emily's on the other side, and the Vandal comes through big on the half buy, because I believe that was with Athena or Kath that they were switching with. Now to B, though, two already on.
Leah Panda's got so much on her plate. She's good for one. She's got to be good for this one. At least she's got the info. The rotations are coming through, so that should initiate things here.
This would be such a big round.
What a stun.
Oh, my word. You don't usually see those hit.
I think that was her own teammates, unfortunately.
Oh, that's why. Mari. Peek over the Viper bite. Another one inside the bite. Ellie trying to come up big. Spams through the smoke. It's going to get it through the nebula. And that's a round for XSET. What a hero. Eco half by reaching into the bank accounts for TSM. And it just didn't come up. It just slightly short. And XSET find a way to keep momentum.
Yeah, somehow, man, XSET are just surviving on these weird scrappy buys. Once again, TSM, so close. Another round that they just aren't able to convert. But again, the right ultimates are coming online at the right time. There's only 2 more rounds in the half. We got to see a big play coming out from Dodo Nut with that rocket. And these Seekers have got to come in clutch.
8-4. You're super safe for the next one. Not a bad score on bind. Marina here does have her ultimate showstopper ready. They can get themselves into a site just off of the pressure of that being click. Dodo Nuts as well. Got that last round as we were mentioning that. With over a minute left in the round, there's still a lot to be decided, but it does look like it's going to be an A hit as they slowly wait on what Shower can figure out on a little bit of sound or maybe a peak.
And again, this is looking like the same default from XSET. The spike is hanging around towards short A. 3 members. Looks like this A split is just going to come through off the back of the showstopper.
Yeah.
And the flash from Ari is just perfect.
Yeah, it looks like they were activated by the Seekers. They're coming up behind the market, and it's going to be long rotation all the way from TSM. So site's going to be post-planted. They're going to garrison up, set themselves up a good defense here for the retake 3v4 situation. TSM needing these final rounds. Bench finds Ellie. What a showstopper from Dodo Nut. Gonna go all the way around to U-Haul. Coming into the backside. What a shot from Starry Bun here from Cubby. Can she keep it finished? It's very hard to stay alive there. Leah Panda gonna get that spam. 2 in a row for her. And they're just looking for the final one. Marina for the clutch. That's gonna be one. A second one, and it's there. They find it. XSET keep the momentum and bring it to round 11 at 9-2.
Oh man, TSM again losing out in a 1v1 clutch there. Unfortunate for them, but XSET again just looking so solid, able to get the entry. And as you say, Riv, set up that garrison in that post plant and make it look easy, right? I mean, DodoNut is kind of parkouring herself around the truck, trying to find herself a showstopper kill, and you got a player in pocket tucked and perfectly just eliminates the entire threat of that ultimate. So
Yeah.
great stuff coming out here for XSET.
My word, that U-Haul control, it always comes up big. You see there for, oh my, what?
Uh-oh.
Ari. Absolutely absurd play right now. And like you said, fearless moving in, continuing to take space. XSET literally has A just about 20 seconds into the round.
And looks like the spike should be going down. It is. And Ellie's in a very interesting spot. She's so blind. Perfect bird coming in from Kath. Nice assist. Teeing up DodoNut. The challenge here, though, begins now. The retake is going to be extremely hard. 3 versus 4. Looks like Kath just wants to take care of this shower player.
It's just like jump through utility game. You have to figure out where you can get the jump on somebody. Can they do it now? The headshots from Cat, the trades from Artstar. And XSET always just seems to have another member coming out of the woodwork at the last moment. What a first half for XSET. 10-2. We have more VCT Verizon Game Changers. Don't go anywhere. Another half and even more to this series. So, YouTube. We are back. We are ready. And it is time for some more VCT Valorant Game Changers. North America. Riven Potter here. ready to deliver some fantastical strategery. What do you think?
Nice suit.
Yeah. That was a dominant first half from XSET. I think we can see that already at the top of the board. In the rounds that TSM did get, XSET bit back so hard right away. It doesn't look like TSM's leaving anything to chance on this one, though. They want to figure out who's in hookah right away.
Aggression, Rib. They're not stopping the
Potter!
bird. That's two blind players right in Dodo Nut's face. Sorry, Bun. She might be a ninja here, but it does look like TSM. They know. They absolutely know. They sniffed her out. This is a two-man retake coming through from hookah, and TSM know exactly where they're coming from.
XSET is just chomping at the bit to get back in. They didn't realize the team was going down that quick, and TSM show us a completely different side of things here to start off round or half two.
Yeah, and
We
I
still
love
got
it.
2 more maps. I'm excited.
I'm loving the aggression, especially because you did kind of feel like, now I'm just kind of expecting this post plant to work out. This is an almost impossible retake coming through. So yeah, there it goes. But yeah, I like it, right? Because you see the score line, you see that it's 10-2, but if you look back at the rounds, they were a lot closer than that score line kind of indicates, right? A ton of 1v1s,
For sure.
a ton of close post plant scenarios. So for TSM, they needed a break like this. They needed a confidence round. You saw them just Wing through hookah, the perfect flash, and Dodo Nut. That's 2 easy frags for her, so I like it.
That was clean. We just head in. I love the use of the wall. Make sure they can't get in easy. They just get taken out. A little bit of vulnerability. So now they spread the site, or spread the map, I should say. Don't want to get ecoed by anything too funny gunny. It looks like TSM is just going to hold off for now and use the utility they can to move forward. So shower is taken. Is that alt orb? It is. Alt orb for Cath, so they're looking to focus the Seekers as soon as possible here as well. Ooh. There's one. First blood for Cath. Second for Athena. They're going to just move on here, Potter. It looks like they're going to get A. Hold A. U-Haul's going to be the last take here.
That's a delicious
Dodo.
shot. Oh! She actually walks away with the classic kill, though. I mean, that's... we take those. If you're
Take
Starry
those.
Bun, you absolutely take those.
Ugh. That feeling of getting dinked as soon as you peek when you're the flanker. You're like, maybe they don't know just yet. Instantaneous. Ugh. Almost again for Ari. She gets some shots off. I feel like she could do some damage here. They got to get out of the sight. Whoop. And here's the flame.
Nom nom nom. Eating up the ecos. Get him, Athena.
Now it's just a battle of... it's the test of me game. Oh. Arcane goes
Smart.
down. There it is. Gets a bit more money for that instead of staying alive. So 10-4. TSM find another one. They get themselves out with quite a few weapons there. I think only losing 1, if I remember correctly.
Yeah,
And,
and I just really like the fact that TSM didn't give Arian Arcus a kill there, you know? They didn't want her
Yeah.
to start getting those ult orbs way too early here, so just forcing her to kill herself with the bomb plant, or the spike plant.
Enemy remaining.
It's a nice little clever strategy.
It is. At some point, they're like, you know what? She's dinked, but it's still Ari, so let's not let her get a few kills. A lot of respect being given there too. Ooh,
Oh,
paint shells forces him in.
whoa.
Dodo goes down. Marina, very quick play there to force the hand of Dodo. Emily's very low as well. Gets taken out. A little bit of overkill, but why not? 5 bullets left in the Phantom of Marina, and she's already done enough work on this round.
What a hold. What an absolute anchor coming in from Marina there. I gotta say, a little bit wonky with the bird. You saw that Dodo Nut really
Yeah.
wanted to get in. The bird came in a little bit late as well, so Emily also felt like she had to force the trade, make sure that her teammate just didn't go down in vain, but unlucky for TSM and a great hold for XSET. Cap, she's waiting for her bird to come back in charge. Uh-oh.
Oh, Ellie comes up on the frag, sees him jumping out. Leah, though, alone in sight, 2v1. Utilities low, not sure how long on that dart. But he has to have to deal with Viper bites and everything from Ari here in the utility belt. Both are hookah. This is going to be tough. Sits on the Viper's bite to start. Lets that vulnerability wear off. Looks to get the upper hand. Oh my gosh, hasn't even peaked yet. Down to 30. And Ari's going to be able to finish that one off as they wait it out. Ult going over to Art Stars so they can make sure it comes up in these rounds. They can just cordon off a site with that Viper's Pit. And that's another one. XSET are going to find it over TSM to start the momentum in round, or half two.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of good looks coming through for XSET. I mean, the splash damage from Marina and the hold itself was great, but even look at that recon dart coming through for the XSET side. Just perfect timing. You can see that they've got a lot of wheels in motion here on the defense.
Oh, the Viper's bites. Make it almost impossible to stand anywhere, do anything. Here we got round 16. Kill guns for TSM. Oh, they know. They know. Just quick beats from the back. I don't think anybody's going to be pushing that. They just want to know. Kath is just trying to deter the alt orb. Make sure it's not a focus. Stay in range for that sound and that audio cue. Check it here. Get reassurance that alt orb's up. And does not know anybody's on the right now. So kind of utility out. Walk away. The rest of the team's focusing A.
I've got your train.
It's a good jiggle. Marina still has that nade. The paint shell is doing decent work. But she gets pushed out. Okay, it does a lot more than just decent.
Dodo Nut answers. They get a little revenge on this round, Potter, and it's going to be a force towards A. They're pushing through, though. They're pushing through, though. Is it going to be enough?
No.
They had utility out. Dodo Nut takes down Starry Bun before it's too big. And there's Kath dropping Ellie. They are going to be able to do the run through here. A little Kansas City shuffle as they make their way all the way from A to B for around the world. They keep going. It's like, are they going to go through hookah now and just run back market? Plant for B long, plant for hookah. It looks like everybody's going to split from those locations and have elbow and hookah cover.
Yeah, that was so much damage. There was a world, Riv. There was definitely a world where that Spectre did a lot more than it did.
Yeah.
But two members, looks like they're going to attempt this retake. Or at least do some damage going out with it. Leah Panda's in an interesting spot. Look at this. Whoa!
Thought it was going to work. Trades back and forth. Art Star ready now. Has to fake it. Has to look. Oh! A nice toggle on that because you saw the peak that Art Star was doing wasn't actually consistent, right? She was playing with audio, so really nice shot to boot on that. 11-5. TSM are finding more. Being able to figure out a way through the defensive XSET. I think it's fast in the beginning. XSET likes to be able to, if they can get one or two more people on the site, it seems like they synergize too hard. So you spread them out, hit the site fast, and then it seems like TSM's post plan is actually is holding up really well here.
Nice entry from Dodo Nut. Again, with the parkour. I thought it was unfortunate that that flash did not catch Leah Panda, but the adjustment, so quick. You can tell Ari's definitely feeling herself right now.
Woo! A little bit of a timeout. Level head. Make sure they know what they're doing. Alt orbs could be focused for Marina here. You could also try to get that for Ari. Two big ones that could be a factor and played on both sides. It looks like they will head towards B. And this is kind of a source out where those rifles are around. Because again, we've seen TSM have to go through these rounds. And they've come very, very close to being able to take them. And sometimes even just taking them. Ooh. They are... XSET is right setting up now.
No fear, Riv.
No
fear
Oh.
on the ecos. Oh, she's blind. Oh, no
not
bullets.
enough. Need the banana clip.
It's a 2v2, Riv. I mean, this is completely doable for XSET. It does look like, I mean, TSM, they're going to get the spike down. The post plant in spawn control, it's going to mean a lot, but the damage is quite impressive for XSET. They're happy with this.
Cruising through. Quick Nebula. pull it back, or just dismiss rather. Hopping out. I'm always down to fight while tagged. I just think it's more fun. Get in the mind of your opponent. Like, I'm a blinking target. Fight me. Oh, yes. Starry Bun going for it again. Almost. It's such an easy spot to be able to show yourself and pull back and show yourself. TSM play it well. They pull around a 6th round for themselves as we head into round, if we get round 17 out of the way. And that was very close. Like you said, XSET more than happy with the damage they did on that one to TSM's economy. Even with the round win, it's all about the little things. TSM's trying to win that whole war right now, and they're doing a pretty good job of coming back.
Yeah, all the little things add up in the end, absolutely. And TSM, I mean, this is going to be a huge round for these ladies. Not only do they have 2 ultimates to work with, but XSET's got even more than that, right? Ellie's just 1 away from the Hunter's Fury as well. I'm expecting a lot of action here.
Yeah. If they can take down XSET this round, Ariana would be on about 3,300 next round.
That's huge.
And that's already very big. Hunter's Fury's down. Viper's Pit is there. Phoenix run it back and Showstopper. But what can Dodo not do here to get another frag for the team? Along with that Hunter's Fury we just saw from Leah Panda.
Artstar's got some decent control towards these market areas.
Yep.
And this Viper ult has definitely slowed things down for XSET. The Phoenix ult, though, that's interesting.
Path moving out showers. Looks like they get the creep out here with this Viper's wall. They move right around the pit. They're coming back into it. Oh no. What? Potter, what's happening? Oh my word.
Ring around the rosy, Riv. It's ring around the rosy.
They've literally taken up shop in the Viper's pit, and then they all leave without finding anything. The plant's gonna go down. Nobody's really fallen just yet. There's the first blood of the round finally coming in along with the plant. And now it's going to be tension on both sides. They're literally staring at each other. They just don't know it.
What a weird situation,
Oh boy.
Emily.
Oh boy.
This is a decent crossfire for TSM, though.
Oh! Chips in the night. They go for it, but it doesn't quite work. TSM coming up with the frags. 2v1. Athena, 30 HP. There's one of them. This is going to be huge. TSM need this. If they will put XSET on hard economy if they can win this round. This is huge. Oh, it's Marina coming up with the frag, coming up with the win. And XSET keep themselves in the money and in the momentum on game point now for this series, for this match.
What a round, Riv. It was just so wonky. The ring around the rosy, the Viper ultimate, the fact that TSM had an entirely advantageous post plant there, but the one Phoenix flash just makes their post plant crumble. XSET with another retake here, and all of a sudden we're at match point here for the first map already.
What? That was the round that could have changed the momentum. It doesn't mean it can't happen again. It's just you lose the percentage of that chance so much now. Potter, what a round there from Marina. Coming up huge throughout this series. It's just the first map. And we're on game point, like you said. Ellie looking to fire off an ultimate. Does get a few tags on. Nicely done. Drops Emily down. They're just going to hold up and heal up. Reset this one before they go in. A push from Athena to cause a little distraction here on A. We'll see what she can do as the team works B.
This is a pretty strong hold setup for TSM. They've already used one Astra Orb.
They come.
And that nade should buy them some time here. There it is. Ooh, they've stopped the initial push. Okay, they've done more than that. TSM are now TPing, and this is going to be a fast A hit.
Going in, trying to get the guiding lights. Cosmic Divide coming up on
That
both sides. Oh my word, no man's land here in the middle. Athena takes down Ari. It's a huge trade. TSM getting some big ones here off the board. Kath is down, fights towards. Oh my, look at the mini map. What is going on right now? They are all literally on top of each other. Ellie and Star are able to find those kills that were standing eye to eye. Donut now into Art Star as they now enter the Viper's pit. Getting hit by blast packs. Util everywhere as Emily creeping around, keeping herself alive. 12 seconds left. As the
10
spike
seconds.
finally gets planted, the 2v1. Donut finds Starry Bun, and that's going to be TSM keeping themselves alive here. What a round of chaos, and when it has happened like that, TSM is coming out on top.
Sometimes they absolutely are, and it's lucky for them that that was one of the rounds that they absolutely came out on top of. This Molly, man, I thought it would do just a lot more than it did. NT, valiant effort for Arianarchy to hold down the site, but TSM, they were just so tight-knit. The wolf pack, right? Making sure that the trades come through, and somehow, some way, they make this scrappy round work out for them, but man, are they just barely surviving here, Riv.
Working against the percentages. Woohoo! They can still pull it back. They actually do get XSET onto hard econ still here since XSET kind of bought through. They figured that was going to be their round. And a nice headshot. Kath can't heal that damage from Ari, but it's not going to be followed up. Athena does get another one. And this is big for TSM. Doing a great job of pushing through, being able to source out where XSET is very early and not let these ecos be too damaging of the round. Oh, there it is. Marina says, we'll get a little bit back.
Last player standing.
It's all down to Ellie. It is a frenzy on a flank, but at this
Spike
time,
planted.
the map is too quiet. TSM should have a pretty good idea. Where did that dart go?
Oh, it bounced once and hooked itself into the corner.
Okay.
Oh.
Oh, the timing here then. Nope. No funny business here. And all things considered, I mean, TSM, once again, we're in those scenarios. Another swing round coming our way. This round is going to be everything for TSM. And I actually didn't catch exactly what ultimates are online right now. And there's none for TSM.
TSM, they have a great attack side win rate still here at a 67%. So we may be seeing that may go a little bit higher if they can turn it on. It seems like they feel really comfortable rushing in. I mean, they only have Dodonut too to get in there. And the rest of the team is being confident and following that and making sure they can break into these sites. They don't have the Phoenix as well as the Rays, so they can use that to their advantage to know there's not too much utility that can stop them. And maybe that's why their aggression's coming up so strong. Otter looks like
Phoenix
another
ulti through the
hookah to be
TP?
hit.
Yeah, you know, Riv, I think we're going to see a Phoenix ultimate through the TP here and do some sort of a hookah crunch.
This positioning is set up for it. They're peeking down right now with some stars into mid. He goes through. Didn't feel like yelling it out just yet. Oh, it did actually go off. Didn't hear it on the audio. He comes through, goes back safe. Ari is ready now to fight once again and push back. The fountain is the spike right now. So a little bit of a fake commit here as XSET sources out hookah.
Yeah, unfortunately for XSET, they didn't gain that much from that ultimate. It looked like TSM were absolutely aware and ready for it. We've still got a one flashbang here for Arianarchy. It's going to have to come up huge. Nice jump spot. That's a lot of information. This Molotov is going to stop everything.
Oh, good damage from that, too. You can see him ticking down a little bit.
No.
Leah Panadona coming up with two there. What quick shots. Just a snap aim from Dodo Nut. We saw it was Ari coming up in the first half. Dodo, however, stepping up. Those are our head-to-heads for our duelists here. Usually both on Jet. Just Blade Storm dueling round after round. But here, the Rays versus Phoenix. Still lighting things up. And this time, it's Dodo Nut in that limelight. TSM looking to keep themselves alive here. It's game point each round. XSET Marina has stopped that once before.
Last player standing.
Emily able to grab two. That's what they needed. Defense is down. Destroyed the Radiant Knight. No, TSM come up with another big round here. So XSET now considering a little bit of what it's going to take to stop TSM on these rounds. It's not coming down to just utility use. TSM has shaken off the nerves. They've calibrated a bit. We're seeing the 1v1s now go in their favor, which is obviously a big part to being able to take these rounds.
And once again, a scrappy buy. Oh man, another judge on the back of Marina. These judges are just so damn scary, especially on bind, especially with the TP, and especially with the satchels that come with Raze. So I'm expecting big things for the judge.
It's a vector now.
Oh no. How did that happen? Why? Why have they done this to me, Riv?
How could you have done this? Maybe it was. Sometimes you just wish it's like buying an op and a rifle in your end rounds, because you can, but not that much money to be spending. Not when game is on the line. Some ghosts there as well, so Artstar and Starry can keep long ranges down in A here. Not much of a problem. Ari with the sheriff. Gonna make sure she pulls one off. One way's in U-Haul. The spike's still gonna be going down here. TSM quick to the site. Ari! One with the sheriff. Kath's gonna answer.
What a shot. What a shot. The backup, it's arriving, but just the pistols. Spectre run and gun can be pretty deadly, especially in these close quarters in this U-Haul, but we'll see exactly how much damage she can do. That's nice. The paint shell's coming up huge, but unfortunately, she gets no kills for it. There was a world though, Riv. There was definitely a world. But
There
they make
was.
that a little bit closer.
Yeah, I think of too many shadow plays there. By that, I mean everybody kind of peeking out behind each other, taking a little collateral damage, and just swept up in the storm. But, oh, those ones feel good. Those ones feel good. And that was a big trade for Kath. Yeah, just kind of real consistent. 1, 2, 3, 4. Nobody can trade the angles. And this is a huge round. And the fact that 3 ultimates have now come online for TSM make it even greater for them, because this one brings them to OT if they can win it pretty much in the terms of economy. So looking here, go to 12 to 12 if TSM can get this. Again, their attack side win rate quite high at 67%.
That's
and
huge.
Leah Panda does it again from the same spot here, able to source out a member of XSET and make it a 5v4 right off the bat.
That's everything for TSM. You saw
is.
Kath starting off the round towards Shower in the beginning as well, keeping those 2 defenders at A. Now there's only 2 defenders in XSET holding down this B, and as 5 members are kind of funneling through, that is a challenge and a half. So that's early seekers towards A. Okay, so this is looking like either an A fake or they're just trying to see what's up. They're trying to figure out exactly what XSET's defense formation is, but they didn't get that much info with those seekers.
I think if somebody was Showers, it would have done them so much more, because both went into sight. That could be Heaven, that could be Showers, that could be in sight. And yeah, you're right. Not much info given.
What?
And that didn't take anyone down. Ari somehow lives. Can they get the hot hands out? Gonna heal a little bit on the
30
wall.
seconds left.
Just beside the other wall. Oh my word.
Spike planted.
So much wallage. Arts are hiding in the edge. The utility's about to go down, and everybody's going to be caught with their pants down. Athena takes down 2 very fast. Artstar now trying to get in a hide position to maybe creep on the flank and then get a few kills of somebody not looking. But you can see Dodo ready. They're ready to peek off each other. There's the 1. There's the 2. And the teamwork comes through for
Clean.
TSM. This should be a forced buy here by XSET to force us to overtime. TSM has done a hell of a job to come back here. These ladies are persevering.
A hell of a job indeed, and thank goodness TSM came out on top of that round, because Dodo Nut got straight up robbed with that rocket kill coming through. I thought for sure that would have been an entry going into the site, but she just ends up doing some damage. Fortunately for TSM, solid positionings in that post plant, and you're right, it's all coming down here in the very last round to play. Marina's got the showstopper though.
It's true.
Oh,
Ari
they forced
as
the
well.
orb.
Out to get the orb at B quick, and you can see backpedaling. They're going to keep 3 at B for the moment. I think they hear the Roomba and Hookah. So now they're going to do a triple peek, and maybe they go A. Okay, they're peeking with drone. And Ari's getting ready to maybe TP if they have A. Oh, look how passively TSM is playing. They're saying, we'll receive your utility first. We're ready to read the play you're trying to make. And they may actually receive Ari here. Oh, Ari here is they're going to get Jig is up. That's just 1, though. That's just 1. This is good for Ari to stay.
Yeah, it would be even better if TSM are able to bait out this ultimate earlier than later, because Ari on Arki, she would love to take this duel right now.
Oh boy. Please. She just strikes absolute fear into the heart of the other team by ulting in front of them. Athena takes one down. 2. That's twice in a row Athena's had rounds like this. Absolutely huge. A 2v2 now. Cosmic Divide is up. It's the last ultimate we will be seeing this round. This match, that is.
TSM know exactly where XSET are. One in the TP, one push down long B, but either way, Ari and Arki, she's able to find the timing. There's only 5 seconds left in the round. Athena's got to find this kill. She's got to find it now.
Oh my word. No, not like this. That's the round. That's for XSET. And can you believe, Potter? That's the way it comes down to it. XSET's going to be able to take the first map with TSM clawing their way back just on the top ledge. They couldn't get there.
I feel salty for TSM there. I feel like I would
right
be
there with you.
A sore loser in this instance. That's a feels bad. I will say it's a good thing though that they actually got into the match, right? That first half, 10-2. Come on, it's got to be closer than that. So it's a fantastic news for TSM going into the second map that at least we saw a more lively TSM coming to that second half.
Yeah, like you said, 10-2. I mean, we went to break, and I was like, "Wow, that was quick." And you're like, "No, it's gonna be a match." And you know what, Powder? You called it. It was absolutely a match. We're gonna be going to Breeze next, and it's not gonna be a breeze for either team. Do not go anywhere. We have more VALORANT VCT NA game changers coming right after the break.
First map down for our first series here at day number 2 for the Verizon VCT Game Changers 3, and what a first half that was. Riv and Potter in this first series of the day between XSET and TSM. I think a lot of us were looking forward to this one, and it surely delivered, Riv.
It did. At first, it kind of just delivered for XSET. We saw him come out firing on all cylinders, a 10-2 first half. And then TSM was able to do the same thing, and it looked really good. It wasn't kind of just like XSET's dropping the ball. It's that TSM was really coming online, finding their 1v1s that weren't there earlier. The way they were using util was much more in sync with each other. And XSET wasn't kind of finding, these jump through frags. And I think that what impressed me, and Potter mentioned it, is after you see a 10-2 scoreline that we saw TSM being aggressive at the start of the second half. They weren't laid back. They still had a plan.
Indeed, Christine, and both from the attacking sides from XSET, we need to call out the role and the impact that Ariarnicus had on that Phoenix.
Was going to be for XSET, ladies, right? Coming into this is that Ariarnicus, she's going to want to farm those orbs, and she's going to want to have at least 2 to 3 ultimates per half.
Yep.
And that's kind of exactly what we saw. And the XSET ladies, they just get enabled. When you have a player that kind of is able to be a little more carefree with playing around with her life in the server, it enables your teammates to get a little more confident, to be a little more peaky, to go sniffing around a little bit more. And that's kind of what we saw coming out from XSET.
And Riv, Artstar having a huge impact on Viper as well. We need to call out the fact that she only retired playing Counter-Strike in July of this year. So in just less than 3 months, in this transition to Valorant, she has completely picked up this role in Viper. And not only was she able to put some frags on the board, we saw how impactful her role was on that Viper.
And I think she plays to it accordingly. Viper is something I always thought it should be like, you have sentinels, you have initiators and controllers. I was like, Viper is a trickster, and that's I think why Viper didn't play well with others in the beginning, is because you did a lot of things for yourself. But if a person is good at knowing their own angles, creating those, working off of timings like a CS, like TAC FPS player would, that's going to favor you, and she uses it to such a great advantage. And I think that's why we see her being able to transition so well and get into that position where she is just fragging out and being somebody that can clutch around.
Potter, if the first half was the story of XSET's attacking side, the second half was definitely the story of TSM, specifically Dodo Nut and Kath, popping off the way that they did. I mean, it's interesting with a story like Kath, right? Because she's been the star player from the days of Counter-Strike all the way to Valorant. And in the role that she played on Sky, we saw her both utilizing it to support Dodo Nut, but also we see how she can use those same abilities to enable herself.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. And that's such a good point, right? And that's the beauty of an agent like Sky, and that's exactly why we just saw her getting a little nerf a couple weeks ago. She absolutely deserved it, and she's still viable, right? And that's you kind of just burn the util, set up your teammate, tee up one of your homies, and then you use it for yourself, and you become that duelist battle Sky that we know and love. And that's kind of what we saw coming out from Kath as well.
No, Riv, I'm curious, if you're a TSM, what is the mentality like? It is a rough position to be in, to almost claw it all the way back, right? There must have been so much momentum and cheers going on from the headquarters for TSM, and to see it go from 12 to 6 all the way and then just barely lose out at the very end. On the one hand, it feels good to be able to bring it back and take the game back into your hands, but on the other, still barely letting it go.
I think it's the one hand. You take the one hand, you put it up on a pedestal, and you are really happy that the team was able to have that mentality after a 10-2. At a 10-2 and then pistol round loss, and you go to a 13-3 or whatever may be a round loss at that point, or map loss, you have the, okay, we think about next map mentality. But now the mentality is, we easily could have won that. This map is just the same. TSM's in the 0-0 zone right now. They're perfectly fine, and I think they're going to be good going into Breeze, their map.
You know, I'm glad that it's Breeze because Potter, yesterday when we saw TSM play on Breeze, yes, they eventually lost to Dignitas, but that map could have been theirs. It went all the way down to the wire. It was so close. And in fact, I'm pretty sure they walked away from that map feeling like, damn, we could have had that one.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And that's such a good point, right? Because that's that's going to be the map that these ladies probably discussed the most, right? The saltiest matches, those are the maps that you have the most to say about. So I think for sure the fact that these ladies are on LAN, the fact that they lost such a close match that was within their grasp, the ideas should be flowing, right? The problem solving that we always talk about, they should have an idea of what they want to look like coming into here today.
All right, well, we have that next map ready, so let's head into agent selection.
Let's go. All right. I like this. I like seeing if we're getting anything new here. The Jet, Cypher, Viper, Sky, Sova on that side of XSET.
Cypher versus Killjoy.
That's like what we got. A lot of people don't like to see Killjoy on there. I mean, that's just solo queue because people are like, your ult doesn't do anything. But I actually think there's really unique ways to use Killjoy's ultimate to separate the rotation of the entirety of the map. If you can get it up towards mid and nest, focus on that. Rotation through spawn is completely deleted. Having somebody from mid take that out is really weird for the defenders because you don't know if you get hit with elbow or castle. There's like a lot of unique ways to use it in rotation that I think can get you a big advantage.
Yeah.
I'm excited for this Potter. That first map got me so pumped.
Save here, save here. And to kind of piggyback off your Killjoy points, you're spot on, right? And I love the fact that with this map being so big, you don't always have to be so one-dimensional with the Killjoy ults. You can use it for just pure map control in itself instead of to take over the sites, right? So I like that option just becomes a little more viable on this map. And you're right, there's so many clever little sweaty plays you can make with Killjoy. I personally like Killjoy more than I like Cypher on this map, so I'm interested to see exactly how Athena utilizes that agent. Oh, whoa! Okay, here we go. Right off the bat.
Ari being Ari, she gotta go forward. The W key. That's all that's on that keyboard with the dash on mouse. Moving forward, that is a bit damage on Dodo. They don't have the heal ready for that. Up the rope. Oh, classic with cheese for Starry Bun. That's gonna be a hit for Emily coming through. They're gonna hear the drone here. Tagged up, should be safe behind the box, and she'll draw attention now. To the back side of the site, Marina is waiting to pick whoever comes behind the pyramids. As TSM come up big with 2 frags quick. And now Artstar, we've been waiting for her to do some big stuff now on the Cypher. Playing the orb. This is a tough one.
Does she full clear this? She doesn't. Oh boy.
There's so many angles. Once the doors open to full clear that, you feel like you're just putting your back out to the world.
Yeah.
A tough one indeed. And that's TSM coming up with the first round here. Remember, their pick coming in. Feeling comfortable on Breeze. Take a little vacay after that first map. Release the stress. We're going to get Dodo with the Marshall coming in. And just classics around. Ari's feeling the Sheriff. Okay.
Yeah, she got... Does it show... I forget how many kills Ari got. She didn't get any kills. She was the one that initiated the dash,
Right.
so...
She blasted in.
Yeah, she might regret having just half armor in the first gun round versus Spectres and what have you, because it should be the bonus for TSM. But either way, if she's feeling confident, she's got to make it pay off.
Leah, Kath as well, keeping the range. Quick plant.
Spike planted.
With the Viper orb down, they should be able to get out of this one nicely. It's just Marina there fighting against the turret down to 52 HP. It was being a nuisance in mid. Ari already return on investment, picking up 2,900 sitting on the ground. How can they use the Vandal? Dashes out of that. So she actually spent that 11 because she bought the dash too. So the dash actually comes into play there. Oh, sorry, that's a Spectre. I thought they had a Phantom for some reason. Dodo gets a frag onto Marina. And Ari's going to actually be using the Sheriff as it was the better choice for the long range. TSM come up with that. That would have been much different if she did pick up a Phantom, I think. But they're not going hard that quick. Good frags from Athena Kath to start things off. Leah, they're all charging up those ults nice and quick here. We can actually see 2 away for Kath, so they might go to focus 1 on the side of B. You can see them setting up there an elbow.
Yeah, but to my point, a little bit more to touch on, you can see now that Ari, she's got half armor coming into this first gun round, and it's just so important to set yourself up for success for the rest of the half, and understanding that TSM are going to be on a bonus. They've only got the Spectres and the Ghosts and the Bulldogs. You want to have it every advantage that you can coming into this one, so we'll see if that actually comes into play and plays a role, but Dodo Nut, she's in there, Riv. She ain't stopping.
Do they know?
Oh, what a
Art
shot.
Star with the Phantom. Dances on her with the Zed skin. Oh my god, Emily with another right-click classic kill. One off the rope, one from the top rope on that. Jumping straight off, and now they pick up some weapons for themselves. Here comes Ari coming back in with that. Oh, picks up one. That's her secret. If they can't see her when she's shooting, they can't hurt her. Oh, into her own smoke. What a play. The distraction bait. It's so good. And then they pull up the 2v1 when the smoke clears. Holy methodical retake coming in there from XSET. It was against the lesser guns, so kudos for the confidence that they were entering that with. You can't just kind of jiggle peek a Spectre. You'll probably catch a few headshots, so they were in there to win there, and they pick up that third round, bringing us to round 4.
In there to win there for sure, and I love that. I love the fact that we just clearly saw you don't need to get kills to always provide impact, right? Look at this jet dash, just displacing that crosshair placement, allowing the retake to start initiating, right? Allowing her teammates to actually have the confidence to get into the site and take over that post plant. So beautiful stuff. Really, really beautiful.
Ooh, operator and a guardian. Operator for Dodo Nut, sorry, and a guardian for Starry Bun. We'll see if we get the one tappies coming out. As they move around. Full, pretty good util around. Whatever you don't see, I think, has been used already. Drone already going out here. Another Tiger. And they cleared out some of these traps. So, giving everybody something else to think about. You see the rotation, the lean going back from Starry. She's like, I'll go over to Nest. I'll be in hallway. Looks like they are going to hard stack towards A, though, and just go off the call of Art Star here.
Ooh, this push.
Oh, dear. Gun diff on that.
Yeah,
Hard to
that's
take
a
a
sight
Spectre
gone.
through the wall. There's one. Traded back. Cap answers quickly off the Guardian frag of Starry Bun. And they have Seekers, actually. If they want to use these and they feel a little bit uncomfortable in the situation, they can deter the retake here from XSET. Ellie is checking every possible angle. Here's the operator. We're a little more deterred about trying to peek on this one. And now they try to make their way in. Emily takes down Ellie. A good look from the backside of the site as they're just jiggle peeking. They're going to try to get XSET to walk all the way in, and Anarchy more than happy to make that happen. But Emily and Kath come up big to pull it right back in TSM's favor. That'll put XSET back down on no money on the eco buy. Great job by TSM to come off that last map firing.
Definitely so. A little bit overzealous, I think, for R-Star to make that push towards elbow with zero information on the table. Maybe there was a comm that came through that made her think there was a lot less action going on over here than there was. But as we saw, she was the lone defender over towards B, being the lone anchor. Gotta play that and approach that round just a little bit more different. But we've seen some stingers here coming out to the table.
Interesting. I was just saying to myself today, you don't see stingers very often, but there you go. Oh. Ari? Oh my word. Just such interesting play. I love seeing what she comes up with. Doing it once again. Just the flying stinger. Look out for it. The Kath is like, what am I am so pinched in here, and I got somebody flying at me on the left side. Right click classics. The team's like, all right, we'll go A. She's just a distraction now on the other side.
One enemy remaining.
There it is. Wow, Kath. Under pressure. One more. One more to keep the Phantom. Almost. Dang, that was a heck of a fight. She put up a good fight. Now it's up to Ari. What would you do for one Phantom? Send the whole team.
Yeah, I'm glad that Kath actually got away with those kills. I felt like she probably could have used her ult to play it more safe, but thankfully for her, her aim is true and she's able to recover. But Arianarchy, she just wants the round done and over with. Maybe sneak away with the kill, but nah, she gets taken out, and that's a fairly clean round for TSM, all things considering.
Yeah.
I mean, they're doing a fantastic job at least seesawing, right? They haven't run into an actual stack of any sort, right?
True.
So you can see that they're hitting the sites that they should be hitting, and they're able to recover what could have been a tense eco.
They have a great read on what's been happening so far. XSET seems to always have to have somebody leaning immediately or transferring off of a site, which starts to spread their numbers thin. So many ultimates coming into round 6 here. 4 on each side. And you almost have Marinas up for that Viper for the side of XSET. Blade Storm 1 is alive and running. As we see it running out through mid there. Looks like Starry Bun. Oh, hello. One is spotted in elbow, so a little bit of map is taken. It seems like TSM is starting to favor B as they make their way in the long range. They feel like they have the confidence in their shots. Hello.
Oh no. Oh boy.
Nice pick by Starry. Good help there. Starry making her way into sight. Oh, tries to take the 1v1 on the take. It seems like TSM getting a little antsy on this one. Ari's going to come back and get an elbow frag onto Athena. Nicely done. For the jellies.
Yeah, the
3v3.
jellies do go out. It is a 3v3. That's
mind.
huge for Emily. 3 versus 2. Is this doable, Riv?
Oh, it's so close. They can see it's blue. Don't have to focus it just too much. They go straight in for it. I mean, Leah's just standing right on it. See, all of TSM can stay hidden until they even hear it go off. They're not even going to let Archstar through the archway anyway. And this could be a save of the Vandal. Oh, I mean, good damage. Leah makes sure it hits true. Eagle Eye from across the map there on B. 5-1 here. TSM delivering XSET a little of their own medicine that we saw on Bind. Remember, that was a 10-2 first half if you were not here that XSET had on TSM on Bind. We almost went into overtime, and looks like TSM was not happy about that with the way we're starting off Breeze here.
Yeah, just a very simple, straightforward B hit coming through, right?
Yeah.
I think the fact that, unfortunately, Marina got tagged by that Silva drone, and that just got the ball rolling completely. Leah Panda's Huntress Furies have been extremely clutch. If we think back on Bind as well, there was 2 separate rounds that she got the opening pick, and now moving over towards Breeze as well. She's getting so much value out of that Huntress Fury. It's been super beneficial for TSM.
I mean, I wonder if she actually... I wouldn't know. I forgot who did it. It was maybe Lakia, I think. He would draw his up from the ground. And you could only do that if you're either like swinging your mouse super hard or have a slight change in sensitivity. And we see her moving it like such a good distance when she ultimates. That aside here as they start to enter the site. Marina and Starry. Oh my god, with the ghosts!
What
With the
the
ghosts!
heck?
Oh my word! Striking fear into the eyes of TSM, into the minds. Athena there. So many headshots we just saw coming from those pistols. Talk about an eco round. They made it look so easy. Now it's all up to Athena here, Potter.
That is just no bueno. Unacceptable, some might say. Athena does go
Unacceptable.
down, and I mean, I'm not sure what the comms were in that round, but you saw Dodo Nut jumping out with the classic. This should have been an easy rinse and repeat round, but XSET somehow, some way, just make the Ghosts and Classics work out for them. And as you say, Riv, that was too easy.
It's basically Thrifty. I was going to say it's a Thrifty round. They picked that up. Like the Ghost did all the work.
Yeah.
Even if it wasn't a Thrifty and there were Vandals on the other side, still considered a Thrifty in my eyes. All the Ghost kills coming through. Ari with an op now. They get to defend the hard angles. Vandals all for the side of TSM.
Take flight.
Yeah, now we'll see how Starry Brun's Hunter's Fury comes into play here, or if it will. She's starting it off. That's beautiful. 2 good tags. She might get a 3rd. Oh, almost. That's good damage, though.
That's big. Yeah. Oh, my word. Got a good amount of utility out, too. Make people dodged out of the way. Got himself to safety. Leo with a quick shock dart to the back pillar. Slow movement. Those are great traps. They're going to have to jump over. Seeing one. Shot on. Spike down. Leah is falling on A main. And TSM's going to rebuttal real quick on that. 3v2 now.
Ooh, that's a good Viper ult.
Spike planted.
This is doable, Riv. This is a doable post plant.
They're going to hug it together, I think. Dodo. Oh, what a double peek. Beautifully played. The teamwork, the comms. So crisp right now from TSM. They're going to do it on the other side. Oh, maybe an elbow. Maybe too much. The dash, not enough. And Starry able to solo that one out. It was Marina there to help. But a quick few kills for Starry, having a nice few rounds. The ultimate as well to start this one off. So much impact on this round from Starry there. XSET pulling a third round here as we head to our ninth.
Yeah, so close. Such a good almost recovery coming through there for TSM. Yeah. Looks like we do get a tech pause here, but yeah, oh man, I wish that actually TSM, after they double peaked the back site there, it was such a beautiful teamwork there. I wish they just stayed back there, right? Because as soon as you hear that you're not getting shot at and no one's trying to force the trade after you wipe out one of their teammates, then you know, or you have a good idea at least, okay, it should be clear, and now we can play our post plant from here. So I do wish they just controlled the back site after they took it.
Yeah, play spike identification, and
right.
As soon as they touch it, you can both spam that quick angle. Little Radiant Knight. I wondered the first time I played on Ascent if that was like Sage special stuff or Radiant Knight. And I'm guessing it's Radiant Knight. That's what everybody wants. Tower shot of the pyramids. We need some artwork in the hallway. A little dreary.
What kind of artwork would you be putting up there, Riv?
I mean, would you put like beachscapes and stuff because you're on a beach? So do you put that kind of stuff on your walls? When no, I don't know. Maybe you put office building stuff. Just go the exact opposite. I actually have not seen that view before. Very nice.
It's a crab.
Crab. Hanging out in the tree.
Oh, well, it looks like we're going to hop right back into it, thankfully. That was a quick tech pause, and we got the operator being whipped out. I mean, it was barely, if at all, in play in the first map, and it's coming out pretty late into the second map as well, but it's out, and it's on the back of Ariane Arcus.
Unless TSM can buy each other next round, it looks like most of it would be an eco if they lose this. That's going to give XSET the possibility to start pulling this into a tie game and possibly their favor. Oh, the trips for Cypher on A are so strong if you know how to use them. And Artstar does. The team absolutely cleans up TSM.
Oh boy, and I mean, you saw that Leah Panda the round before was shock darting the sites to try to clear those Cypher trips because they can be such a nuisance. I mean, when you're coming into a site like this, you really got one thing on your mind, and that is to scale. Get in the face, at least buy some ground. So those Cypher trips really it's such a thorn in the side.
Now. So what they do is, literally, you can get them to cross each other. There was only like a foot in between them there, but they go straight through each side. And by that point, you're looking up to aim at people, not down at a trap wire. So, trip and trap. So it's really hard to deal with. And no reason you should never put it out. You're going to gain util. Just ate those. Just ate some jellies. Nodo's going to be okay as she moves back into mid here. Cutting audio.
And Dodo Nut, it looks like she's going to try her hand once more at trying to at least apply some pressure towards this mid double doors. And Emily's in a pretty decent spot. If she just waits for her teammate to get some contact on a different part of the map, she could find some insane timing here. Oh, here it is. Oh no!
Oh, the crouch peek and the snap to the jump up from Ellie makes it tough. Athena goes down as Kath tries to get through. They're pushing through the smoke now as they get the most space possible, but all of XSET seems ready. Leah with the Sheriff is not going to have the range, the accuracy over Ellie there with the Vandal, and that is going to be another round for XSET. 5-5 as this one quickly turns around. Starry Bun absolutely stepping up the impact with the utility of finding out where TSM is, damaging TSM with the repeated ults, and just being able to pick up the individual frags has been a big boon for XSET here and them getting back to tie games.
Yeah, so unfortunate that MLE is not able to find any rewards for that timing play, but oh boy, another timeout coming through for the ladies of TSM. It's not a bad half so far, but if I think back of how the half started, it was TSM fully in the driver's seat. They came out of swinging, and I believe they were up, what was it, 4-1? 5-1, in fact. So the fact that it's now tied up 5-5, and it's looking like the momentum has completely shifted, and XSET might even end this half 7-5, which is just mind-blowing in itself. So we need to see TSM make this timeout count. Get Dodo Nut involved. She's at the bottom right now. We know how insanely, incredibly skilled this player is. So we need to get this Jet a little bit more involved coming into these last 2 rounds of this half.
I want to see the TSM fast pace again. Fast plant, fast pace, get back for Hunter's Fury post plant. Just a simple textbook run. See how XSET reacts to it, right? I mean, that'll take figuring out who's at a site maybe to start. They have had a little bit of trouble with Cypher on A, who now you note for XSET over at B. They have moved Artstar, so it is giving TSM something else to think about. It's going to be a round where they figure out what kind of util they're dealing with before they move in. But I'm still hoping for that fast hit once they execute.
And all 5 of TSM are kind of bundled up towards B. Oh, they tried to do a pop. A cat is out. No more birds, no more flashes. And that's XSET just defending the site completely here.
They jump out. They did. They hit it. They execute. They hop over whatever they could, and Ellie and the rest of the squad are there. Artstar with a few shots for herself. And now Ellie holding the backside. Starry on that crossfire. Contact for Starry means Ellie peeks. Textbook right now for XSET. Oh, they break it. Ellie goes for seeing what the turret was all about. So Curiosity kills the cat there, and it's going to be more shots. Marina, however, peeks off of that shot we see from Starry Buns, and that'll be the round. 6 for XSET. They pull into the lead. Can it be 7? And Potter, you were right. You know, that 5-1, a 4-1 round, like they had such a lead. And once XSET was able to mount up all those ultimates and use them from round to round, they were able to figure out how to break it. Yeah, there it is. 5-1 it was. They were able to just break through and continue using those ultimates from round to round. Now, Leah's still with hers on attack. Artstar with that neural uplink. See if they can get any more here. It doesn't look like anybody's on deck for an ultimate but Kath, so they may focus the B ult orb here for TSM.
Yeah, definitely so. We're coming into the last round of the half. Oh, Kath, just so unfortunate she got spammed completely last round. Couldn't use her utility. This time she's trying to poke and prod towards elbow, see what she can find. This is a different look for TSM. Generally, they've been grouped up towards B. Oh, that's... Oh, almost. That might be the first time we've seen Leah Panda not get a Hunter's Spirit kill.
Just hitting these shots. Also, with the wherewithal to wait for the Jet to fall from that and almost hit her again, knowing she updrafted. Also, as you switch over to Starry Bun, she's just taking someone's head off. Dodo. Dodo's like, I'm hiding. Don't look at me.
Oh boy.
There we are. Great job by Ellie and the rest of the team to source that one out. 7-5. XSET showing a bit of grit here on Breeze themselves.
A domination right there. I gotta say, 7-5, you generally can't say it was domination, but the fact that they won so many rounds together, it's just XSET fully in control right now.
Yeah, how they pulled it back was quite impressive, and we hope to pull you back after the break. We got more Valorant to come on Breeze. It is 7-5 currently for XSET over TSM. Can they come back and keep the series alive? We'll see you right after this. And we are back. It's going to be XSET on attack now. I am Riv along with Potter as we share with you the sweet and dulcet tones of Vandals and Phantoms on Breeze between XSET and TSM. Potter, welcome back.
Thank you, Riv. Speaking of Vandals and Phantoms, before we go live, what's your favorite, Vandal or Phantom?
Vandal all day.
Vandal?
So
Okay.
I will use Phantoms up until the point where I dink somebody and then get really mad that I just dinked them instead of killed them.
Gotcha.
That's about it. That's every time. It'll
right.
repeat too.
So
I'll be
you
like,
go for
maybe
the
I'll try
one taps,
Phantom again.
hey?
What about
All
you?
right,
Where
let's
we go?
hop
What about
in.
you?
This is a fast mid-split, Riv. They're already through. Arian Arky, she's got the entries. XSET, they are not stopping. They're not skipping a beat. Just as dominant coming into the second half, and Kath is left wondering, oh boy, what do we do now? 2v4 retake, no birds on her back. Yeah. And Ellie's in such a weird spot. This might be everything.
Emily almost finding ahead there for a moment. It would have changed it all. Giving back that confidence. 4 of them just peering at the same spot. Here comes. Guiding lights out. Cap goes down very low. You can smell blood in the water. Artstar with the final peaks and the jump from Ellie to finalize the first round. XSET looking to take that one as they are now on attack to continue the momentum from the first half all the way through here. It's going to be, I think it's going to be tough. XSET with that momentum. They didn't stop when they were on bind, Potter, and I think they're going to push even harder here on Breeze.
Yeah, you're spot on, and boy. Hey, I mean, let's see how this eco goes, because the one thing is, what we've seen is these pistol rounds, these ecos, these scrappy rounds, at least give these ladies some sort of confidence going into the next following rounds, right? So hopefully TSM can somehow make this one count, some way.
Get a few frags.
Something,
Make it
right?
hurt. Marina's waiting. Beautiful ghost shot, but they trade. Artstar and the rest of the team read the push. They're just waiting there like just receiving the entirety of TSM happily. Arms open. And now Athena is going to push through the same spot. Maybe a weapon down for her to pick up. Just because they just laid on the peak there. And oh, the dink. The dink. So Starry's going to peel off now. Somebody else can take that fight, says Starry. There's a quick heal actually coming in from the sky as Ellie gets that off. Now Athena, 19 HP. Mission impossible. Seen by the Spectre. And now they're just looking at everybody's just staring. Not much you can do there, Potter. It's all but over for that round. 9-5. 4 away. And XSET continue to move on here in the bracket.
Oh boy, I'm scared right now, Viv. I'm scared for TSM. They just, as you said, they got read like a book, man. They just fell into the trap. XSET were not surprised at all. Just kind of laying in wait. They know that TSM's going to want to push in that instance. So this round is going to mean everything for TSM. They've got to stop the bleeding.
You're right.
They got to do something here.
All right, so we're pushing up. TSM does have full rifles. It's the bonus with some Vandal or Vandal Phantom in there on the side of XSET. So TSM still has to be wary of the corners that they're peeking. Ari. You can actually see how changed up the playstyle is here, where Ari would be going in. They're off the util immediately. Here, working very slowly off the drone instead of just the dash in that we're normally used to seeing from XSET. And Ari's like, here, go plant this. There's what we're looking for. Almost. Quick transfer of the frag, but nothing gets picked up there. Dodo takes down Ari.
Oh, ooh, this is a good lurk kill for Artstar, though. Man, just the pressure she's applying through mid, this should allow a lot of more opportunities. 4v4. Artstar is just going to try to cut off more rotations. Her teammates are going to catch up with her at B. The Killjoy's here, but she's not really defending.
Oh my word.
How's that not hitting her?
I don't know. They're drawing a beautiful Athena on the outside of the wall, though. Marina takes down Athena finally. Artstar with the flank. Dodo not, however. The swing almost takes down one through the wall as well. 46 HP. A dream. Less than 100 between the two of TSM right now to take it back for Dodo and Cat.
Kath
tough.
just barely limping into the site, and yeah, that double swing is gonna take her out. Dodo, 24 HP to her
They have
name.
lineups? No way.
Yeah, they do.
But I was like, she's so far back. Oh my.
One enemy remaining.
What a round coming in for
Ooh.
Artstar, though, hey? I mean, just the lurk, the fact that because the start of this round had Arianarchy going into sight and just not getting rewarded
Yeah.
with anything, right? But the fact that all that drew up so much attention, Artstar's able to find the timing in mid, get that backstab,
Yep.
use the ultimate, bring her entire squad back over to a free B site. I mean, that's just textbook plays coming in from XSET, and TSM once again are just kind of getting bamboozled in the server right now, Riv.
They really are. Even the takes that are happening where you're talking about like Ari's pushing it, they don't come up clean. There's no trade there. And the fact that XSET is getting that, let's use the word discombobulation, out of the defense from TSM right away means, you know, TSM is like, even this is comfortable for them, right? They're still on a crossfire. They're on their angles. But once they're running around the site, XSET has the freedom to take more space, take more agency, and they seem to work really well under those conditions. Here, they get a little bit of greed out of TSM Kath, but Dodo picks up that one very cleanly. Find two more in their favor. 4v5, 4v3 now. Oh, did you see the
Little gun barrel, yeah.
Marina eating her carrots. There's a gun for Emily, and see if they move back over here. XSET's bringing the spike through. A little late, but better late than never.
Yeah, this post-patch it might get a little weird just because TSM are able to flank so heavily, but Artstar's got a long line of sight. She's got to be good for these kills.
Yeah, she says, nope, I'm going in sight. That'd be a tough one to guard even from that B main area with the window and everything occurring. So you can see in window is Emily. Leah Panda's just on the choke point. That's all their util on the entry, so they don't have to worry about too much. As Dodo creeps through. Perfect timing. Waiting. Dodo! Oh! Waiting for the shots. Almost gets the second one on Ellie, and that's going to be the round. TSM falls. XSET takes it, and they continue to creep closer to a series victory. Now only 2 away, Potter.
Oh, it's getting scary. It's getting real scary right now. XSET are on Cloud 9. Huh? Not Cloud 9 white, but actually a cloud. They are up so high right now. They're feeling good. I mean, just the fact that Arianarchy even almost gets away with that. Full blind, 3 players swinging, and she's just jumping up and down, hopping. And that sort of survivability opens up the round for your teammates to get even more kills, right? So, XSET are doing no wrong right now. Dodo Nut, she's going to have the blades out. But TSM, that's about all they have to work with. No other ultimates online. And XSET, they're just biding their time. Taking their time and slowly taking away this map control.
Orb grabbed. They make their way out. A little bit stronger with their Seekers now. Super slow play here. Do they hit B again? It seems like they like the freedom of B. The way they can spread out the team, the way they play the angles, how they play off each other. And this mid lurk from Artstar every time so far. All right, they pull back, and it looks like they're going to start pressing W, Potter. Let's take on to B. They'll push it to game point. Emily is trying to call the shots for the team right now. Guiding light goes through. Gets through, turns her own flash. Well played in the fundamentals there, but XSET still coming up with a few frags to Starry, but hits another one. Athena trading back onto Marina now. Oh my god, Starry, Kath. They trade. Who's it gonna be? Seekers go out. Jig is up, Kath comes up huge. That is such a giant round for TSM. What a way to persevere through these, and that's when they really needed.
Holy moly. Yeah, that was close. Emily, oh my goodness. You could see that she wanted to wait. Kath was communicating with her. She wanted to wait for the perfect flash, but the timing, we've seen that before, even on buying through Hookah. It's a little bit out of sorts, but either way, man, she makes it work. She's good for the one, and this just starts the whole retake process off, right? So good on TSM to recover in that scenario, but again, it's just too damn close, Riv. Another 1v1.
It is. You see what it is actually taking for TSM to get to these rounds. A lot of resources, a lot of that power and mentality to just keep going. And usually, like you said, down to the 1v1. Right now, that hurts TSM a little bit more in purchasing. Yeah, they'll take a round, but you see the buys just still aren't fully there yet. And that could favor XSET. Hunter's Fury, Viper's Pit on both sides. That Hunter's Fury for Starry. And you have Lockdown. Let's see how we'll use this. It's going to be one of the first we see. The drone goes in. Do we follow it?
Nowhere to run.
This is... Oh, boy.
Ooh. Dodo takes down Arya Athena onto Ellie. Coming up with a 2K. Does she find another 3? She's had so many impactful rounds here for XSET. Kath coming back. One single tag there, so they know there's a rotation. I think that's why XSET's not peeking. And yeah, look at Artstar just creeping around like a rat. They're still able to get one in sight, left. Too, even waiting for the flank.
One enemy remaining.
Oh! It's a little tricky. Sometimes you second guess yourself.
What the?
And they know. Now they know. And I'm not sure how Artstar lived right there.
Emily's just trying to at least get away with some kills, but that's XSET. I mean, you could just see, right? Something was off. Why are they pausing? Why are they in the site but not planting the spike? Why is it so quiet?
That's such a good call.
That's why. There's a rat. She's lurking, and they're waiting for the flank, right? So I mean, XSET just played that round beautifully, allowed Artstar to take advantage of all the map and all the ground that she got, and TSM had no idea of what was happening.
I mean, I never would have. I'd be like, what, did they forget the spike? What are we waiting for? Like, boom! Oh, someone stabbing me in the back. It's tough. It's paused at the moment. And we do see 29, 24, so you can look to have, you know, a Bulldog. Maybe a Vandal on that with light armor for Emily. But it's going to be tough. They have been pushed back to the edge here. And TSM are now game point, or XSET are game point on TSM for the series. This is TSM's pick as well. XSET was able to come out really strong on Bind, even though, even though that was also a very strong map for TSM. So really showing that they can still stand toe to toe here, and that they are the org itself is built on both ends for VALORANT.
Yeah.
Awesome to see.
Oh boy. They do have a Viper's Pit to work with. At least there's that. Maybe they can do some sort of a 4-1 defense here. Just have Emily trust in her holding B down by herself with that ultimate. And maybe focus a little bit more towards mid and A here for TSM.
Turret out. Poison orb emitting.
Quick check. So a guiding light check there you just saw for Kath. Didn't see anything right away. The idea is now to stack A, retake B. And you'll see Emily take a little bit safer a position. And honestly, this just favors XSET. They're going to head towards B. A guiding light check was not as deep. If it was as deep as the first one, they'd have all the intel they needed and what they were looking for. But now it's not going to play out that way, Potter.
Oh, this elbow timing. This might be everything. Kath just left mid right now. And look, Emily's all on her lonesome at B. She's not going to have much help whatsoever here.
Oh.
Holy.
Yeah, she saw.
Oh, boy.
Oh, no! The drop jet. The least expected. The site was clear, and then it's not. Athena comes up with a huge Sheriff. That's a weapon they can pick up if it's within range. If they can find it, Seekers go out to really just thwart anything TSM has to get back into the site. Kath here on a Viper's fight for just a moment. As the vulnerability ticks away, they try to move in slowly. Elbow fight. Okay. It's going to be Ariana Kist. Oh, my words. Ariana Kist taking him down with Cloudburst.
What
Blade
the?
Storm. Why is it so hard to speak, Potter? Marina and Artstar coming up with 2 frags here. This could be it. TSM Dodo trying to go in for the final frag. And that's it. That's going to be XSET signing off on this lower bracket match. They will move on, keep themselves alive, and they do it in fierce fashion throughout this series.
Wow. Holy moly. I gotta take a few steps back. When I said TSM were likely to 2-0, what I really meant was it was XSET all along. Come on, dude. They completely controlled the pace in this series, and I'm surprised. I'm so surprised that they can make TSM look like such amateur hour out here, to be completely honest with you. So XSET look absolutely impressive, and TSM, they've got to be scratching their heads wondering what the heck just went wrong.
What the heck just went wrong? I think that is the best way to summarize. This is happening again.
Highlights.
What the heck just happened is the best way to put it, everyone, because when it comes to that last map on Breeze, I think Potter said it best. In the beginning, it was all about TSM. And then it literally went in XSET's favor, and they did not let go of the momentum the entire time, headed into the second half as well, Viv.
Yeah, it was like both maps were a sandwich of XSET power, right? It was the beginning of our first map on Bind. The middle was TSM. The start of the second map was TSM, and the ending was XSET. So, power of XSET sandwich coming in to get this. But yeah, Potter made a good mention of that 5-1. It was pivotal because that's when, for around 4, 5, 6, 7, a lot of those ults are online, and XSET works around that utility so well. And that's why it looked like such a stark turn to the game. But really, they utilized the power. They secured rounds they should have with the ultimates. And they make it look so clean that we're just like, how is this happening? But it's all, they got method to the madness.
And Potter, when you think about the performance that Starry Bun had on map 1 on that Astra, and then think about the massive impact she had on that Sova on Breeze, she was a huge factor to why XSET was able to close it out.
Yeah, definitely so. Just information, right? I mean, we always talk about the game of, or the war rather, of info, and absolutely. Even though, I mean, I gotta keep shouting out Leah Panda. Her Hunter's Furies were incredible, but Starry Bun, it just, your job becomes a little bit easier when you're on the winning squad. So definitely for Starry Bun, Sova diff, yeah.
Riv, I have to ask, because there's no question that when it comes to firepower, TSM 100% has it. We've seen Dodonut pop off both yesterday and today. We've seen Kath pop off even today. What was it that TSM just could not gel together to make it work?
It was the little things, I think, in solo takes on sites where, you know, one person would be left there, or they were weighing too heavily towards one site, and the retake was slightly disjointed. Because we did see, that's exactly, you were right, Sue, that's exactly where TSM's power came back and Bind. They had the opening trades, they had the mid-round trades, and the 2K, 3Ks were their favor. This time it was Ellie picking up the 2K, 3Ks in the middle, opening the rounds up with First Bloods, and a lot of what XSET was able to do here was off the back of everybody, which I think at the end of the day just surmounted it more than some of those parts was better than TSM.
And Potter, I think it was especially impressive yesterday when XSET was going up against Cloud9. There was a situation where they could have closed out that second map on Haven. They were up 12-8, but eventually we saw C9 able to claw it all the way back. I was worried, Christine, that we would be seeing a similar sort of situation on Bind. I mean, I don't know how many rounds TSM clawed back, but it was insane. I think they were up like 12-6. Yeah, and then it looked like, okay, I guess TSM just has this. But XSET showing growth from yesterday and showing that, you know what? They may have lost a couple of rounds. They may have lost the momentum for a little bit, but they closed it out when it mattered.
Absolutely, absolutely. And again, it's good that we're seeing such quick improvements, quick progression in a short amount of time, right? We always say in the beginning, day one of tournaments, I want to see who warms up into this tournament, who's going to get better and better and start heating up and peaking right at the perfect time. So hopefully, you know, for a squad like XSET, you're new, you've got the org buff, you just announced the squad. This is exactly the perfect scenario you want to be in, right? So I say ride that wave and see how far it gets you.
It feels like the story of improvement is one that is told time and time again against TSM specifically, because the last time that XSET and this roster played against TSM, it was actually less than a week ago during that qualifier stage. And back then when they played each other on Bind, TSM won 13-8. So it's fantastic to see the improvement that they made. And it sounds like we have Starry Bun ready for that Verizon post-match interview, so let's go ahead and bring her on. Starry Bun, congratulations. What a performance from your team, both yesterday and today. Congratulations on surviving and taking down TSM 2-0. It has to feel good to not only stay alive in that lower bracket, but get revenge on TSM for that loss that you guys had to them just a week ago.
Yeah, thank you guys so much. Yeah, we're feeling really good. We went back, and after we lost against TSM, we went back and watched the VODs, and we made like really vigorous notes, and we went back into servers and started like scrimming and playing the way that we would play against TSM. So we came into the series like really prepared.
In part with that preparation, I noticed you guys made some changes. Namely, Arianarchus went from playing the Jet to the Phoenix, Artstar went from playing Breach to Viper, so I'm just curious, what was the specific reasoning for making those in-game changes?
After we lost those games, we kind of went back to it, and everyone was like, I feel more comfortable on this agent, and I was like, yeah, that's fine. If you feel more comfortable and you're gonna perform to your best, then make those changes and we'll make those adjustments.
Riv, any questions for Starry Bun?
Oh yeah, I have one and then another quick one. First, what's your training regimen to kind of get ready? Is there one?
He's trying to be as good as you.
Well,
Dance,
we all like
mouse,
to...
you know.
Oh yeah, okay. We all like to get on, and we all like to deathmatch before, and then after deathmatching, we'll go into a server and just kind of go over all our executes, make sure our timings are good for today. And after that, if we have a scrim, we'll scrim. If we don't have a scrim, we'll just kind of run retake drills, execute drills, and just get ready for that. And my mouse is a G Pro wireless, if you're wondering.
Yeah.
And my keyboard is a Ducky.
There you go. Oh, same. Yes, already in there. Good. I don't know what I'm doing wrong then. And quickly, who are you excited? If kind of any team, obviously to play against them, but to get back to face in the finals if you make it, or who do you hope it is?
We really hope we go against C9 White again. Hopefully we'll make it out of lowers to see C9 White in the finals. We had a really close Haven game. I think we lost because we kind of got too excited after hitting, you know, round 12, and we just couldn't close it out. But we're going to make sure that if we go against them again, then we're going to make sure we close out our games and actually win.
Nice, nice. Starry Bun, congrats on such a fantastic series. I was just telling the desk that I was very taken back. I was surprised that you guys were able to make TSM look like amateur hour out here, right? So I want to know, what were the comms like? How did you guys get so much confidence being such a newly formed team to beat out a more established team in TSM?
It's just like the confidence that we have knowing that like our aim and mechanical skills are on par with them. It's just like they have more teamwork. So when we were in the server time, like practicing, we were also practicing our comms, and that's what the execute and retake drills were for, to make sure our comms were on point no matter what. And I think that really helped us into getting a leg up on TSM, and I think that's why we won.
Nice. Sorry, Bon, you mentioned before, referencing that game you had against Cloud9 where, you know, you were at map point, right? It was 12-8, and then unfortunately they won the next 6 rounds. There was a almost repeat of that on Binds, and I was getting a little bit nervous. I was like, oh no, this can't happen again. But we saw a different outcome this time around. Talk to us about what it's like being in the position of an IGL in that position, because it's a very difficult position, right? Mental is half the game. It's, you know, you can do all the physical preparation you want, but the mental, you know, and how the team is feeling in that moment, it's a very difficult thing to control. So what was it like for you?
On Bind, we noticed that we were slipping like we did yesterday, and it got to a point where I was like kind of giving everyone like a pep talk in between rounds. I was like, it's all right, guys, we still got this. Like, we're not gonna like mess up like we did yesterday. I just need everybody to just like listen to me and really trust me. We tend to lose rounds when everyone kind of like goes off and do their own thing, but when I kind of reel everybody back in, I'm just like, hey, let's like focus, listen to me, trust me, and then I kind of start to micromanage everyone just like a little bit more, and I think that just like kind of helps push them back into focus, into winning the round.
Well, we absolutely love to see it. Congratulations once again, and looking forward to your next series.
Yeah, thank you.
We are going to head to a quick break, everyone, but when we come back, we will be back with the next match, and we will be seeing Starry Bun once again, as it will be XSET taking on Genji Black.
Sometimes I can't have the feeling that
what you got. Back that up, 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 back Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, God. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, God, down, up,
Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the.
Welcome back, everyone, to day number 2 here at the Verizon VCT Game Changers 3, where we are already in our second match of the day, joined by a couple of new faces now, Doug and Vans. Doug, how's it going?
Supak, I'm feeling good. How are you?
You know, it's always a mystery for me. What animal will be ripped on your shirt? And today it looks like it is the beautiful flamingo.
I think this is a debut. This is a debut for the shirt as well. I was a little hesitant on it, but I reached out to some close friends. They said go flamingo, and well, here we are.
I asked for a hippopotamus, but I didn't get that.
A hippopop?
Mind you, actually, I'm doing great, by the way, but I want to let you know that here at Game Changers, we celebrate the games, but also we celebrate the community. I like looking at chat from time to time. Usually I'm not supposed to, but I want to wish a happy birthday to Ezra Potamus, as we're talking about hippos, by the way. That's a good way to tie it in. Happy birthday, and let's go here. We're talking about the VCT Game Changers of Verizon.
Indeed. Happy birthday to you, Ezra, and I hope that this bracket is shaping out exactly as you wanted. Because what I will say, fam, is that upper bracket final is looking as many would have expected. Cloud9 already sitting comfortably there, and they will be taking on Shopify Rebellion. But this lower bracket, I think some of these results, Doug, were not ones that people would have expected.
Yeah, I agree. This is where it's getting spicy. I think what's really impressed me so far is XSET. We talked about this yesterday. Like, you're donning the new XSET banner. You get a little org buff to you. And it's, I mean, maybe not against Cloud9, but it does seem to be working, right? Like a 2-0 win over TSM, and a convincing one at that to get them to this point.
Indeed, and now they're going to be going up against Genji Black. What's interesting, Vans, about these two teams is that they did play each other a long time ago on August 1st. Those Game Changers Academy But a lot happens in 2 months, especially in Valorant and especially in Game Changers. So I'm very, very intrigued to see what will look different this time around.
It's going to be something definitely new going into this matchup head-to-head. I mean, even looking at Gen G, I think they only had like one recent addition to the roster with the core that they had with Tyree, Carly, Hannah, and Lily. Lynn being the latest one in the addition for this roster, but they've been doing quite well. You've mentioned it, Sue. They haven't really played any of the past game changers, maybe tried to go through the qualifiers, but really this is the first time that we actually see this team come in and play into the Series 3 of the game changers, and they've been doing pretty decently. I mean, maybe some teams with the org buff from the past when they first got signed up by Gen G, you'd think they moved into like this top 4 already because they were on a great run. I don't know if that team was like Oa, if I'm not mistaken, but nonetheless, we have definitely seen some improvements of this team coming in from the Game Changers Academy until now. But coming up against XSET, it's an all-star roster from this side as well. I know that usually we talk about Cloud9 White here and Shopify Rebellion being the top 2, and everybody's pretty close to like that number 3. But the competition in itself for the women's scene here, Doug, continues to be very, very close. And that number 3, between that number 3 and number 2 gap is actually tightening it up too.
Yeah, I would have to agree. I think you look at the roster, you look at some of the gamers on XSET. We just saw a couple of huge plays out from Starrybun. Ari had her moments in the previous series, and you know it's fun to be able to go down that roster and go, yep, she's had hers. Ellie's gotten hers, Marina's gotten, like, everyone from top to bottom has been able to deliver in a meaningful way for XSET. And again, there could just be like an extra buzz, a little extra spring in your step. Again, repping that XSET roster, but the timing couldn't be better, right? Like, if that's what it is and it's working out beautifully.
Mm-hmm.
I love that you bring up Arianarchist, as she is going to be the person that we look at in comparison to Lynn. There is no question that Arianarchist had a massive role in that series against TSM, and Lynn, as you mentioned, Vansili, is the newest player to the Gen G roster, having replaced Stephanizer, who retired in early August. So very curious to see how this matchup will play out.
Definitely, and when you're looking at these two players, Arianarchist playing that Jet, sometimes playing that Phoenix, but it is always that main role as that duelist for this team for XSET. While as you look for Lynn, there is some support as well with the double duelist that could have sometimes going on into the roster, but she's also usually on her own. And to see that with the numbers that they're bringing up, the impact that they're having, it's pretty close if you're looking at these stats. Yeah. So you're resting a lot on the shoulders of these two players. We always talk about, yes, the duelist is the space maker, the one that's going to have to frag. There's more to it than fragging, of course, with Valorant when you need the support system around you. But if the support system is around you and you're still not putting those numbers out, that's where it could actually hurt.
You know, Doug, something that I love about the story of these two teams playing against one another is that they fell to the lower bracket, taking on the top 2 teams in this entire tournament. XSET took on Cloud9, and yes, it was a 2-0, but it went all the way down to the wire on that second map on Haven, barely losing out 14-12, and the same thing with Gen G Black. Taking on Shopify Rebellion, the scores for both maps were pretty damn close, 13-9 and 13-8, so it feels fitting in a way for these two teams to be facing one another in that lower bracket right now.
Yeah, and I think there's a vote of confidence that comes with that, right? You take a look at XSET, like you mentioned, a 14-12 on Haven up against Cloud9, and yeah, they're having their roster situation, but either way, that feels really freaking good. And especially when you think about, you watch that series, that 14-12 easily could have been the other way. There were so many like split-second moments that could have had a drastic impact on how the series played out. So if you're really both of these teams, you kind of wonder, do we belong in this lower bracket this early in the tournament? Because I think they can both make very deep runs. It's actually kind of criminal that they're playing each other this early on.
You know, Vans, I'm very curious about how this map selection has played out because we've seen flashes of brilliance from both sides. And I'm curious if we're going to land on certain maps that either the side of XSET favors or Gen G will like. So, this is the moment of truth, fans. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, so to see the second map being Ascent actually is quite interesting too. Selected by Gen G Black. I think for both of these teams, for both XSET and for both XSET and Gen G, are both very good on that map. Looking at Haven, I think it's going to be pretty good. No Icebox, it's pretty normal for me because that's like pretty much the band pick for XSET going into this tournament. And no Breeze for Gen G. That's probably the bans that we had coming in for both of these teams. So seeing these three move forward, I think it makes sense. It's still going to be pretty close where Ascent could go back and forth. So I think Haven, I'll probably going to still have to give it to XSET, but Ascent is going to be that back and forth that's going to decide if we're going to have a 3-map or not.
Doug, I feel like if I'm XSET, I'm a huge fan of how this played out. Haven, we clearly saw even going up against the likes of Cloud9. They had a fantastic map on it. Ascent, I mean, yes, it is a great map for Gen.G, but so is it for XSET. It's in fact one of their favorite maps. So I feel like if I'm XSET, I'm thinking to myself, let's just make this a 2-0 and not even play on that third map.
Yeah, I can very easily see it playing out that way, but I think Vance touched on it too. You did as well. Ascent's a linchpin, right? Like, all eyes are going to be on Ascent. Who's going to be able to capitalize on that map, which is supposed to be their strong suit? We had some of this conversation yesterday where a team was picking a map that should have been their bread and butter, right? And they got picked apart. So it really, when you've got two teams that are this well matched up, when you've got the maps that at least the second one can go either way, in a lot of ways, it is a coin toss, and as someone who loves the game, like, this is what I'm here for.
At least not seeing Bind is a good thing, at least, if I'm on the side or the camp of Gen.G, because I do see a lot of lurking being played from Artstar, where when they're playing on that previous map here against their opponents over at TSM, that lurk was still looking very well for this team, going towards that B-side showers, even on Breeze, when you're looking at all those lurks on A-halls and also towards mid. That was like some gaps that needed to be fixed for TSM, but unfortunately wasn't there in that matchup. So understanding that Bind is out of the equation, you can play more of your own game with Gen.G, at least I'm happy to not have that in the rotation.
You know, I'm curious because playing back-to-back series is, of course, mentally exhausting. But, Doug, there is also something to be said for momentum, especially if you're coming off a win like the win XSET just had against TSM, where they were feeling on top of their game. They clearly showed it on that second map on Breeze. So do we feel like momentum is going to be in their favor, or perhaps that mental exhaustion will kick in earlier?
This is such a fun topic because I think we've seen historically it go either way, right? Like, there's benefit to both. You're coming in hot, you're warm, you just played a match, you're feeling good, versus you're coming in cold, you know, things like that. But again, you take a look at the other side of the coin, there's mental exhaustion. How much did you just go? Like, was it just a 3-mapper? Did it have a couple of overtime? So I think in this situation in particular, to Vance's point he alluded to earlier, it's easy to lean towards XSET here.
Well, looks like we're ready for that first map to get down for these two teams. So without further ado, take it away, boys.
Thank you so much, Sue. Yes, Agent Select just a couple of moments away from kicking this series off again. XSET going up against Gen.G in a lower bracket matchup. You got to get past this if you want to advance, or you are going home. Vans, any thoughts on Agent Select off the bat?
So far, I don't think there's any changes in terms of the agent compositions for XSET. What I do think that I have to start with for if I'm in Gen.G's camp for pistol round on that defender side, or when they're going to take the attacker side, is understand how XSET plays that defense. I don't think they've really changed around much of their strategy or their placement playing that defender side, with Artstar playing that breach, knowing that the fault line's going to coming a lot towards the A side choke, and also the pinch coming up towards the A side long as well, because we saw that versus Cloud9, we saw that in their previous matchups in the qualifiers too, and hopefully if Gen.G has done their homework, this is something that's going to be that's going to help them to be able to anti-strat a little bit more. But as I say that matchup for XSET versus Cloud9 yesterday, I gave a lot to Starry Bun too. She had so many good rounds of like lurk kills or just opening up sites, which she also just did on Bind against TSM at Long B as well. She's just able to win her fights and just change around over on their side. So not only do you have to anti-strat XSET, understanding that their default's pretty similar, you have to make sure that you're winning your fights the 1v1 against Starry Bun, because you got to look out for her.
Yeah, Starry Bun is cracked. We saw it multiple times yesterday. We've seen it today as well. She's certainly capable of putting around on her back in order to make things happen. I would love your thoughts on the breach pick as well. You touched on it from a defensive perspective, but given that Haven has 3 sites, given that from an attacker's perspective, it's a bit more easy to manipulate rotations and kind of play with the minds of your opponents, breach lends itself to that a significant amount.
Yeah, for some teams, for example, if you're looking at the Japanese scene, there's been a lot of these combinations of the Breach and the Astra with the Gravity Well and the Aftershock. I'd like to see a little bit of those combos. I think the way that XSET utilizes this breach, and Jet is going to the old school ways of like absolute Jupiter to Vision Strikers with the flashes and dashes, because we brought that back in the matchup yesterday when we were watching XSET play on Haven. So it could happen again. There's not that much of like a deeper pool of what we've seen so far, at least in my eyes, of the Artstar play on that breach to initiate, but at least it will help a lot to try to push Lin away from aggressive angles.
Kicking off this bad boy, XSET on the attacking half. You see him already leaning towards the middle of the map. And all that's there is a tripwire to keep him at bay.
Yeah, and they're just going to break this trap quite easily. You can dash in. Actually, the fact that they used the dash already could have been a little bit more difficult for her to get away for Arianarchist, but thankfully the fault line to Nebula was good enough. So you have to play this retake for Genji Black right now.
I think Tyra here has to go big, and you already see Artstar positioning herself, understanding that a lot of the pressure in an attempt to retake like that, Garage is such a key area of taking this space back. Meanwhile, the rest of Genji is starting to push in from a link, flash out, get into the back of the site, but no one has dropped yet. This is nuts!
This is how you play it smart, because the star is still on the spike too. Once you hear the first defuse, you just pull it out, then you can start fighting Rat Actor, and here he comes.
Oh, they switched off the tap. Ari's able to get one. Ellie drops. Ari still dancing around and fully healthy. She hasn't taken a lick of damage. Dashing in. A frenzy to the face. Looking to get a second. No, it's Lily who gets two of her own. But it does not matter. Through all the chaos, the spike goes off, and XSET get the round.
That's exactly what you wanted, right? Play the patient game for XSET. Play the time into your favor when the spike is planted. You not only have the star onto the spike, but you also have a star onto A connector. So any type of contact that you have from like B main, the Nebula could come out. You could try to do for Nova Pulse at the same time too. Artstar was even playing behind the boxes outside of grass to try to cut down the rotations coming out from Garage. They pretty much had everything on lock to play the Pulse plant, where you didn't really need like any type of like aftershock or anything like that coming out as well, because it was a 5 versus 5. Play those numbers and play the trades, and they played it perfectly for XSET.
They did. They delayed perfectly. They played the trades perfectly. Util was like on beautiful masterclass display. Now we'll see what XSET can do. They showed that they were successful on B. Will they find that same room to work with on C? They've gotten onto the site. You have Tyre just playing on the other side of the smoke. Zarstar's getting the point down. No force up either, so it's just going to be pistols. And well, that seems to be all Tyre needed at first, but Starry Bun, we highlighted her at the beginning of the series, Vans. She's picking up right where she left off. Already gotten to this round.
Yeah, even a late lurk coming in from Arena, you pretty much on paper should see this to be an easier round for XSET to overtake this site. I heard that the dart came out from a camera, if I'm not mistaken, towards Long C. I think maybe at that point, if Hana just stayed inside that site and just played the camera for retake, it would have been a little bit better. Instead of tagging, just pull it up the dapper way, point out where the enemies are at, and then you push as a team. Because as the camera gets broken, you have no more information after, because I think they lost their Silva a little bit early in the retake as well. So they did a bit of econ damage, which is good for Genji Black. You're going to force out a couple of rebuys here for armor and for the bonus rounds to not be as strong as you want it to be into the third round. So this could be a great way for Genji to pick things up. But XSET understanding that they have this lower buy. 3 Spectres, 2 Sheriffs. They're looking to just push out here and overtake the control of the A site.
Yeah, you see they didn't invest a ton, but they're still at a position where they can get a little oomph behind them in this round and still carry some finances into the next one as well. You've already seen a good bit of Breach Util invested towards A heavy lean that way, Marina being the one exception. As the flash comes out, the dash comes out, and Ari gets up top.
Oh, nice little shock dart, though, from Heaven. That could do a bit of damage, but that's it. Yeah, it pulled her off, but it's still going to be easy. It's still forced to play a retake for Genji Black.
As you said, Vans, Ellie's able to get the spike down. Both Marina and Ellie have taken some damage. Their armor is, for all intents and purposes, gone. I like this, a little shuffle of the feet for the Tasmanian Tiger. Now the retake attempt comes out, but there's just so much delay, right? There's so much delay!
2 stars on the ground, too. They could actually put these Nebulas up, and actually, unfortunately, they lost Tyrese. So on this retake, a lot more difficult. Crossfire set up for the attacker side. Not looking good.
Not looking good indeed. Look at XSET's health bars. They're just non-existent at this point. His Hannah taps her way forward. 82 health. Lynn's there as well. Oh! But is she going to have time? I don't think she... Oh, she just...
She should.
Barely got it. No, I think so. Like a second? Maybe? Oh my gosh!
Okay, you had to battle for that retake after all for Gen G Black, and it worked out well. Just that push towards that cage was definitely needed to take down Starry Bun towards long A. If that did not happen, you wanted to wait the cage out and play the halftime clock. It wasn't going to work out in your favor. So unfortunately there for Gen G Black, XSET gets the round, but we talked about that utility from Breach at the beginning of the round that you mentioned here, Doug. But I also like to commend how they actually used everything overall in the execution on the A side, because it was the fault line trying to clear out towards A, but they had the Nova Pulse, a flash down towards the sewers, and even the execute going into the A site from the Cloudburst flash and dash from 2 different angles. The Breach flash from long, Arianicus came in here from, or sorry, not Arianicus came in here from the sewer side and got the easier plant. So I kind of like splitting that defense a little bit here on Gen G Black, forcing them to really pull back, wait for the utility to come back to retake the site. And now on an eco, you're just looking for the information. It's not going to pay off.
Yeah, they're not pulling back here. You mentioned playing a little bit more slowly and waiting for info. This time they're rolling the die, and Carly's already been punished for it. It was interesting, too. They dropped the Cosmic Divide, and it looked like there was a moan or Gen G might bite on it a bit, but no, they stay at home. They still have 4 on this eastern side of the map, and XSET, that's exactly where they're going. You see the dashes come out as Arianarchus trying to dance around hell, not able to land the shots. Nice show. Oh, my goodness, the second one, and the Neural Theft comes online. Vance, what is happening?
This is great, actually. It was sort of like a bait and switch. On this 4 versus 2, could still be 4 versus 1 now as Starbun gets one onto Lily. Let's see what happens, actually. We could talk about the digesting that execution.
Starbun, plenty of armor, plenty of health. She does have some util to work with as well. The thing is, Lynn and Hannah have both upgraded their weapons, and they're healthy as well. 25 seconds left. Starbun has to get the spike. Somehow has to get past everyone that's left on the side of Gen G, and then still get the spike down, and then get past 45 seconds to keep the round alive, or get the frags on her way there. It's time for her to make her move. 10 seconds left on the clock. Success step out. It's not going to matter. A thrifty round win, all off of the backs of 5 sheriffs. That's all it took. Gen G are on the board.
Exactly. So to start things off, it was like that chess game, right? You mentioned the Cosmic Divide that went towards that C side, and that Cosmic Divide forced Gen G Black to try to get some information and to push on the other extremity on the A side to gather that information. Realizing now that XSET is on a default, just holding back the spawns exactly like they are right now, to get that kill, it's like, oh, well, if they pushed out towards the attacker spawn and they already died from there, the A side should be clear. But they actually had the stack for Gen G Black and the quicker rotations from B onto A, and then the shares. When it lands like that, that's how you stop it.
And when the blades land like that, that's crispy too. And you saw the combo, right? Gravity Well, into the Breach fault line, into the Blade Storm. Where do you go?
Nowhere. You go to the grave.
Here.
XSET have made their presence known on A. The spike is still backside, and they haven't taken a ton of space away. A long notwithstanding. It'd be interesting to see Lynn with the op in this round, how Gen G choose to play this out.
They're definitely still committed towards A for now. You already have Starbun pulling out these 2 Nebulas to start with the Seekers to come out. You're faking towards the B side, but the Seekers getting the information that there's still a lot of members towards this A side. You might lurk back towards the C side, because look at that. You already have Starbun inside the C link. She's cut all the rotations. She's cleared Garage, and it should be an open site if you check your 50s towards long C for the rest of the team. Oh, that unfortunately might put a little bit of a dent on that strat.
Well, the problem is, Vans with 38 seconds left, I don't know that they have time to flip it either which way, right? They have to commit to C at this point. That's exactly what Marina does. They get the spike down, they retreat. You've got the Rolling Thunder as our Artsur is playing in Cubby right now, so you can feel some of that coming out. Lily has invested the run it back as well. The flash, Lily trying to turn it, not able to get any value, but Tyre is. As she gets one, the op shots continue to ring as Marina somehow has not been tagged. Playing backside. Spike continuing to tick away. Marina good for one. A little dance, a little shuffle of the feet, not going to matter. Rolling Thunder coming out as well as Lee sidesteps that. Gets 3 on the run, understands where the 4th is. The hot hands pushing Artsur out of the spot, but she lands the shots. It doesn't matter as Lily is going to get the defuse. Oh, baby.
You were premature there, peeking after the Rolling Thunder on the attack. Arianarchus that landed a beautiful shot with the daggers at the beginning of the A side, thought that she would have had that confidence and the crispiness to land the ones on C side when they actually haven't even tapped that spike yet. So to play that small mistake, they fell into the trap of GGB, doing such a great job on these trades so far. I mean, look at those lineups. Setting up for these trades was just beautiful. Yeah, they didn't have enough time to rotate back towards the A side, but what I meant by saying where those flanks were spoiled was that the lurk from Starry Bun to cut the rotations on that C site to die that early does not allow for XSET to really set up on the pulse plan situation like they wanted to.
Couple of key mistakes there, resulting in a Gen G defuse. Now we'll see how things play out. Look at the investment that we've seen in Garage. Nebula just on the other side.
Here.
Ariana not able to land the shots, but the pings are there. Tyre's position has been given away. Oh, that's a brutal spot to be in. She's going to get cleaned up. The second one of those kills that we've seen out from Artstar. I mean, second in 1/2. How often do you even see one?
Wow, the combination right now from the utility to gain early space with Artstar is very, very good. The flashes that came out towards Garage, and now they're looking pretty good to even win a Thrifty.
Landing that shot with their feet cooking. Able to make something happen anyway. Starry Bun again with the op, as we mentioned. Down the backside angle, you've only got... I mean, yeah, it's just such a brutal spot. Hannah's going to push her way forward. Carly does as well. Thrifty's traded back as XSET gets a 4. And the hold really, once they got on site, fans, that was gorgeous.
Definitely. And this time they had better positioning here on the pulse plan because they actually caught Genji Black off guard. Again, Tyrate dying early inside the window was a tough one. But on a 4v2, when you were still trying to go for it with Genji Black, that recon dart actually was available for Carly. I would have liked to seen that shot going inside to get a little bit more information before they try to commit for a body peek. And they unfortunately got punished for that one too. So you're looking for something different here for Genji Black. They're going for a 4 spy. You have only a Sheriff in the hands of Carly, but they do have a Hunter's Fury on board. They did focus a lot of these bodies on the defensive side on the C long. I'm not sure, because the default continues to be played by XSET, where they're trying to take control of this long A side first, but not leaving these bodies to try to get that information in the beginning. You're playing in total darkness right now, and that's what happens.
Yep. That darkness just got a little bit darker as Tyree drops. Now, there is still some presence on A. You've got Lily, but the thing is, she's alone. You're just now starting to see a couple of members rotate over from Gen G. But as I say that, of course, Hannah starts to shift back. Carly's going to join in on the action. She's got that Hunter's Fury that you mentioned. Wait, this might be huge from Lily. Oh, if the timing's there, she gets one and gets the spike. That's so big. Look at the rotations already, understanding where the play is, but you've got to keep an eye on Marina because she can blow this up if she hits the timing just right. Here's the footsteps. Oh, the patience. Patience as she slowly creeps around. She's not going to be patient that time. Lands the shots onto Lynn and gets the neural theft.
Yeah, you're running the C for sure. With that, the 3 of them just got popped up towards the A side. Just unfortunate. It looked so good for Lily to win that fight and drop the spike, so a slight mistake that was corrected right away from XSET from a beautiful alert by Marina. So this opens up the site. Rotations already cut inside Garage. Going to be very difficult here for GGB to get this back.
Now, Ellie does have one flash to work with, but she's holding the op down. 10 seconds left. The Hunter's Fury is going to come out right on the money. Artstar dancing around. Nope, she's going to drop. Lily was able to get it, but Ellie and Marina, we called them earlier. Hannah's going to get a second one. There's just not enough time to plant the spike. What a round.
The only one that doesn't have a weapon is the one that stays around there for Gen G with a beautiful Harness Fury. I think at that point, I'm not sure how much health was left there for Artstar, but maybe she should have stuck it and put it in there and just die with the plant just to guarantee that at least on a pulse plant. But I even think the pulse actually hit 2 players as well. And there, that timing was unfortunate for Starry Bun because a split second even earlier, she might have still survived there if Lily was still checking the corner on her right side. So unfortunate, but very well done for Genji Black. They salvaged that round, but that was an expensive round to win, right? You only have one player that survived, and look at the money they have. They have a Blade Storm, which is great. They could drop, they could still buy a weapon right now for Tyree, but buying a weapon means you might not have enough stars. So you're going to try to figure that out a little bit more if Lynn is just going to go Blade Storm, no rifle.
Gen G calling a timeout after that chaotic round win, where again, Vans, as you so eloquently put, the Hunter's Fury coming out from Carly really saved the day at the end of the round. XSET still with a 1-round lead, and for the last couple of rounds in particular, it's been so much fun to watch because both of these teams are pushing the round to the very last moment, right? Like how many rounds have come in these very awkward situations where you still have a couple of players up, there's no time left on the clock, it's just on the other side of a defuse. It's been super close the entire half.
This is interesting. So Tyre actually decided to go for full shield, Spectre, and 5 stars, while Lynn is still just keeping small shields. Oh, okay, she just got a judge last second. I was wondering if she wanted to go Bladestorm and still have enough money maybe to opt later into the rounds to maybe try to fight against the aggression and the default of XSET. But here's a flash and dash.
Ariana getting onto the site. Yep, good for 1. Ariana gets 2. What a shot. As Lily and Tyree both drop, you still got the judge up and online in the hands of Lynn, but they're on the opposite side of the map.
Yeah. I don't know how many stars even were invested onto the ground from Tyre, because I know initially there was 1 in Garage, but nothing really reactionary into the C site potentially. So the flash and dash probably caught them off guard, and that really opens up that C site. And look at pretty much what was spent so far for XSET as you see Carly going for that save. How many of them have to rebuy armor into the next round? None. So you're going to have so much money moving into the last few rounds. If you're going to continue to play this way for XSET, the quickness of how they react right now on these fast-paced plays, is catching GGB off guard.
It's been a problem for him the last couple of rounds. Carly here, no heroics, no Hunter's Fury, no late second delay. But she does carry the rifle into the next round, and a good bit of util, as you can tell, along with the armor. So Carly's not going to be spending very much, at least not on her own. She may have to lend a couple of bucks to her friends around her, but you see this hot hit, right? Like the flash was on one side, the ball line was on the other side, and then Ariana there just dashing into your face. You highlighted a couple of rounds ago, Vans, the flash dash from both sides. That recipe's still there, and it's working.
And even Starry Bun, you saw it from the replay, placing the Nova Pulse towards the back of the site. 2 flashes came out from Art Star towards that default boxes. Those players on the C site were swarmed. So for this eco,
be fast.
Yeah, but jig is up. Trailblazer is going to cancel all those plans.
Dang, I thought for just a moment we were going to have a Thrillin' Manila type down C long as both teams just kind of ran at each other. But no, Carly's able to get the first. This is the same look that we've seen the last couple of rounds, slightly delayed, but again, the fault line, Ariana swings out, is able to land the shots. Lily's not able to get anything either, just pistols left for Gen G.
So the rifle that was saved into the previous round, it worked for a bit. Carly caught one off guard when they were crossing back towards the A side once XSET realized that it was a C stack towards that site. But unfortunately, when you're already halfway up there and you get the first kill, then you have a fault line that meets you with a flash. Very hard for you to be able to run away. Playing a little bit more passively just to maybe try to look for information first and then try to look for some place to retreat a little bit more safely. I think that's a little bit better and a better win than trying to go for that close range frag. But we'll see if Hannah's going to be able to save this weapon. We have 37 seconds left on the clock where the spike is going to head towards the C site. And with this eco that they kind of had, I wonder if Hannah's just going to push and try to do at least some more econ damage here.
Yeah, I was about to say, bro, it doesn't look like she's trying to save. It doesn't look like she has any intention of saving. Look at her. She's nestled into a ratty spot back on the attacker's half of the map. And it may be fortunate for her because Starry Bun... Oh, we'll see if the timing works out. She's in astral form. Okay, just drops right back down.
Clear the corner. Yes.
Oh, yep. Good for 1. And at that point, that's a dub, right?
It's a dub. It's a dub for sure. You got rid of 1 weapon. Yes, you hurt your armor a little bit here, but you still save 2,900 if you're able to keep this Vandal into the next round. And as we mentioned before, the economy wasn't that great here for Gen G Black. We'll see what's going to happen. I don't even know if they're going to have enough for even an operator. So that's what I really want to start seeing come out here from Gen G Black, just so that she could try to challenge a little bit more against XSET on their defaults. Fast pace, use those stars, defaults, get your op out.
Artstar and Ariana just 1 point away from having their ultimates online, the Rolling Thunder and the Bladestorm respectively. And it started off hot, like you said, right? She was able to carry that rifle into the next round. She gets 1, and then, well, at that point,
that's it.
There's no going anywhere. Yeah, you're done.
The one and done.
Yeah. But this was a big pick from Hannah as well. We talked about the financial implications of getting a kill like that. We'll see how things pan out here. There's the op that you mentioned in the hands of Lynn. 25 armor, so a little bit lighter than you would have liked. Holding down C long. She may get a shot at 1, but it looks like the rest of XSET, they're all leaning in towards A, and this is a slightly different flavor, Vans. They've normally been exposing A long. This time, look at how Ariana has gotten deep into A short already. Lynn with the op shot.
There you go. So their default to play, right? Aggressive towards the sewers, trying to get more information on extremities because they've been really good on rotating so far. So a nice little win to start things off for Gen G.
Is Ariana going to go aggressive here? You've got the Seekers that have led the way. Kyrie's got a world of hurt in front of her. She was able to get one, but Ellie and Artstar are able to trade that back. A 3v3 is all that remains, despite the site in full control of XSET here as Marina looks to get the spike down and does so successfully.
You could probably have a double ult here for counters. The run it back's probably going to come out from heaven, and then Artstar is going to throw the Rolling Thunder, and that's just going to cancel everything out.
Well, there's one. Let's see how good your predictions are, Vans. Didn't need it. As Ellie just cleans up the ult by herself, doesn't take any damage either. Now the Rolling Thunder comes out a little bit later than forecasted, but still on time at least for XSET. As Artstar gets one, Ellie's in a great spot. It doesn't matter as Marina gets the last two. XSET get to 7. It was close at first, Vans, but you're feeling this gap build between these two teams.
Yeah, in preparation for XSET on the attacker side, they're definitely looking a little bit more stable on how they're fully executing into these sites. I do have to give credit for Genji Black because they're fighting for these positions, but these flashes that are coming out of Artstar just denies any type of like play type angles behind these boxes where, you know, the flashes, sometimes you see it or you hear it coming from a mile away, you could dodge it. The flashes, you could sort of do it, but you don't have that time to react when everything else is coming out here from Starbound with the stars at the same time. Hopefully Genji Black could salvage these last 2 rounds and try to get something going in the second half.
Oh, it's going to be tough. I mean, this round alone is going to be tough. Hannah's the only one with rifle, but I like this aggressive dial-up coming out from Genji. Look at how aggressively Lynn has positioned herself already. Oh, but Marina's wise with the Ghost winning that duel.
Okay, understanding that the Cyphers these days on Haven for this tournament are also playing a lot towards the spawn site, so that's a big weapon upgrade and big weapon pickup.
Now, they have some pop flashes that they could work right around the Cosmic Divide. The thing is, Lily has of her own. Artstar getting one on Lynn, so now we don't need to worry about that flank coming in. All of their attention can be turned towards Garage and towards Defender Spawn. There's that one curveball, pop flash just on the other side of the smoke. Oh, the util's there! Ariana's able to get 2. Looking for more as she pops the blade from online. No, Hannah rips her out of the sky. Artstar's left alone. She's got util, the spike ticking away. They're gonna have to take the fight to her as Artstar dances around, able to get one. Hannah's on the tap, looking to get it to half. Okay, she pulls off. Not gonna stick it. Clock ticking. Hannah's gonna have to stick it. Artstar's playing this so wisely, but I don't know if Hannah's gonna have time. Artstar swings out at just the last second. She's gonna get the kill, but is she gonna get the defuse? No, she's not. XSET get to 8.
That is so well done for Artstar. The cage that came out and the discipline to say, I'm not gonna spray into the smoke after this kill because she knew the cyber cage was gonna disappear at some point. But she did gamble it a little bit more by not jiggle peeking at least to gain that information and just tried to see if the tap was going to come back. But you do have to give it at least for Genji Black to be able to make it that close on a 1 versus 1 when they only had, what, a rifle to work with?
1 rifle.
And a couple of pistols. So that's good. That's a little bit of a sign to show that Genji Black are slowly waking up into this game. And the operator that comes out again worked before. They're trying to bring out towards the garage, and Lynn gets tagged there from a fault line, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I believe that was a fault line. Pushes her back. She took some damage as well. The op in hands. Carly's already dropped. Lily going hunting. Gonna have a chance at something. Yep, she's good for 1 on a Marina. As XSET look to reset the round.
That's a big win. I like that you win that fight, you traded it off, and you're just running back for information. The only thing that's going to be difficult right now is that the utility that you have for these retakes are not there anymore. Maybe the Cypher Cam, if it's going to be at some point for this retake, but you see that it got broken at the same time. The op connects.
Yeah, I guess, do you really need retake util if you've got Lynn with the op? She's patiently waiting for the first. Oh my goodness, how does she get away with that? Still dancing around and going in for more. Not able to land as Ariana cleans her up, but Tyre has shown up. The run it back has been used as well as they try to clear out backside, but the spike is gone. Vans is going all the way to C.
Yeah, and that run it back is going to disappear too. And now again, you don't have, well, you do have a Cosmic Divide. You might try to split something out here as a team and work together.
But I like that from XSET though, right? Like,
nice.
That's beautiful. They're not going to go back towards long where you might expect it, and that's exactly where the Cosmic Divide comes out. So XSET can play around this, get behind enemy lines in a sneaky way, and if they're not expecting it...
Yeah, but fault line, aftershock, a flash. They have a lot of deniability right now for XSET.
Lily lands 1. Artstar not able to pull out any heroics. Lily and Tyre come up so big there. That that round could have easily gone the other way, Vance.
I mean, they had. I just mentioned the utility in the kit that was left there, unfortunately, for Artstar, but they didn't use any of it. So you'll take that. You'll take that. Gen G Black take the round, and it's 8-4.
Oh, an excellent start from XSET. We wondered, are they going to come in hot? Are they going to be a little tired? It seems like they have no problems playing the second series of the day. We're going to cut it to a quick break. When we return, the second half of Haven. Stay tuned. Welcome back, dear friends. One half in the books, one half to go. XSET up big on Haven, but it's now on Gen G Black on their attacking half to respond. I'm Doug, and with me is the Galaxy Brain himself, Vansily. Vans, what are you looking for out of Gen G to get back into this map?
Okay, so I mentioned the defense side, how XSET usually plays like the fault line into choke. Look at how different it is right now. How Cloud9 were able to overtake the A choke point was having Mel throw the cyber cages and get into the A choke instead. But now look as they're doing that, we're having a push towards long C. I actually like the change from XSET after all.
This is a really aggressive push towards long C, and they invested a lot, right? Like, they popped the flash right off the bat out from Ellie. They fully send down C long. The timing on this round is going to be everything, because if it delays long enough, that flank, that three-man flank coming around is going to be a problem. Marina's got everything in front of her, though. Carly's able to land the shots to clean that kill up from down in hell. Starrybun's down to 22 HP as well, so the reinforcements have to arrive. They're going to have to do so quickly, and you've got Hannah already sniffing some of it out.
Well, the Aftershock's going to help flush out the Hell side, and the flank is actually caught as well. It's looking good for GGB to win this round.
Oh, but Ariana might have something to say for it. No, of course, it's a jumping right-click classic that cleaned things up. What else? But that is Hannah gets 2 at the end of the round. Gen G win the pistol.
I would have liked to seen at least like Marina fall back maybe towards Heaven after realizing the 3 player push from long C from XSET, realizing that there was no pressure coming out from GGB, then you could have played maybe a better retake, because like I said, you have Artstar that bought a full kit. The Aftershock, the fault line, couple of flashes, that would have helped a lot with the numbers that they would have on a 5 versus 5 instead of a 5 versus 3. So you got to give that to Gen G. You tried different things for XSET, but you didn't really readjust as to GGB were pushing in.
Woo! That, my friends, is why you consider buying the Marshall on occasions. If you can do things like that, by all means, keep buying it. Lin with the opener to kick things off. Now, for XSET, they don't have pistols. They didn't force up. They didn't aggressively invest. So you don't expect them to be able to really fight back with equal punch. But that's still an excellent start. It was good for Marina. Nope. Tyree lands the shots as well.
Yeah, and a smoke's going to come out at least on the defender side. They can maybe suck out at least if we're trying to get a plant towards the long side. But those extremity kills, it's going to be very difficult right now for XSET to try to get something done. They salvage maybe the other Marshall that was left behind. Maybe try to do some econ damage on the exits, but this is looking to seal the deal here for XSET.
Yeah, the rest of this should be pretty smooth sailing. I think the question that we ask ourselves here is how much damage can you do to economy, and primarily that's done via armor. Yeah, maybe you don't get a kill, but there is value in understanding that you've depleted armor, so they have to buy full. You've still got Hannah, Carly, and Lily who at least at this point will not have to invest. Full armor. That'll hurt.
That was close.
No armor left on that one. A flawless round from Gen G though.
Yeah, so the Hero Marshal couldn't work out towards the A side. This is again GGB having a nice entry with Lin being proficient on the operator, although she didn't get that many chances to pull it out on the defender side. But you can definitely see that she's okay playing the aggressive type of like sniper for the Gen G team on the attacker side, and it's paying off. So who knows, maybe the operator on the attack is going to work out as well. Going with this bonus round, full Spectre is coming in. I like that it's a slow default to start things off because you have a star coming out towards the window side. You want to know if a push is coming out towards this B main, but it still stays pretty slow on XSET's camp.
It's slow, but they take space away where they feel like they can. You saw the opener on A long. Ellie flashes down A long, and it buys that slight time window for Ariana to get to the opposite side of long, back in that cubby. So if someone does push up, they've got a brutal crossfire set up. Fortunately for Gen G, they're not pushing that way at all. They have all of their attention towards C, right into where Mariana's playing.
Yeah, and already the first star is out here for the defender side. They could owl drone through this too, and just try to have Lin dash in if she wants to create that space. Maybe she'll die because she has a Marshal in there, but you kind of need that for the rest of the Spectres to get in.
Shock Dart invested to clear out backside. A little bit of fancy footwork to stay alive coming out from Marina, and she's good for one. Starrybun gets a second as well. She's going to have a chance at more. Two, looking for three. Yeah, baby, she gets the third. And trying to get a fourth right off the flash, but no. The shots came through at the end of the day anyway. Out from Ellie. XSET get to 9. Gen G, they had a position to really break economy with the Spectres and the Marshal that they were working with, but it just didn't pan out at the end of the day.
With the first player playing towards logs, a little bit difficult there for Gen G to maybe think where they wanted to get those trades. And then when they start going back towards that site, they only peaked one by one against Starrybun. And going with the Spectres with the Phantom, you can see it coming, right? So Starrybun and her teammate there, Marina, towards that back, did a great job really to split things off when things looked pretty good for Gen G Black as they were grouped up, getting ready for these trade opportunities. So for this round, though, a little bit faster. We're going to have the Guided Light to come out, too, battling towards his long A control. It's successful here for Gen G Black. They've pushed a couple of defenders back inside the A site, but it's still a 3-player stack from XSET and still a default play for Gen G Black. So at least we were able to gain that space first, and now you're forcing out utility. You see the Trailblazer coming out from Ellie from the A site. She doesn't clear anything inside sewers, so you don't know what's going on yet. Now you're forced to push back, and you might catch some players off guard because you're now going for body peeks to get information with no Sova.
Ariana was one of the ones to take some of that space away and had to invest utility getaway, but seems to pay off just fine as she gets the shots onto Lin. So you feel some of that pressure coming in from A, and if I'm not mistaken, she should have there should have been the audio cue of both bullets. So you understand there's pressure coming in from long, there was pressure coming in from short as well, but I like this much like we saw a couple of rounds ago. Go in, get the kill back up for information.
Yeah, and you're playing just default. Play your numbers, get the heal back up. Anything happening towards Garage or C is still under heavy control by all the utility from the Astro and Cypher. So it looks like Gen G, they're deciding to go just for the pop into B instead.
Sorry, Bun goes in. There was distraction as Ellie shows up just a bit later, is able to get one as well. A 3v2 in favor of XSET as the spike goes down. Marina's still playing backside. The spike didn't go down. 13 seconds left. It's not going to matter. The clock may have run dry, but so did Gen G's health bars. XSET get to 10.
A little bit of a misplay there to not cover your teammate as she's planning that spike inside the B site. Yes, it got bloody with all these rush that you saw coming in from Starry Bun. I think she had a Spectre going into that round. Not too sure why, because she got a 3K with the Phantom before, but you know, we'll give her to her still. And those trades were like perfect for both of these teams, but right there, the Nebula is up on both ends. The smoke was about to clear. Marina had to make a decision. Am I going to try to kill some people towards the A side rotate or the C side rotate? She was already committed towards the A side, but it doesn't protect your spike planter. And unfortunate there. A fault line to come out on that defense, trying to get an early pick from the Garage side, but that's just going to keep GGB back inside the spawn as they're on Sheriffs.
Oh, and the Seekers are out as well. Right, so that's going to clear long.
Yep.
That may even tag Lynn. Yep. Oh, Lynn is kind of sandwiched around them right now. You've still got Arena in a great spot. Artstar's there as well for a little bit of help. And the spike, maybe we don't want to play here. Let's get out of here. But look at the push coming in from C-Long.
Exactly.
Ariana's in a great spot. Ellie's in a great spot as well. There's nowhere to rotate back, Vans.
The Seekers that never got shot down, you just walk right behind it. You get better position. You're trying to sell a fake on GGB side by saying, hey, if we don't shoot these Seekers, we might still have an explosion into the A site. But after that utility, you're falling back. This is not going to be a good position for them now on the attack.
Well, the thing is, if Ariana doesn't check, they're not going to be any wiser. Patience. Patience. She gets two, yep, and the spike. No one else is, well, you've still got Lynn on the opposite side, who was able to get one kill over Long. She's fully sending in towards A. She's going to get punished for that. The remaining two members of Gen G are going to have to peel back, grab the spike, and then flip forward. But the problem is they're getting sandwiched in from everywhere. Ariana's able to get one. Ellie gets the last one. A clean sweep from XSET there. They keep three, they keep rifles, and they keep chugging along.
Yeah, you definitely see that this is why XSET wanted to pick Haven against Gen G. The way that they're just pushing on the attacker or defender side, in the right moments too. They're not necessarily doing it every single round, really going off the back of what utility that they have. This time they wanted to push forward, understand that they're playing against an eco, and also they had the Seekers to get the information. So I kind of like this change of pace. You're not necessarily conditioning your opponents of Gen G Black to be forced to play a default all the time, but you're also not giving any opportunity for Gen G Black to use anything from their playbook. So look at that. They're just holding towards spawn, and you don't really know where you could act so far to gain this back control, because if you look at the defense setup, it's been different pretty much the last 3 rounds too.
And that's the thing, Vans, is that's so uncommon, right? Normally, it's the attacking half who's manipulating rotations, who's causing, who's throwing like different plays at them and keeping the defense on their back foot. But as you were saying, it's XSET who have kind of controlled the pace of the half the entire way. Cosmic Divide has come out to section off the back half of the site as Lily's able to get one. Lynn gets the second one as well. XSET have already dropped 2.
I know exactly where.
I like it. They didn't even have to force out the run it back to try to get the entries either. Oh man, that's going to give enough information. After that Cosmic Divide and also the Neural Theft to come out, it's going to be hard for you to win this one here. And indeed, they don't.
Yeah. So that was a good setup, and again for Gen G, right? Like that's what we needed to see, right? We needed to see a bit of authority. We needed to see their attempt at controlling the tempo of the round. They dial up something spicy there, and it works.
Definitely did. Again, it's catching some players off when the information after the trap bar gets broken, you've already committed inside the site. You already have opponents inside the site where Gen G Black cannot have enough time to react, maybe even fall back if they could. So playing passively is where it gets dangerous, and they have to peak with bodies because, again, I mentioned it again, they don't have a Sova, so sometimes we don't get that information of where the hit's coming earlier on. You have to peak with your body, or you want to play turtled inside the site. And when you play side turtle to site and you're executing the way that GGB does, that's maybe where you get the opportunity of getting these rounds.
Ooh, that's a good fault line. I mean, look at that, man. Nebula's all over the place. You've still got another star. I mean, Artstar has her hands full. Some help has shown up. The flash, the swing, she is good for one. Carly trades it out, though. Starrybun was the last one on the site, and she's been dropped. So C is going to be in for free. Gen G should be able to get in just fine. We do have 2 on the flank. Little Trailblazer, spotted 1, but no idea that there's another one there. A good flash. Blade Storm. Second flash. That should be room to work with. Ariana gets 1. Ellie gets a second. That's just going to leave things in a 3v2. They've been able to flip things on its head. The Neural Theft is going to come out as well. Lynn has her own Blade Storm. And a Phantom to work with. Ariana, that's a big kill. That one's already dropped. Tyree's able to get a second one as well. Ellie left alone in a 1v2. It's not going to matter. Lynn gets 3, Genji get to 8, and we're starting to feel things shift back, fans.
That's not too bad, though, on this eco that you had now for Genji Black to still make a lot of econ damage, try to salvage it around, almost winning it there with the Neural Theft to get the information on the last 2 players. You got to give it on how Ellie, even though they don't have a Sova, Ellie is a person or a player that's able to play that Sky very well. Even me, myself, for fun, I play with the Plat Chat boys, scrimming against when they were playing with Men I Love Flogs, and she was dominating me with the Sky utility, and the way that she's able to just use that on her own and be effective as a Sky agent. And you're still playing on an older patch right now too, right? So you can still do a lot of these fast flicks, or even the Sky flashes, or should I say, the fake flashes from Strong Legs. So it's working out in their favor to get those early wins. But again, in the bigger picture, to try to play these post plans or just overall as a team-based game, you're seeing XSET doing pretty decently on their defense right now.
Well, they are. They did just lose the last 2 rounds, and it's interesting for XSET to call a timeout here. They still have control of the half, so maybe it's a let's go ahead and call the timeout while it's just an ember and it's not a full-fledged fire that we're dealing with here.
But again, I still think that Genji Black, if they could keep playing these executions as a group, it's really going to overpower right now what Ellie and company could do for the defense.
Cloudburst, a dash across. I don't know that the flash got any info either.
They heard the dash though, right? So they might have an
Yes,
opportunity.
yeah.
They might know that there's still at least somebody lurking down towards that sewer. So now you wasted out a guided light. You're pulling out the Trailblazer. You're pulling out rotations too. A lot of manpower towards the A site. This opens up B a bit if they want to try to go for some sort of a B hit.
It's going to delay things just a moment. You see the drone being invested to clear out A as well. So we're seeing an exchange of util both ways. Neither team really understanding where players are, at least yet. I do like that Astrasar that you did just see go down from Tyre towards A short, maybe draw a little bit of attention, but when you drop 3 on the opposite side, it's kind of hard to sell that the other way. Nebula to give him space, the pop flash to work out from Phoenix as well, and they're getting onto the site. What can Marina do though? Sorry Bun looking to get some as well, as she's already gotten 2. A reload, but the damage was done. She got what she came for. Marina now, it's on her to step up in a big way and get 2 of her own. Arthur gets the last exit, get to 12.
Those 2 players inside that B side of Marina and Starry Bun are so good right now. Starry Bun is deadly from that logs area. You tried to pull them out with the Gravity Well on the top of default. It did catch Marina. It forces out the Cyber Cages to come out too, and you don't really have anything else to try to get into the site because Lynn already used her dash at the beginning of the round towards the A side. So as you flash in, if you're trying to push back more towards that back of the site right now as they're doing here, you really need to move up as a group to try to get those trades coming in. And unfortunately, you're seeing like these single battles happen all the time. Marina using her utility so well into her own favor, and that's the C side on luck. I was hoping to see a little bit more of that B site hit, especially when we saw 3 players sticking out towards that A site. But that's hindsight, right? That's us knowing the information because we do see the overhead view where you don't see that from the point of view of how Genji are trying to work this.
I like to say it's just because we're very intelligent, not because we have info that others don't. But no, I think you're right. At the end of the day, that's hindsight. And you touched on the tandem of Starry Bun and Marina and how they've been so effective. And it's fun because it's not originally Marina and Starry Bun, right? Like, Marina's able to buy enough time for Starry Bun to show up when she feels that pressure. So it's not just her anchoring the site. It's also understanding that she needs to play her life so that reinforcements can show up so that they can then anchor together. It's beautiful to watch.
Yeah. They just have, despite playing like, not a lot of players currently are choosing a breach into their lineups. But Artstar is playing this very well here for the defender side with XSET. Moving forward on this default, I like that we have a slight change, breaking these doors in the beginning to show maybe to your opponents that you want to try to work towards some sort of mid-control, but as they're grouped back up towards the A site, you're weakening out the defense on the A site, and let's see what we have left now. We still have the Trailblazer and another guided light, though, from Ellie inside, where the off angle from Ariana Graffiti could maybe have still a great crossfire setup.
This is really interesting. So Lynn uses the Blade Storm, and they have to invest the Trailblazer to get some info. We're just over a minute left in the round, and you talk about a change of pace for Gen G. This is a slightly different flavor as well. You're starting to cut some noise up until this point, of course, where Lynn goes up top, tries to peek someone with the Blade Storm, not going to spot anyone. You still have time, too. A Cosmic Divide should be coming out. There it is. Gonna block off entry, and it's a good read, and they're gonna go into it anyway, and oh no, they may have got more than they bargained for. Ellie gets 3, a clean sweep, open season on the site as they're just able to pick them apart. That was beautiful, Vance.
Not even a Rolling Thunder needed there from Artstar to support her teammates. It was just a great hold going overall with the execution. Unfortunately, it doesn't pay off because Ellie's just in the back there with the guided light and just popping some heads off, so well done for XSET. It looked close at some point here, Doug, but it really came down to XSET really running away after all.
Yeah, and it really, you mentioned that it looked close. It was, what, probably the first 7-8 rounds where it looked competitive, where it looked like Gen G was able to make something happen, but you touched on it so beautifully, Vance. The fact that they were able, XSET, to control the pace of the game from the defensive half on Haven. It's so hard to stress how difficult that is to do and how uncommon that is. To keep the attacking half on their back foot when they should be the ones who are in the driver's seat is very impressive.
Definitely. So, I mean, I think on top of that, too, when they don't have a Sova in their lineup here for XSET, when you're actually trying to do some body peeks and some information, when you're forced to fall back, that's where somebody like Artstar is going to be able to help as well, right? You're going to delay and help your teammates fall back when you have that in your kit to be able to slow down your opponents.
It was a banger of map 1 for XSET, but the job's not done. They're going to have to get one more map in the books. We're going to throw it to a break. When we return, Sue will join us and we'll break down map 1. Don't go anywhere.
On XSET, and after that first map, XSET has to be feeling pretty damn good about themselves, Doug, because it was their map pick and it looked like they were just on fire, especially coming off of that last series.
On both sides of the proverbial ball, right? Like on attack, they were able to do what they wanted. There was such beautiful use of util that they were able to lean into and execute to dictate the pace, to build themselves a gap in the first half. And then, as we touch on, I'm sure we'll touch on a little bit more, the defensive half, although it was an 8-4 half on their attack, I was actually more impressed by their defensive half. There was so much good to talk about there.
Indeed, and I have to remind everyone that this game is it. This match, the loser goes home. This is elimination here, so everything is on the line, and to see XSET continue to perform and step up has been amazing to see. So much praise to be offered there, but I need to start, Doug, with Artstar. Her utility usage on that breach has opened so many doors for this team.
And, you know, we highlighted the breach pick at the beginning of the series because we nerd out about that kind of stuff, right? Like, we nerd about people using fault lines across the map in order to create space for duelists to work. And you saw a lot of that. I think Artstar really uses her breach to perfection in a way that we haven't seen very long at all. Part of it is because we don't see breach very much anymore, which is just a damn shame. But also, she utilizes it very well, and I think you saw how that opened up space for Ariana to get aggressive, to find space, to dash into Cloudburst off of those flashes, off of that util. Even, I mean, she got, what, 2 or 3 kills in the first half with her util as well? She was just gross.
That's exactly it. Sorry, Stu, I just want to add on to that too, because as I mentioned when we were talking about the beginning of the game, we talked about the flashes and dashes and how he was able to create that space for her teammates to dash into the site, and it really overwhelmed everybody from Gen G Black. But the use of the Aftershock was also something that I paid attention to a lot on how she was able to clear that space. So not only like clearing the corners, actually it is for that. She used that to clear the corners perfectly actually for her team. Like the Aftershocks to go into the window of the garage, the Aftershock to even go towards the Radiant Knight boxes towards the C site, allows her teammate to focus on less angles so that they could actually perform to their best ability on these site takes.
You know, Doug, that kind of reminds me of something I saw one of the Dignitas players talk about yesterday, which was Emily specifically said that she likes playing KO because of the abilities that the utility opens up for her, and it lets her play Valorant the way that she used to in CS. And I almost wonder if we're seeing a similar sort of situation for Artstar, who only moved over to Valorant just a couple of months ago, and yet we're seeing her take full advantage of that utility kit from Breach.
Yeah, it very well could be the case. I think Breach is just such a strong supportive agent because of the kit. But I think as we talk about supportive agents in the kit and creating space for her team, we'd be remiss if we didn't touch on Ellie as well. Right? Like, how many times was it a fault line on one side and a guiding light on the other to deny vision from both sides, and that allowed Ariana a plain runway to dash up into and have whatever she wanted on backside. It was just a beautiful display of unity in their utility usage to get onto site to create some space, and that was just so much fun to watch. So.
Yeah.
I love that you bring that up, because on that second half, we saw XSET take control from the very, very start on that defending half. And Vans, that was just a thing of beauty to watch.
Definitely. And I think that's where like there was some moments of brilliance between Gen G and also from their opponents as well from XSET, because Ellie, the way that she's using her flashes is also the trailblazer to get the information towards the A site was good for them to know where to set up, where the attack was coming from. And Gen G, where it worked, was the executions when they worked as a group really quickly to overpower the sites just like XSET did to them. But the difference is, I feel that if they actually wasted the utility from Ellie first, tried to cut noise and re-hit into the sites later, I think they would have had the success going back into these sites. For a lot of these Gen G rounds, it was like, okay, well, if it doesn't work out, let's try it on the opposite way. And when they made it towards the opposite way, there's still utility available on the other end from Artstar, from Star with the Stars. So it was a little bit convoluted on how they were able to play the mid game. But I think with a little bit of that brush up, you'll definitely see a strong Gen G on that map.
All right, Doug, we're about ready to head into Agent Select, but one last question for you real quick. What would you like to see from Gen G that was missing on that first map as we head into that next map?
It was missing a little bit, but I want to see them try to take control of the pace of the rounds. We saw it a bit in the second half. It was scattered, but when they hit it, it was gorgeous to watch. They were able to control things, put XSET in an uncomfortable position. We need more of that from Gen G on a set.
We'll see if that's possible, but as Ascent is that next map and agent selection is ready, so take it away.
Thank you, Sue. We talked about this, Vans. Ascent, pretty freaking good map for both teams.
Yeah, definitely really good. What I do like, at least from Gen G, with the roster and the record that they had on this map, is actually quite high, right? I think even before going into this matchup, I think they're 5-0 into the game changers so far from the qualifiers until now. And what I do like about Gen G of how they play their attacker side is the way that they have pretty much a default that could punish a lot. You have Hannah playing usually more towards this B side to watch things out. Then you have this Lin and this Lily double duelist combination to try to take control over towards A side. Then they start pulling out these rotations on fakes quite well. The only thing that was a little bit missing was a little bit more of that mid control at the beginning of the round. But it worked well against their opponents. Let's see if it's going to work well versus XSET.
Just a couple of moments away from, again, kicking off Ascent. Good team, or good map, excuse me, for both teams. They're both good teams as well, right? So don't get me wrong there. But again, just a few moments from kicking this bad boy off. If you missed map 1, thank you so much for joining us. Map 1 went very handily in favor of XSET. Now, Gen G are going to be starting off on the attacking half. We already see a heavy lean towards B, where we do have an interesting setup defensively from XSET. You already see both the Sky and the Jet at the gate, Vance.
That's right. You're probably going to have one dash away. You could have that Trailblazer to try to get some information in the beginning as Artstar invested into that. But even a one-way is going to calm things down. As soon as the smoke dissipates, you might see something happen very quickly where they have this curveball potentially available from Lily to get things done. That's a good moment to pull out the Trailblazer to get that info.
Lynn is still up top. Position's been given away. I don't know if she spotted Ari. Oh, that's going to be plenty to deal with the Cloudburst. Provide a little bit of cover. Get back to safety. As the flash comes out, the thing is, they're just now getting their way onto long. There's nobody else on the site. They've all taken their defensive positions back in tree. Lynn's going hunting. Vance, she's just going in aggressive. The door goes down. You weren't expecting Lynn to push through. She gets a kill on the Starry Bud, looking for more. The problem is, there's nowhere for her to go. There's no get out of jail free card. Ariana's able to get 2 of her own with the Ghost as she's looking to add onto it, a 3v3 here as the spike ticks away.
Lynn still did our job, though, pushing through the door to get a kill, securing the plant. Now you can play a good pulse plant, double towards hell. Now on the defense, when they retake this, they don't have Starry Bun anymore. So open sights, open crossfire. This is looking good for the pulse plant.
Oh, that hurt. Yeah, and Carly, first it was the dink, then it was a couple of shots at the end to clean things up. Ariana manages to get 3 at the end of the round. Good teammate, gonna hand off the defuse to Ellie. Ellie get her one step closer to having that Hunter's Fury online. XSET pick up right where they left off on Haven. They win the pistol.
I like how it played the retake for XSET, actually. I thought that it was going to be in favor of Gen G from the way that was set up. I did mention that Starbun was already down. There's no more stars to actually play a Nebula towards the A main, which means now that you're looking much more comfortable on a double hell and A main position. But with the fact that Arianicus started pushed out towards this A main just to battle out Carly inside the site, that allowed for her teammates of XSET to just drop down, play that crossfire, play that trade towards hell, and they won that in easy fashion.
Vance, slightly different flavor. Look at Gen G's buy. They bought Spectres, they forced it. And I don't know that XSET's waiting for this.
I like it. You go for the buy after a plant, you kill 2 players, the weaponry is going to be even at this point. Not shooting anything first. No, they don't, because nothing's shot yet. So if they try to go, that's what I wanted at the beginning too, a flash. That was missing from the pistol, and this time it pays dividends.
Yep, Lily gets one, and now the jig's up. Right now they've heard it. They know it's there. Spectres have all been fired. So now there's no hiding that. You see a little dump off of that. Make sure it's not going to get picked up. XSET have a difficult task in front of them to weather this storm of the buy-up from Gen G, an unexpected one, as they're down a player already.
Yeah, to work as a group is nice. The only thing that you give up, though, is you gave up the rest of the map, so you have to play a little bit more carefully. You're wasting more utility to try to clear out the corners towards the mid side. Thankfully, nobody's playing there towards the mid, but they're going to have less to execute into the site. But you're seeing that they're cutting noise and looking to re-hit towards the A side, not only to try to get into a weaker site, but also to protect the Spectre that couldn't fall out outside the map. It's still stuck on the ground at Wine. So this position now towards Hell from Starry Bun, you hope she's going to land a ghost like she did in the previous map.
Yeah, Vans, I think the thing is here is that XSET's positioning, there was no doubt with them cutting info that they could have gone somewhere else. I just don't know that there was enough eye candy to make them believe it. Even with that, you feel the gun difference. We talked about Genji's buy. XSET only had a couple of pistols, and that's actually all that remains in the hands of Ellie and Marina. The spike has been planted at 5v2. Make that a 4v2, and they are weak. So Vans, I mean, this may happen. Makes it a 1v2. Ellie upgrades a weapon as well.
Now it's not
Carly's
winnable.
Healthy, yeah. Carly's healthy. You've also got Hannah who's healthy. They're pushing in from opposite sides. All they have to do is play this intelligently, and they'll be just fine. The pull off, the shots in the back of the head. Nothing personal, kid. Ellie drops. Genji ties up at 1 apiece.
To kill enough time to allow Hannah to get through the garden and all the way back to the flank at the Hammond side is a good move there for Genji Black. The force buy was a great play in that favor. Like I mentioned, on that pistol round, where they had great positioning on playing a default to try to hit towards the A site. Well, not a default, but to play it slow. I would have liked to see that curveball come out from Lily, where maybe could have caught some players off guard, especially when the Trailblazer came out. This time they did it with the buys of the Spectre, and you see the result right after. You're now putting XSET back on into an eco with nothing going on but, what, 2 Ghosts, 2 Sheriffs, no armor, so they could get melted down by these Spectres. So what I like, at least from XSET, is that they're playing super passively with the Sheriffs to try to take the advantage of the distance of the Sheriff's damage versus the Spectre's inaccuracy at that range. But it's slow.
The thing is, yeah, for Genji, like, I mean, they're perfectly okay with being patient, right? We've seen a couple of different flavors of them so far, and there's no reason for that to change. You just saw the flash invested for Markstar, didn't get any info on Long as well.
You have to try to get information right now. You didn't hear any pushes coming out from the B side. Now breaking that, you could pull a bit of rotation away. And they're trying to figure out if they wanted to use the Allen drone in the beginning, but the Allen drone probably could have been a tell. It seems as though with this, Genji wants to work back towards the A site. XSET didn't even bite onto that bait. They're in a great position right now to just go for a triple swing and try to use those pistols in their favor. There's still time to fall back, though, if they want to, but it seems as Genji Black are committed here.
30 seconds
there
left.
may be some time, but there's not very much. You just see the ult orb goes into Hannah's pocket, the dart to clear the way, the dash in from Lynn as well as they're able to get back Jenny. Carly initially flashed, able to land the shots onto Story, but anyways, Lily gets one as well. They're just falling apart. They're falling apart, Vans, and yes, they didn't have a ton to work with as well, but they're not going to get a ton of value out of it.
I mean, look at the amount of HP remaining there, Doug. 2 HP for Hannah, 5 for Lily, 40 for Carly. If it came down to one more ghost shot connecting, then it would have been bad news bears all over there for Genji Black on that hit. So at least it makes it for a healthy, or a healthier, quote-unquote, in terms of a bonus round that they're going to have. They're going to have to invest the armor for sure. But you could see the flashes that came out were really perfect there from Artstar on the defense. But it wasn't enough to try to blind them long enough to get these kills here for XSET. So rifle round coming in. We're looking for some information early on that catwalk side. As Ariarnicus is looking down towards Link, it's not even smoked out, so they might be able to do some damage onto Hannah if she overcommits.
Lynn has taken so much space on Cat, Lily as well. Oh, sorry, Bun. Spotted one, but I don't know that they know that Ari's there.
This is good.
That's a brutal crossfire setup. Oh, now the jig's up. Now they know. The Cloudburst, Lily still managing to land one anyway. Through the smoke onto Starry Bun as Ari has to get away.
Yeah, I thought it was going to work out because Starry Bunch, you could fall back and then you get a kill from Arian Anarchist and then dash away. Ooh. That's a good Hunter's Fury, though.
That's a very good Hunter's Fury. As Carly drops, Ariana's still understanding that there could be pressure coming in towards Tree. But the Spike looking to rotate across the middle of the map. Cosmic Divide towards A. And there's value in this because it sells the possibility of a hit towards A, and that's a fake. But it also gives you the cover that you want across mid and across B. Tyree's able to get one onto Artstar, but Marina's got to be careful, though. Yeah, she drops, and she was the last line of defense. They should be able to get onto B with relative ease, leaving Ellie and Ariana to take this site back.
It just looks so good on the defensive side for XSET, though. We just slightly overcommitted with the guided light peek from Artstar, and just the shots didn't connect for Marina, unfortunately, there to line up 2 players inside Pizza for the trade. But they had to turret up to try to get information as Artstar was playing towards the market, so I think we were a little bit too confident on that peak.
Lily aggressively using the run it back, excuse me, not the from the shadows, and tagged up Ellie. Tyree just down to 17 health, though. There's a good bit of view to the left, too. I don't know if there's a way in, Vans.
No,
yeah,
no,
they're
no,
punting on this.
Yeah, you're definitely saving at that point. Like I said, I guess to try to break down from the beginning of the round until now, the first initial crossfire setup that you had from Arianarchist and to Starry Bun on that catwalk. So Starry Bun was going to be first contact, and you almost saw it that she was going to go head-to-head against Lily. She could run away, and then you have Arianarchist that could swing back out, get a kill, and dash away. But they seemed too committed to try to fight towards that mid-side in the end at Generator that their positions were all given away right after, and it couldn't even trade out for an early kill. And with that, you already had so much utility already on that mid side. You had Artstar that was there too. I think you could have focused more on that catwalk instead. But nice punish there for Gen G Black on the shots that were missed from XSET. I don't think there was it was necessarily played too badly from XSET's side. But that enables now Gen G Black to get, what, 3 rounds on the attack? We're in a good spot.
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah, that's not a bad spot at all. 3 rounds in a row.
Off
to
force
XSET. Yep. XSET came in hot. They won the pistol, and we thought, oh no, this is going to be just like Haven all over again. They're going to get a comfortable lead, and they're just going to run away with it. But you mentioned the force buy. It was all off the force buy, Vans. They roll the die a little bit in round 2, invest, and that doesn't always pan out, right? But it wasn't just that they invested. It was how they played the opening moments of that round, not showing anything until they were sure that they could convert it into kills, and that gets Gen G to this point.
Yeah, I think I started seeing a little bit more of these force buys on second round with the spike being planted just before heading into Iceland when Newturn was doing that quite often, actually on Ascent when they get a spike plant, or in almost every single map when they get a spike plant, they force buy into the next round just to even up the economy. And that allows for you to like just gamble it out to say if you win, you equal for a round, you could still buy the round after, but if you actually win the round on a force buy, you're putting your opponents on a different footing where you could take the advantage of the economy there. So very well done for Gen G Black to do this so far, and even better for XSET this round with a combo from the Silva dart onto Arianarchist with the kill.
Dude, no shot, and the gravity wall was there as well, right? To deny Ariana taking some of that aggressive space early on, and she just didn't care, right? We just see that ult orb going into the pockets of Hannah as Lane goes in aggressive, playing away around Switch, going to drop the door. Do have 2 members backside. Make that one.
Ooh.
Starybun still playing back. Oh, she has this a ghost. Oh, can she make it sing?
Oh, no.
How is she still alive? And
I don't know. It just works. Oh, no.
A 1v2 here as Hannah has ult, but she doesn't have spike, right? She's going to have to work her way out of back sight. Get the spike. Get it down. And somehow do so while staying alive. You've got both remaining players of XSET now leaning over to one.
I wouldn't be against that. I actually wouldn't be against that if she actually threw the lockdown on the ground just to push her opponents away so that she could at least guarantee a spike plant.
I wonder if she'd be more comfortable doing it after she's gotten the spike in hand. Okay, now she's got that. The tap. Oh, she's just faking it out. They're not taking the bait. The alarm bot. The dash across, playing around the cloud burst. Hannah has her hands full, 7 bullets left and no health to work with either. Ariana gets 3. Gen G, for now, they keep a lead, but it's just gotten smaller.
Yeah, and the reason why I said that I wanted her to lock down before, if she wanted to, that is, what that could do is 2 things. Force your opponents to push you inside the back garage area, which is currently standing, or back boathouse, sorry, as we call it on that mini-map. She could actually win those fights potentially if she has the off angle from the way she's playing in that area, because they still have to clear 50s going inside the site. And then if she actually throws a lockdown and her opponents decide to fall back outside of the radius, then that then allows for her to place the alarm bot into an area that secures only 1 angle that she has to pay attention to instead of 2. So that could have been a nice little difference there. But we went for the safer route, just try to see if you can win with the Spectre, because you did have a lower buy, and then try to bring it back here into this round.
Gen G just got Carly's Hunter's Fury online, and you saw the intentional investment, right? The curveball was there. They peeked the aggressive corners, create some space for Carly to be able to farm that orb and get the ultimate. Now keep an eye on that flank coming out from XSET. Exactly. Ariana and Artstar are both taking the scenic route. They're not working mid. They're going all the way back in defender spawn, and this is not something you see super often either. Vans, I wonder if they're ready for it. They've got the tag too.
They're dunzo. Gen G Black are going to get caught by all of this.
Oh, but if the timing hits, you also don't know that Lynn is taking cat.
They're trying to play a lockdown into the A site, and as they're still setting up, this is just going to seal the deal. They're just going to kill everybody here.
Oh, no. Okay, so there's one. Oh, and she doesn't turn around. It's about to get worse. Ariana Artstar,
Oh,
how
this
much closer
timing.
can they get? How far are they going to roll the die? Artstar gets, oh my goodness, they've all just fallen apart. They've all been picked to shreds. Lynn's the last one that remains, and she gets popped through the nebula. A gorgeous display of macro rotations around the map to get XSET back to 3. We're tied up, fans.
Okay, well, I guess you're lucky that you actually did invest into the lockdown after all there from Hannah. If not, that would have been a lockdown less to work into this round, but that flank was huge. Like I mentioned before, Gen G Black, they don't do a lot of like this mid-presence kind of thing, but they usually play extremities. I'm actually surprised as well that they've been focused a lot on a default of 5 players down towards Gelato, which makes it even harder for you to re-clear if you want to rotate back towards mid-side or go for any type of splits. So now you're understanding that a little bit more for Gen G Black after that mistake and after they got punished from such a big flank. You finally see this default happening right now. You finally see Lynn working towards this mid-side. And as I mentioned before, Hannah's watching that push with the turret, and that gets broken down, and now they could start reassessing how they want to hit this site. There's a lot less utility here towards this B side, so you're going to look for this mid-side B control.
And it's interesting, you see for Gen G, even though, yes, they're wiser in that they've invested the turret, they do have Hannah there. As soon as that turret got shot out, you saw Lynn pull back from mid into tiles to make sure nobody was pushing. So you even see the impact of a previous flank like we saw in the last round have a drastic implication on how the team is playing out in this round. We'll see how things continue to play out. Gen G have taken Garage. They're working their way up towards B. The spike is going to follow as well. Ooh. Got a lockdown invested. And there's nothing to clear it right now, fans.
Yeah. And I think it could be okay to play retake at this point, too. The Cosmic Divide's going to come out. If they, you see how passive they play, too, right? They're not trying to break it down for anything else with, like, shock darts or anything. But this is going to be huge for Marina. They might try to come back and get this lockdown onto the boathouse. So this lurk on mid from Lynn has to be won.
Oh, and Marina has to stay alive. All right, she's good for one onto Lily. You're right. They're going to have to clear out Lynn, though, or else lockdown's not going to matter. The call should come out.
There you go.
The kill comes out as well. Now they're all trapped back boathouse. As you said, now they could invest the lockdown, and there's nowhere for them to go. That's exactly what happens, but the Hunter's Fury is coming out to try to counter it out from Carly. Hannah goes in, but Ariana, and Rena are able to get the kills at the end of the day. The defuse is going to come out as well. Vans, you read that round like a book.
Yeah, it just came down like the Hunter's Fury could still break that that lockdown, but you're so focused on getting 2 pulse into the lockdown, so that allows the rest of XSET to just storm into the site and making sure that you only have 1 player to fight against pretty much inside that site. So running with a group, if you're setting up for that trade, that was perfect how they went down that staircase, and now they get the round coming in. So a force buy that worked well for Gen G Black at the beginning to put 3 rounds in a row, indeed, are now 3 rounds unanswered back here from XSET, changing the pace. We talked about the pace on that previous map. They have different types of defense that they could play. Well, the lurk, the pushes, this time a default. They can play the retakes now, and even the setup that they had on that previous round. They set up for a retake play on both ends, right? Playing a Killjoy with the ult on tree side, on grass, is actually a great way to play it around on defense.
Oh, Gen G calling a timeout here. They've lost 3 rounds in a row as XSET, after the busted economy that they had to weather through in the opening couple of rounds of the map, now find themselves back on fair footing. They do have the Blade Storm in Ariana's pocket as well. And look at the economy. Vance Mariana has money to work with. Ariana has money to work with as well. And, you know, the rest of them may not be as fortunate, looking at you, Starry Bun. But the rest of them, like, they have money they can allocate, right? They're in good shape. Gen G, not nearly as fortunate.
Yeah. It seems as though with this pause, they just want to try to figure out how they could just explode into the site here, and it seems they want to invest into a run it back. And this is where I think like Phoenix slightly gets the like a disadvantage playing on a map like Ascent, because if you're going to try to run it back from A main, a great star place cancels out all of that.
Yeah. The gravity wall just negates everything.
Oh, even that cancels
man.
that.
Yeah, forget the gravity wall. A Tasmanian Tiger in your face is certainly going to impede your progress. Lynn dropping the gun. I like that, man. Get that into Tyree's hands. Now 1 point away, or well, started with 1 point away from having that Cosmic Divide, but now in a better spot to get it. Ellie, oh, leads the shots onto Lynn. Carly gets one as well. Spike is down to 2v2. They're going to get onto the site. Retake attempt here for XSET.
This is not bad, though. You lost a huge player in a run it back, but you're still able to execute inside the site and get great trades to make a 2 versus 2 and get a spike plant to play this in your favor. So you're looking pretty good. You have a decent crossfire setup. You're playing a little bit of a bait and switch here at Generator at Hell, but you're hoping that it works out in your favor. You need good comms here.
A little bit of util invested. Marina getting delayed, at least for now.
By her own
Spike
teammate.
continuing to tick away. Carly on the swing. Carly good for one. It gets traded. Handed down in hell. Not
Thankfully.
able to land the shots. As Starry gets 2, she's going to get the defuse as well. What a round.
Yeah, Starry Bun kind of Nova Pulsed her own teammate by accident there, but it still worked out. We talked about one team having a good crossfire setup with a bait and switch. The other one just had to be on point with the trades. So having Marina drop down and die at least gives information for the first player swinging out of Generator, which then allows for Starry Bun to get the first kill and then also sealing a deal on the 1 versus 1 because the shots came out from both ends. The audio is there, and it just gives enough for Starry Bun. I mean, Starry Bun is the type of player that could do that kind of stuff. Winning these close range battles in a tight amount of time is a type of player that I've been seeing Starry Bun perform quite well. So with that, a nice retake, a decent, you had the half buy coming in for Gen G Black, and they're able to now move forward here into another gun round thanks to the spike plant. And this mid control seems a little bit better. The Cosmic Divide's going to come out, and they're going to look to split potentially into the A site.
You're dead.
Run it back used at the hands of Lily. Has a couple of curveballs as well. He's going to take some space, but is he going to see? Is she going to see anything? No. But I do like that gravity well there to delay entry. Lynn's going to work her way forward anyway. The spike just on the other side of the Cosmic Divide. A flash.
This is cool.
Pushing through it quite yet.
And they plant for a tree, so you don't have to fight back inside the site. You could play it from A main from a good angle, and even the last player, Hannah on Catwalk, is probably going to be the player to look out for if her teammates are dying, but it's not good. Yep.
No, Lily swinging around with the curveball like a one-handed psychopath, just swinging around, landing the shots. Already got 3, but Ariana says, I can do a bit of that as well. She gets 2, Artstar gets a 3rd, but still left in a 1v2. The spike ticking away, the tap. You're drawing out some of that Asher utility. She just doesn't have any health. She didn't have any friends. She didn't have any time. Carly lands the shots. We're going back and forth again, Vance.
This is actually quite nicely done there for XSET still, I gotta say, even though they lost that round. So to make it a 2 versus 2 or a 2 versus 1 in the end was actually quite nice, knowing that you had so many bodies for Gen G on that tree side for all these trades. Like, look how this panned out. This was like a perfect crossfire setup, and still somehow they lost all their players right after towards the tree side. So nicely done on their end for XSET. They still won a couple of rounds in a row, but they're still healthy on a bye. You had the Bladestorm ready out for Arianarchist, but they're looking to fight back on this mid takes to not allow Gen G to go back for this mid control for a split. And lots of utility on the A side to prevent any type of early pushes into the site at Generator side.
Yeah, they invest so much out for Marina. You mentioned the mid control that they're trying to fight for. Artstar also invested a flash just to see if there was any intel on maybe Lynn working the middle of the map, something like that. No, Lynn's actually the one who just got tagged up in garage, but
you see the
it's
ping
wide open.
Yeah, so there's 2 pings that just came out there and 2 shock darts that came out too. If you're actually able to pull a rotation out of A, you could still ult on the attacker side onto the B side, but instead, XS just decided to push forward.
Yeah, they take that garage space right back, and they also draw out the dash out from Lynn. So now B is back to being theirs, and they did so relatively effortlessly, Vans.
They're committed. They're just coming into the A side right now. The curveballs come out, Starry Bun to spray, and they're just dropping it, unfortunately, for GGB.
This is a pretty brutal spot here for Gen G. They don't have the spike. There's no easy way in. Seekers are out as well.
30 seconds left. Last player standing.
Hannah also gets dropped, leaving all things on Lynn's shoulders, and she gets flashed. She has to give that space right back up, and guess who's waiting on the other side? Ariana. So you're feeling pressure really from everywhere. You can't go forward because Ellie's right there. She lands the shots, cleans things up. XSET get to 6.
And that's the difficult part when you're trying to execute into a site and you haven't cleared any of the utility to start things off. So one Nebula just makes things difficult to already enter into the site. Then you also have Killjoy's utility in there too to slow things down one more time. I like that because of that, XSET just pushed down towards that B site to funnel Gen G Black into that A site. But to understand that those shock darts were used in the beginning, if they defaulted back for Gen G Black with 45 seconds remaining and pulled that rotation first by pulling that utility and ulted to B, they might have had a better chance to get into the site and potentially win this round. But with 2 more rounds to go in the half, a hero buy for Lily, trying to leverage that run it back again, potentially towards this tree side. We'll see if it's actually going to come into fruition.
I wonder And your thoughts on potentially getting that rifle into Carly's hands, knowing she's a bit closer to having the Hunter's Fury?
You want to use a run it back. The run it backs to create this space, I think, at this point. If you've committed already with a hero buy, I think you want to give it more to the person that could create that space or open things up.
Well, they're going to have plenty of space to work with towards B. They've taken mid. You already see Lynn is working towards the back of the site. Again, she just has a Sheriff. Big flash to grab info. Cloudburst creating some space. Artstar and Ariana are able to get a couple. Starry Bun back sight. A clean sweep. A flawless round for XSET as they get to 7. Potentially pushing it to 8-4. Fortunately for Gen G, they should have rifles this round.
They should, yeah, because we only had one purchase for Lily right there, right? And maybe they want to use the run it back more when everybody is a little bit more healthy with the buy. So I could understand that too. That cloud burst that came out just made things very difficult for them to move out. I'm pretty sure you potentially even had maybe a curveball remaining for Lily to maybe try to flash out for them to execute. But it's hard when you have egos, you try to move as a team. Sometimes you don't really check your 50 and that's the result that you get, unfortunately. But with that now, they have the run it back. They have a lockdown that they had for quite an amount of rounds already. But because of all the other rounds here, you do have a Hunter's Fury from Ely.
Lily not able to get anything out of it, though, as Ellie's the one who cleans that kill up. They're going to work their way on to B again. Ellie's still playing backside, 68 health, and manages to get one. How much more can she get? Nothing. Gen G have taken the site. They're in a pretty nice post-plant position as well as they get the spike down. You've got Carly who's able to play off, control garage, make sure that there's nobody flanking around. This is a nice setup, Vance.
Yeah, I mean, to run it back to come out, they should have ulted there. Just because Ellie would have had her hands full, she couldn't pull out the Hunter's Fury, and they could try to get the site a little bit easier. But at least, it's still a 4 versus 3. They got some great trades. Ariana Kiss has the Blade Storm, and they don't have anything else to work with. They have to work off the flashes coming out from Artstar.
They understand that they have to clear out garage, so you see them pushing that way. A nice kill onto Lynn, but you've still got Carly back there, and she's going to be a nuisance if not taken care of. But they're turning their attention to what's in front of them, and, well, it didn't work out. 3 are left for Gen G there at the end of the round. They get us to 7-5, an excellent response given how the previous round had gone. Vance, this is turning out to be a very good map.
Definitely. You needed that round for Gen G to get the momentum going into that second half because, like I said, the momentum started when they had that force buy on that second round to bring things back. But now with a 7-5, you gotta work something out here.
Oh, it's going to be a good close to this map. We talked about how it's good for both teams, so you know the second half is going to be electric. We're going to throw it to a break. When we return, the culmination of Ascent. Don't go anywhere. out of the break and back into the game, and what a game it has been so far. XSET come out hot, 2-round lead, but GGB at the end there, they started getting something cooking, Vans.
Yeah, it's definitely, like I said, it's definitely a round that you need it right now to make it 7-5. Now you have the defender side, a side that usually could be a little bit more comfortable to play as, especially when you have the Astra and your Killjoy in your arsenal to try to just deny any type of quick explosions into the site, split the executions on the attack. But looking at the attack on XSET, there's no split going on right now. They're grouped up at the Gelato, just like we kind of saw from GGB at the beginning on the pistol. But at least for XSET, they're looking to creep up towards this catwalk. The only thing that's going to stop them is potentially a gravity well.
I do like this defensive setup. You called the potential gravity well. You've got an alarm bot holding down mid as well. But XSET don't seem to care. They're just going to push through the utility that's set up. Lin drops early on. Lily follows as well.
Oof. The Hot Hands is trying to split things up here towards the A main, but the Nebula never came up, so it just gave an easy long-range battle there from A main all the way towards Heaven. And that also puts the Phoenix Lily into the hard position at the door side. So nicely done for XSET to overpower Genji. Let's see what they have on the retake. No more stars, or they have 1 star left in shock darts.
Ellie's going to have to go big here for the opener. Nice shock dart out from Carly. She's going to upgrade to a Ghost as well. Looking for a second kill? No, but Marina's so weak. Starry Bun's not certainly healthy either. Ellie's already dropped. There they go. They fall apart. A very clean retake. You saw they reallocated their resources. They repositioned where they were. They invested 1 in tree, 3 in Heaven, and that's all they needed.
And that's one of those moments where you're just happy or you're just proud as a coach, for example, if you have one, that your team, your players aren't really fully committed to really drop down into the site yet and play to just try to get the defuse as fast as you can. Understand that you still had a lot of time onto your hands. You went for Jiggle Peaks instead, just to make sure that you clear drop down and you also clear generator before you go for the double peak down towards Hell. So really good communication and scaling right now for Genji Black to retake towards that site on the A site and get a beautiful retake there, because you saw how instantly everybody from XSET died right away. So an A side rush didn't work out. They might even try it again.
Have the curveball, but they don't follow. Ariana just continues to hold W like a flash in your face. She doesn't care. She's got the sheriff. She's going to keep going. Tyre has already dropped. They're going to continue to push the matter across a second curveball. Lily's not able to get anything either, but Lynn's Marshall far more effective. And she's already gotten 2, adds a little bit more spice with the classic. Hannah cleans up the end. We're tied up at 7 apiece.
Is it Envy that started that when, was it Victor playing, I think,
yes.
with Hot Hands as
Hot
Phoenix?
Hands on the, yep.
Yeah, so the Hot Hands onto the orb with the gravity well did a lot of damage for 2 players holding behind there on that area. So for XSET to try to run into the site, and that's what I said, the Nebula was one of those things, of the main things you need. Any type of smoke players that you have, when you hear such a fast hit coming, throw a smoke up towards that A main side, and it makes it so hard for your opponents to get into the site. So very well done to hold things off. I mean, they still lost 3 players here, so it's a weaker buy that they have on the bonus round that could easily get overpowered here by XSET.
They certainly have the weapons to overpower, but
okay,
Marshall,
I like.
Yeah, I mean, they've made a lot out of a little here. I do like this push out from XSET. They've already taken Garage. They're pinching in. They could continue to take the space away. They've already taken Long as well on A side. The problem is that leaves A wide open.
Still
mid,
at least
excuse me, mid.
Yeah, mid wide open. B's also open, but at least the Sova fell back, right? So Carly's peeking it right now with the Ares. Now you're stacking up back towards this B site. Now mid's open for the defenders with this flank from Lin.
Ooh.
And Marina wins it.
Try to get a little crispy with it. A little bit more than she bargained for.
Oh!
Ellie able to land the shots onto Lily. That's a nice trade, though, out of Tyre.
Yeah. Especially with an eco, right? The last ping, even though 1 falls, it's only a sorry, not a Phoenix, but a Sheriff that's been invested, and a trade to come out that's a potential weapon pickup. And as you funnel everybody back towards the A side, you still have Hannah with her full kit of a Killjoy and also her Spectre.
Is that going to be enough, though? Is that going to be enough to keep the round up, to keep the site safe? 1 so far, and the spike hasn't gone down, but she's getting tagged up. She's getting flashed. She's going to have to dance back and forth. 76 health.
Wow.
2 armor remaining, but with 13 health, I think she's done a lot at this point. The problem is the remaining resources, they're still up in heaven. The spike does go down. Turret has been cleared out. And Saribun working her way all the way around. If they hit the timing right, the 2 remaining members of Gen G are going to be coming.
Yep. And with the Nebula towards Heaven too, Starry's in a great flank.
Yep, great flank. Tyree never had a chance. She had no idea. Carly's left alone in this 1v3. The tap, the flash. But she can't swing out too far, right? Because she understands that there's pressure up in Heaven. There's pressure out in Tree as well. Starrybun drops down. They all swarm at just the right time to give XSET the lead yet again.
That was such a nice try from Hannah, though. The perfect nano swarms onto the ground that almost melted down the Arianarchist. She actually made it into the side at Generator with like 40 HP. And despite them knowing that she's playing towards Dice, 2 or 3 players are spraying against her, and she still wins 1 fight out of the 3 and almost wins it against Artstar with a Spectre versus a Vandal. That could have been huge. If that kill actually happened, the other players that are rotating towards the Heaven side probably could have just swarmed down that 2 versus 1 on the plant and win on time, because you had Starrybun on such a late flank. But unfortunately, that rotate happened a little bit too slow, where they couldn't help and assist on Hannah playing towards that side. But pretty decent on the bonus. We mentioned that it was a bonus with only pistols and Spectres, right? So, take it.
Yeah, all things considered, you definitely take that. Not to see a little op action lands, the flash just pushes her back.
Here.
And just like that, a flash, a drone, and the space that they had, XSET's able to take right back.
Well, burst to clear out towards Wine, which is pretty decent right now, but this lurk from Starrybun is going to be big. If she could actually just get an angle towards spawn and cut these rotations, they could still rotate back towards this B site. You're not fully committed for A right now here, Doug, so you're really counting on potentially just forcing the rotationing out from the B site to A, and it starts with the recon dart.
Oh, mid. Mid's a big deal. Oh my goodness, how does Hannah not see her?
Okay,
How and Hannah lands a shot?
She won it.
So that just take like the pivot point that you have that you're able to rotate around there is gone. Mid does not have the flexibility. That was hard. That it once had for XSET.
Oh, but the recon dart instead of for the body peek so that you could get out the nanoswarm and the star out instead to react does not pay off, and that's XSET able to take the B site. So some nice plays overall, and unfortunately missed timings on both ends. It's still XSET that has the upper hand.
Oh, this is going to be nuts. You see the lockdown has come out, Lynn. Wanting to go in aggressive. The thing for XSET is they still do have Shower's presence, and they've got Artstar. They've got Artstar! Only good for 1, though. Lily shows up with 2! Spike ticking away, but the 2 remaining members of XSET were there. Ellie gets the last one. It looked promising for a moment, Vance. They had the hit. They all pushed in numbers, but it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, you had no choice. The lockdown that came out, you had to react very quickly to still be able to get a couple of these trades in the end and to prevent that lockdown from getting off. It's still like, quote-unquote, an extra player that you have to deal with because you are focused to just spray that down first, which allows XSET to actually take this in the end. And look at that. Even if they win the round, they're pulling for the timeout just because it was potentially a close call going in there for Gen G Black on that retake. Look at how they're already placed. Behind the boxes, no flashes to be played. Even if Lily tried to throw curveballs through the through that cloudburst, they were playing behind the Radiant boxes anyways, where they couldn't get affected by any of the flashes on XSET side. So very nicely played on the pulse plant positions too, despite the swarm that you got from Gen G Black. So with this timeout now, just want to try to figure out how things will go here. As you have this timeout, you really can't move away from spawn either. So we'll just have to see what they'll decide to do right now, as you do have Gen G Black on an eco.
Yeah, it's an interesting one too, because you don't want to spend too much, right? But Lynn's got the Blade Storm, so there's opportunity to make something happen there, and they also have the lockdown, so they have some tools to make something happen. But Van's right, on an eco like this late in the game, you have to be really cautious about when you're willing to roll the die here.
Yeah. Wonder if they're going to try just something quick. Is it going to be like just Seekers and an ult? Look at that. 5 players on one side, 5 players on the other, and it's just going to be a full-out push. The gamble, unfortunately, doesn't pay off here for Gen G Black, but you'll play for these exits. You'll definitely play for these exits. The gamble doesn't pay off.
No, it does not. Not going to Vegas with any of the players in this server. As the spike goes down, it goes down for free. Yeah, they had to invest a little bit of utility to make sure that nobody was home, but once they find out that everything is safe, They get onto the site. They get the spike down. They also drop, I believe it's Starrybun, yep, who's playing off a bit. Thank you to the observers for catching that. That's gorgeous. Starrybun. Oh, no. Oh, my. He just drops the hammer on Starrybun.
This is still good. Oh my God! Actually, if they actually killed Ellie in the back, they could ult and then just retake the site. This is huge right now. This is actually doable.
Doable may be a bit strong, but we'll see what happens. The Seekers, come out. Yeah, Ariana.
Okay,
yep.
not anymore.
You jinxed it. you jinxed it. That was you all day. Carly's gonna drop. XSET gets to 10, and the spike goes off for good measure, just to make sure that the round goes their way. A 3-round lead for XSET here.
Just because that recon dart pinged so many players right there, I thought Gen G Black would have had that confidence to know exactly where to go. And with that kill from Lin, beautiful at the same time. But they basically scattered like cockroaches when that recon dart came out, and it just said, screw it, let's push towards the spawn, let's just fight back with these trades, and they didn't even need to get any trades going on. Everything just landed perfectly there for XSET, getting out of the site as the spike was going to go off. Even then, I wonder, I don't think they probably would have had it on the diffuse at least, but to try to make it expensive is what the idea was there for Gen G Black. And with this round, the first op comes out here for Lin. I wonder if it's even the first op here of the map.
It may be. I don't remember seeing one either, Vance.
Yeah. So it shows how Arianarchus is definitely trying to use more of that the rifle to help out her teammates for retakes, creating space, or even now to execute into these sites.
Yeah, Ariana just wants to go, baby. She wants to hold W. She wants to dash forward and make some magic happen. And that's what we've seen from her really the entire tournament. She's going to get an opportunity to do it again here. You see the Cloudburst comes out, the Cosmic Divide as well. You've got Lin on a flank with an op. But with how fast XSET have been playing, they're going to get onto the site. They're going to get the spike down as well.
Same crossfire. You have a curveball at least, though.
Do you make the same mistake? The lockdown comes out. The Hunter's Fury follows. Everything. Now Lili's swinging out. Nope. Not going to land anything. Second Cosmic Divide follows. There's the curveball that we're talking about, but Lili doesn't get it. How does she do that? Vance, how does she get away with that? She eventually gets cleaned up. Numbers advantage in favor of XSET. The spike continuing to tick away. Now Lin has arrived, and maybe not a moment too soon. A 3v2 in favor of XSET. Spike ticking. Hannah, 1. Hannah, no more. Artstar just with 7 health. XSET get to 11, though. That gap, it's back.
I thought that was going to be the play. Again, a run it back was perfect, but the curveball I don't think was thrown out. She just literally held W, push forward, maybe to try to play that bait first and realize where the crossfire was coming from, right? And after that, the curveball comes out. It winds a bit, but when you're just blind to the crossfire like that, you know the peak's coming right out after the flash, just spray it. I even thought that you had the crosshair that was pulled away from Ariana to break the dart and still able to come back and assist Saribun on a crossfire setup was just really, really nice there from XSET. So it shows. These gals are practicing the aim lab flick of the day.
And talk about the flick of the day. Lili gets one with the Sheriff, and you saw it happening, right? It was like watching a train wreck unfold. They fully send down A long. Lili lands the crispy shots onto Ariana, who's really been the X factor for XSET. Not intentional, I didn't do that on purpose. But it's just been she's been so good for them, sitting on the sideline for the rest of the round.
Yeah, now you can play this retake on site. You're going to let them through. The door is going to break. And knife it out at the same time. Lin's all the way out towards the A side just in case there was going to be a split happening back or mid-rotation back towards the A side. So they still have a Phantom to work with too.
And now the Phantom has shown up. Wasn't there initially, but now they want to go. The spike has been planted.
There's a reflank, but there's an alarm bot there too. So that's still a good position right now for GGB on this retake.
Forget it. They don't need it. Now Artstar. 1v4. Ouch, it's gonna hurt. Tyre getting it. She's sticking it all the way, baby. Lin gets 3 with the Sheriff. A thrifty round win. They get the defuse as well. Gen G showing they're not out of this map quite yet.
I really like that Gen G Black just didn't slow down when the Allen drone came out. You clear towards B main, you know, okay, there's nobody there, there's nobody at logs. We could just really jump down and fight into the B site. And with that, it was just very well done. They won their fights there too, and it nullified the late flank that was coming in from Artstar. If not, it would have been deadly. And that's off Lili with the Sheriff again. So a nice opening on Dice. She had the first blood towards A main to allow Lin to pick up the Phantom left behind. And that's a great position where you want to be for GGB.
Look at that lean towards A already, right? A 3-stack that way. They're getting priority to potentially get the ult orb into Artstar's hands. But you're right, the hot hands pushes them right off. Artstar's just down to 27 health now.
And no heals. So this is a great spot to be. Trailblazer to try to clear things out a bit. You can even re-dash into the side with Ariarnicus. I like that you throw the first Nebula onto the ground. Like I said, see a little bit of pressure, put it back up right away. You might give your opponents a chance to dash into the site, but they dash into no information, where an off angle allows you to get these kills. All right, there's no dash, actually. Ariarnicus already used it early in the round.
She didn't have dash. She doesn't have any health either.
Yep.
Just down to 27 HP as she gets tagged up and has to reconsider how she and really the rest of XSET want to approach this round. It's a 5v3. The remaining members of Gen G are very healthy. They have a decent setup as well. You see some of the more KJ util invested towards A. They're playing back off too. You see the positioning here. They don't want to give anything up. They don't want to leave anything to chance. They're playing a bit more passively. Fine. Give XSET some of the space towards mid and B if they want, because they feel confident in their numbers and the
30
retake.
seconds
Yeah,
left.
even if it's towards tree side too. I think that's an alarm bot with a star on the ground, right? So that's going to alarm things out. If they go towards tree, you already have players towards the spawn side as well. So you focus your numbers inside A main, and that's it.
Ooh, nice shots out of Ellie.
Spike down A.
Now, Staribun has been a topic of conversation a lot, but in that 1v3, there's nothing really doing for her. So Gen G, they get back to 9. The gap just down to 2 rounds. They've shown that even with giving some of that space up, they're perfectly okay with it. They've just had XSET's number the last couple of rounds, Vance.
Now, I'm going to have to say that once we start playing into the later patch, Hannah's going to be one person that's going to be so hard to deal with the way that she plays around those dices. The boxes, as you see right now, the 2 green boxes at the A site, in the new patch, it's not going to be pennable on that left box. So she's going to be able to survive for so much longer and even play around that to her full effect. I got to commend on how good she's playing this A site right now. That's going to help her teammates for these rotate back. But we're changing the pace right now. We're running really quickly into the B site.
Spike down B.
Running very quickly into the B site and right into Tyre's crosshairs. Ariana not able to land anything with the Blade Storm as well. Numbers advantage in favor of Gen G. There was a whole lot of ruckus that was caused at the opener to that round, but with that, personnel that is dropped, XSET just slows things down.
I was going to say, she could have been caught off guard there, Hannah, as she was walking down. She got dinked, yeah, down to 15 HP, so that was a headshot with that ghost, but it could have been a whole different story if Marina was there just a split second earlier to capitalize on that kill and open up the site. But now you have a 2 players advantage. You're in a pretty good spot here to play this round and play the clock.
Marina, what kind of heroics do you have to you? That's a brutal crossfire, though, right? Like, Lily's on one side. Who is that? Hannah on the other. Yeah, even if she swings out, regardless of which way she looked, the other side was going to punish her. Beautiful crossfire set up by Gen G there.
Yeah, and the half buy from XSET didn't pay off when they just wanted to go quickly with Ariarnicus' Blade Storm, but the Lily play by the switch, just playing behind the Cloudburst to her advantage, using Ariarnicus' own smoke to her own demise, allows for Gen G Black to actually just hold this. So the reason why I'm struggling this whole time, every time I'm casting Gen G Black, is because I'm gonna date myself here. Back in the day when I was casting Counter-Strike, there was a team called GB, what was called Green Berets, and every time I see GGB, I'm trying to say Green Berets every single time, but I held myself back. Now I finally caught myself, like, damn it, am I gonna keep saying it? Nonetheless, the op is out, and every single time that we had the op coming out from Lynn, she's able to gain that space on that B site so that everybody can rotate back and stack towards A. This time, though, Ellie is holding her towards the B side main. If she throws a recon or something like that to push Lynn away, they could also rotate back.
So this is a different look from XSET too, because historically we've seen Marina invest the turret there to deny that aggressive push from GGB through main. But this time, as you said, it's just Ellie, and it's Ellie with the spike too. So if this kill goes in favor of Lynn,
it's scary.
XSET are in trouble, yeah.
Definitely scary. And now that there is also no Aldrone to clear up towards mid, you don't really have a Trailblazer to look back towards the mid side either. And you're not really smoking back towards the mid side spawn as well, so it still seems as though they want to finish on this mid to B split, but if they don't have more utility to try to clear out Lynn in this spot, that's a spike down and even less time to work with because you only have 30 seconds left on the clock.
30 seconds left.
Oh, she was waiting. She thought there was going to be another shoulder peek. It doesn't come through. The Seekers come out, and that's the green light, baby. That's it. We're going. The lockdown's going to come out as well, along with the Hunter's Fury as Ariana tries to get back sight. There's Lynn with the op, though. You said she provides value all the time. Not going to happen this time around as Ellie lands the shots. They upgrade the weapon. Now they're the ones with the ops. Starrybun was the only one who was in a position to deny the entry in, and there it goes. You see the Cosmic Divide along with the Hunter's Fury coming out from Ellie as they try to land him. I think she tagged up too.
Yep.
But Tyrate, 31 health. Carly's weak as well from that Hunter's Fury, but they have to go forward. The Nano Swarm to delay the advances for just a second longer as the spike continues to tick away. Turret's been cleared out as well. They try to bang through the wall. Marina going in for one. Ellie going in for one as well, but Carly's on the trade back as Carly gets two. A 2v2. The spike, it's got to be so low. Ariana looking to land the shots. Good for one. Carly trades it out. It's Artstar versus Carly. The tap is there. Artstar lands the shots. My goodness, this round went down to the wire. XSET at map point.
You are so happy right now from a clutch Hunter's Fury that came out from Ellie, even if it didn't kill any players, to just tag down two first off on low HP, but also to gain the information that there is actually more players coming in from the spawn side. You could focus on that. You could play your angles at the same time too, and you're also making things a little bit weaker should you lose some battles into this B site, because the amount of times that Gen G Black have been working these retakes towards B, they've actually been quite good when they all had weapons coming in to make these rounds so close. It just shows how they're greatly set up for these trades, how they're greatly set up to run as a group, run as a bio-ball for this retake plays, and to lead this on a clutch 1v1 was you needed a lot coming out from your last player in the end there for XSET. So nicely done. You're calling out for a timeout. You're going to try to figure out what you want to do with this operator. Should Lynn try to be a little bit more aggressive, even pushing out towards B, so to use that high-risk, high-reward of missing a shot or landing a shot, but no matter what, gaining information and dashing away. So she's already invested in that. We just want to know where she's going to post this right now, because this is elimination point for XSET to move forward and for Gen G Black to go home.
You got to reach deep into the playbook here, because you're right, this is it. Van's like, this is Gen G potentially's last round to play. So they're going to have to pull up some magic. This time we're seeing a bit of an adjustment on where Lynn is playing. We saw her on B. This time going to be peeking down A long. And I wonder if they used a gravity well just then. There was a nebula at her feet. Didn't move at all. Look at the patience coming out from XSET.
Yeah, one flash is going to put Lynn away too on this position, but she's still reposted on that. Now you're trying to go for, some information here towards B main. Nice little battle. Nano's trying to push Lily back. And you're slowly pulling one rotation away, though, from A site to B. But this is still a default. The spike is down towards a shed, so you could maybe guess that they want to try to go for the orb. Want to go for the spike and finish towards the B side, especially when everybody cleared out their original positions on mid and A side. There's no presence on mid, right? The turret has been there towards the beginning of the round until now, on the top of B-Link, and it never spotted anybody. So Gen G are playing this kind of scared. You're giving a lot of map control away for XSET, and they could just explode now into a site.
You are divided!
Flash, the Cosmic Divide out as well. Lily trying to use some hot hands to delay things, and did at least a little bit. But I like the way she's playing this, right? Like, not giving position away, not giving anything. Waiting for her teammates to show up. They've gotten onto the site, XSET have, and Artstar's looking to get the spike down. She should be able to do so. So here we go. 45 seconds left. The Cosmic Divide comes out. Reposition for Marina keeps her alive.
It's going to be the most
flash out. Oh, but you got to swing. Yeah, there it is. Marina swings out. Gets one to 4v4. You mentioned the lockdown coming out from Hannah. It's still there, but they've got to clear out showers. They've got to clear out Marina. There it is. Now the lockdown's coming out. 2 remaining on the side of XSET as Gen G look to continue the map at least for another round. Ariana good for one. Ariana good for a second, but no, she drops at the end of the day. Hannah gets it fused. Vans, we're playing another one.
That's it. The clearing towards this B side was beautiful. XSET has been doing a great job with these crossfires towards the tree side for about 2 or 3 rounds on their executions into the A site. This time they had a perfect crossfire into the B main just to make sure that, it has to be cleared, but most of the times there's usually only one player playing towards the B site. And with that Cosmic Divide that came out at the beginning of the round, Gen G were walking in not knowing where these positions were going to be, where the crossfires were going to happen. So they leveraged Lynn to just updraft towards the air, not get any kills, but be good enough here to help her teammates to move in to get these kills. Really allowed this lockdown to come out into full fruition and stay alive to hopefully bring this into overtime. And this overtime still has this op. But this defense setup is totally different here, Doug. So we started with a recon dart towards this B main. It's not going to spot anything, but everything from Killjoy and from Astra's utility is set up here towards this B site. Oh, it's looking to be a quick hit, though, towards A. That pushes grass away already. Oh!
Oh my gosh, but how quickly can you move into that? Lynn's already gotten two with the Op Marina. Yeah, trades it out. But they've already gotten what they wanted. They delayed the push long enough for the teammates to show up to equalize numbers at their piece. Marina has the lockdown. There's nothing really left to counter it. Yeah, you've got info, but when you're playing on the other side of the gen like that, there's no way to blast through that. There it comes Carly. Good for one, though. And that was so close. They're going to get the lockdown as well. Starry Bun. And a 1v3. No, she's going to drop at the end. Unbelievable, Vance. The response from Gen G is so good to take us to overtime on a map that's good for both teams.
Gen G playing on defense is so good on retake so far. It looked like it was always going to be some sort of like a lost cause, but at least at that point, I have to give credit for Lynn. To be able to dash away, get 2 op kills before she actually died, made things a lot easier for Gen G to take the retake back into the A side. I think if it wasn't for Lynn there, it potentially could have been like XSET's round because, you would have had a 5 versus 3 inside that site because you had no more defenders back towards the back towards A. She was playing back towards the catwalk. That was a Tyree, and to stay alive, have her teammates come back, getting shock dart kills on top of that from Carly. That was really, really nice. Now you're going into an overtime, and you have this this Odin coming out towards this B side. A little bit more of a default play for XSET. Default by being something more common that you see now towards the defender side too. But they're playing a much more passive A side control though.
Yeah, I mean, really, it's Artstar who's playing a bit tight. But you see Ariana, she's playing all the way up in heaven. You've got some tree presence as well, and you've got so much Killjoy utility littered all over B, but I mean,
okay, they're not letting up.
Nope, they're not slowing down at all. Flash out, grab a little bit of info. That's a big kill. XSET seem to be holding fast so far. How have they done that? It's just Carly who's left alone in 1v2. She's got the spike as well. She has a couple of shock darts to work with. Plenty of time as well. She could flip the map if she wanted to. Got some info on that tag. 10 bullets. Oh, the drop down. She's already gotten 3. She's going to have to get 4 to open things up. She's also got the Thunder's Fury.
Oh, no.
But is she going to be able to bank through that? Yeah. 5 bullets. Dead silent. Vans is neither player's going to give any bit of info. No. She looks the wrong way. Ellie lands the shots. XSET win the first round of overtime.
She saw her too, but was so focused on Heaven's side that the reaction time of like, wait, she's out in the open, that drop down? It was just a little bit too late. They did such a great job, though, for XSET to hold the initial push. Look at how they were placed. Okay, well, this is a replay going into the first half, but the double hell that they had into defense on that OT and throw actually the guided light out from hell to actually get all of these blind kills allowed XSET to actually get an upper hand in terms of numbers. But then you had Carly trying to take things into her own hands and maybe try to win that one too. But unfortunately, it did not work out. Gen G backs against the wall one more time, looking to play a double overtime and investing into a glass cannon op. Catwalk now, realizing that there's no mid control going on so far. The fight's all towards the extremities, but it's still a stalemate as you only traded utilities from Sova to Sova.
And you've got Lynn with that freaking glass cannon, no armor, and an op holding down the middle of the map. Oh, not gonna. I thought for just a moment she might get a shot at Ellie, but no, it actually might be Marina who.
Yeah, and the turret's down too, so she can't put a turret on top of the B link. She might go for a body peek if anything, and that's gonna get punished.
Lynn's been so good with the op in these moments.
Here it comes.
Oh, yep, good for it. But the thing is, you've also got Starrybun, who's crept up forward as well. I don't know that she's going to be expecting the tight angle. No, she's not. Starrybun trades that back out.
Gave that a little bit away. You want to play your numbers advantage, but you were feeling confident. But Elisa, there's a lot of utility inside this site. Hannah playing it back at the generator. There's a nice kill.
Hannah good for a second one as well. The second one even nicer than the first. The spike is down though. XSET's just down to Starybun as it looks like playing another round is an inevitability. A 1v4. Starybun doesn't have the spike either. Look at your minimap, folks. Gen G are so well positioned around the spike, not really in a position to give anything up. Yeah, Hannah gets 3 at the end of the day. We're dancing again.
Yeah, don't mess with Hannah when she's playing inside that site. They were focused a lot, thinking that she was going to play behind that dice as usual, and this is like the first time in quite a number of rounds that she's playing behind a generator, and it seems as though it caught XSET off guard on this A execute. So very, very, very well done. You now have the side switch. You have Genji back onto the attack. You have Lin back with the Vandal, and they're going back with the default. So the same thing with the turret, watching back towards this B mid, or sorry, B long, and a bit of control towards the A side. But Lin is looking for some early mid control at least, and that's something that I mentioned before was missing from Genji Black in previous games. We're hoping to see that it's going to come into fruition into this round.
Well, they'll have to take care of it. If they do try to work mid, you've got 2 problems to deal with. Number 1, you've got Ellie there, but you've also got the alarm bot. And there are different ways to go about that, right? Like, you can use a shock dart to clear it out, but if they don't know that it's there, there's no way for them to preemptively clear that out and give the notion that there may be a push working mid.
Mm-hmm. And with the Aldron spotting here, Carly towards the back of the mid side, could potentially indicate that, hey, it's a Silva towards A, or are they going to try to recon back towards the A side, so nobody's rotating out from the A side onto B, even if they saw Lin towards that B link at the same time too. And there you go. You're picking up the spike. You're slowly moving out towards the A side. Nothing has changed here on this crossfire onto the A side. On the top of the boxes too. Or should I say behind the boxes is going to be Artstar. But this is a tough spot too when you have Lily that's going to be able to flash out right now. Unless she doesn't throw it deep enough, then Artstar is in a great position to punish.
She might, yeah, she's got a little flash of her own. And with only 26 seconds left, you imagine there's not a whole lot of time to throw fakes. Yeah, you're going. There's the flash that you called. Starybun wisely dropping into the nebula, somehow staying alive, and knows she's not able to provide any value. But Artstar is, as she gets 2, gets 3. Through all of that, a 2v2 is all that's left. The 2 remaining members of XSET are just now showing up into the site. Carly looking to get the spike down. Lin looking to play interference. No, not able to do so as Marina gets 1. Carly 47 health and a 1v2. Make that a 1v1. 7 HP and a classic. Ring around the Rosie. Not able to land the shots. Marina's so healthy. Carly's going to have a shot to do it again. Nope. A miss the second time around. But they say 3rd time's the charm. Can she make the classic sing? As Marina's now swinging around her. No. Marina lands the shots. She's going to get the defuse as well. Once again, XSET take the lead in overtime.
That was so close in the end. A very nice try from Carly on that 2v1. And I do like that she pulled out the classic in the end, right? There's no more bullets left. Maybe 1 or 2 left in the chamber. Maybe sometimes it's the 1 or 2 that you need. But in that pressured situation, going with the right click is a great way to go. But you just saw from that replay there, Doug, that position that I set from Artstar before was behind the bricks, and then she went behind the boxes. This is another great advantage on these hits right now that XSET's capitalizing on, because your flash player is only going to be a close range flasher, being Lily. So you're only flashing around the corners towards the main site. If you're holding a little bit more further back behind these boxes where they're not expecting nobody sprays those boxes usually, you could punish a lot. And she had, what, 2 or maybe even 3 kills. That puts XSET now into game point, match point, series point, and GGB looking for another overtime.
Yeah, again, we have found ourselves in this position before, right? Like, we've seen this song.
Nice.
Cheeky. Whoa,
I like
cheeky little shock dart.
Yeah, it was pinged onto defense to say, hey, I lost my alarm bot at the same time from Hannah.
It's the second one.
They really want to try to go for the smoke and potentially just close that door because of those 2 shock darts coming in towards the A side.
Yeah, but it would be a fake at this point, right? Like, if they fully sent, and we haven't seen something like this, fans, where they fully invest on one side of the map, and it doesn't look like we'll get that here either, as XSET members are starting to rotate back towards B. There is nobody, I mean, I say nobody. Carly is back there.
But that's what I was going to say. The only person that could try to get information for your team is played in an angle where she can't throw the recon dart away. If not, she's dead inside the site. So thankfully, it took a little bit more time for XSET to get something done here on their default, scaling up towards this map. So the rotation comes back. You're back into a default position here on the defense. So it's not too bad.
Looking like a mid B split is what what we have in store. Marina gets the first one on to Lily. Oh, but Tyre's in a great spot. Able to get one, trying to get a second. Yep, gets it. 12 seconds left. Carly's going to have to go big as well. And that's exactly what she's looking to do. She did get one, but sorry, but I'm looking to get the spike down. 3v2 in favor of GGB. Make that a 3v0 as Tyre comes up huge for Gen G at the end there. She gets forward, dancing again. How much longer can we go?
At this point, if I was playing a ranked game, people would have went for a draw. But in this matchup,
Just vote draw.
I'm just down to go back and forth because these girls are fighting so hard to stay alive or to win, depending on what camp you're in right now, between XSET and GGB. And one player that doesn't want to go home yet was exactly that player that we just saw. Tyre with a perfect push through her own smoke for a backstab on 2 kills, capitalizing on a 4K to keep the team alive. If it's not her, it's Hannah that's holding up towards the A side as well. They're really trying to keep things up here for GGB.
Yeah, they are, and that you need that in overtime rounds, right? Like, Tyre's ego's been fed at this point. She's going to the frickin' moon. She's feeling great, but you got to be able to keep that up to finally take the lead, because you think about in the overtime situation, it's been XSET who's been the first to get that value every time.
Oh, no. A mid to B split. They're trying to change things up for GGB, but look at the amount of utility at that switch.
Yeah, dude. I mean, it's everywhere, right? Like, it's all over the place. You can't walk around there without finding something.
Well, you can do it with that. A gravity well to take her down, and it's a 5v3.
That'll do. That will do. Gen G looking to take a lead in overtime for the first time so far. They've still got their work cut out for them. It is a 5v3 their way. They've gotten spiked down. They have showers control. They have some mid presence as well. No! Lily had that! But Artstar's Tasmanian Tiger cleans that up. Sorry, but now with 12 HP, looking to creep forward yet again. But Hannah, I mean, it's all on Hannah here. She can draw attention if she can make something happen and buy some time for Gen G Black. Oh, the gun should have been spotted there. Hannah lands one, though. Lynn lands the rest. GGB, we talked about it. They hadn't taken the lead in overtime up until this moment.
And she survives on 1 HP, too. So, Tyre, that 4K that she got and the beautiful retake that they had here inside that site gave that momentum for her GGB. You saw how it was a little bit easier for them to win these fights, too. On the attacker side with the entry, that was what Ellie that was dropped instantly on that sidewalk, or on the lane, if you like to call it that way too, heading inside that B site. So taking a lead for the first time. It's been a while since I've seen some GGB in the lead.
Has been a while indeed. Now, can they close things out on their defensive side? Very similar, maybe not the exact same position, but you see the investment of Killjoy utility towards the western half of the mini-map. You've also got a couple of Astra Stars there as well. The Nano Swarm is going to give that position away, but she doesn't care. She's going forward. Hannah's already dropped. Oh, Carly is as well. XSET looking good here, Vans.
Giving them a taste of their own medicine. Falling back the Owl drone, something very common that we see towards this mid-side control too. And the flashes, especially when Hannah got recon, there was no way she was surviving that one too. So a 4-on-3, on this post plant, really not much utility to get information, but you still have a dash that could allow Lynn to get some information. Need a re-heal right now, so that's a hot hands that is not able to clear space on a retake too. So you have to land your shots now for GGB.
Now, I like this because there is no press. Oh my gosh!
Clean.
How Marina had that? You see the Blade Storm from Mariana. She got that in an overtime situation. It's not going to matter. Lynn gets one at the end of the day. XSET survive with 2. They get to 15. They tie us up again. Neither team has been able to put the other away as we're dancing yet another one.
What I like from both of these teams so far in the last 2 rounds of overtime was these default plays that they've been playing on the attacker side for many rounds. Was like, okay, well, we're not really pulling out rotations. We're just doing late hits, and it's kind of not working out. Let's try to do the same type of execution or similar types of execution, but in a lesser time utilized. So going for the fast mid to B split caught some players off guard. I mean, even for the positioning from GGB on the defense was quite nice because Hannah had her utility. Yeah, this is going to change.
Vans,
I'm going to toss that out.
I'm so sorry to cut you off because this is absolutely disgusting. XSET dial it up. They go aggressive. They take mid. They also push in through garage at the same time. So they roll the die. They are able to get a little bit of value out of that, but they give up A.
Yeah, and nobody died pretty much either, but now, okay, never mind. It was the UI that bugged out for a bit too. Let's see what happens now as the spike is planted. We have a 4 versus 2, so that mid-pinch definitely worked out on that B-Link kill.
It did. They were able to get one. Tyrae's able to get another one as well as the spike continues to tick away. Tyrae looking to fend off any defense that may be coming in from XSET. Carly, nope, she drops as well. It's all down to Tyrae, and she drops. She had the setup there, but it was such a brutal spot. Man, she had to clear outside. She had to work her way into tree. There was just so much pressure coming in from all of the different angles, and it wasn't enough. The defuse comes through. XSET take the lead.
Yeah, that was amazing. A change of pace when I talked about playing fast pace on the execution on the attack. This time is a fast pace to bring the pressure back on the attacker side from XSET. That was unexpected for Gen G, for sure. And that puts him now back against the ground. The UI, as I mentioned before, it should be 16-15 right now for XSET, so keep that in mind, chat. Somebody do me a favor and put down these tallies as if you're counting down the days in jail. 1-1-1 cross if we keep these overtimes going.
That's what you went with?
Yep.
GGB. Or excuse me, now it's XSET. That's also lying to you. I promise all of those people have not died.
It's back. We're back.
Yeah,
16-15. At least a bit of information here towards this. Actually, one Trailblazer got rid of the hot hands on the defense from Lily, which is now you only have the Killjoy utility, maybe a couple of stars to hold back towards A. But that, I wonder if the Trailblazer also realized that there was some defenders of Killjoy's utility on that site where they're like, well, Hannah's been playing that spot quite well. Do we want to go back onto another side? So far, it seems to be, nope, screw it. We're just going to go for another mid-split.
The curveball coming out preemptively. The flash is traded, though. As Lily gets tagged up a little bit, the information's been gathered, and it looks like the Spike wants to go that way. Look at Sorrybun on your mini-map.
Yep.
She's working up mid. Oh, but she's going to give that space right back. Lily's dropped. She's going to go more conventional route, and Carly, a couple of shots to the back of the head, cleans her up. Artstar looking to get the Spike down. Should be able to do so as Tyrae pushing her way forward. Here's the brutal crossfire that we've seen a couple of times. It's been very successful in the past. But can Ariana do it again? Can Ariana do it again? She got one. Carly gets 2, though. You're right, the big shock dart to get her the 3rd on the round, and now the Hunter's Fury is online. Maybe a bit preemptive.
It's just a clear
just
hell.
Looking to get info. Yeah.
Yep. So they know they're playing towards the main.
Anna on the tap. Ellie has to go in aggressive. Ellie lands one. Artstar lands one, and Ellie gets the last. It took a number of rounds to get to this point, but finally, XSET are able to pull it off. 16-14. Ooh, baby, that was a spicy one.
I was afraid, too, because even if the Hunter's Fury cleared out towards the Hell side, Doug, it's like, oh, no. It's 2 initiators playing towards the A main side. So a recon dart that could get some information for the retake, the flashes that could come out, even if you had some cloud bursts onto the ground, you could just spray through the smoke. It just looked very good there for the crossfire that you had from Ellie and from Artstar to be able to win this round.
Woo-wee! I can't remember the last time I saw a game and it went that far. I feel like we've seen a lot of 13-6s, 13-8s. You know, we got close to a 14-12 yesterday, and now we get a 17-15. Have you guys caught your breath? I feel like that was insane. Doug, I feel like you were rapping at one point. There was so much action going on. You just had to keep up with all the play-by-play going on.
Yeah, well, it was a ton of fun. I am concerned, though, because I'm pretty sure every series that I've casted has had at least one overtime map now.
So really, it's your fault.
Right, and if history's going to repeat itself, we should have another one in the next series as well. But I do like we talked yesterday about what we're going to learn from XSET. This was another opportunity for us to learn about them. They get pushed into overtime in a meaningful way, going back and forth. Like, you've got to reach really deep into the playbook to dial up something different and something special in that scenario, and that's exactly what they did.
Fans, I have to start all the way from that first half because in the beginning, we saw that they were down 0-3.
Yeah.
And then we saw that Starrybun called a timeout, and they got several rounds back on the board. So they clearly, despite the fact that they are still a pretty young roster working together, they've already matured so much, and just the teamwork that they've shown in the last couple of days, I am absolutely astounded.
Me too, for sure. And I think those 3 rounds in a row that they were on a deficit before too is like, because they won the force buy off that second round, right, for Gen G, and they were able to bring it up to make it like 3-1 at some point. But that timeout was definitely needed to regain the composure and at least salvage it to a 7-5, which allowed us to get such a nice second half to bring this into overtime. Even the overtime they had, or just before the overtime, it was still GGB with the backs against the wall that had to come back and fight back and claw back into the game. So as you mentioned here, Sue, we talk about tenacity for a lot of these teams into the bracket, like the Cloud9 Whites of the world that were able to make a comeback and win into overtime. For a young team like Gen G to claw back and almost win in overtime for a 17-15 loss, I'm definitely proud if I'm a Gen G fan and a Gen G player and a Gen G organization.
And Doug, I have to call it out. You know, XSET, they're playing 2 series back-to-back. They must have been exhausted. And to show the resilience that they did, especially in that second half on Ascent, when and went to overtime, I'm sure there was at least a blip of a second where the players were thinking, oh God, not like this. Don't let it go to map 3 like this.
Yeah, especially, I think, Sue, you're touching on something very important. If you go a couple of extra rounds, and say you go like 14-12 or 15-13 and you lose, and then you have to play map 3 on your second one, right? Like, that does take its toll on a player, and that really kind of shows like the conditioning and the mental fortitude that you're able to go through. But it was plays like that, right? Like that 1v1 at the end there where Marina was able to land the shots with the ghosts at the end of the day. Those are the key moments, and I think as we look at the scoreboard, we'll also see for XSET, I want to say the kills were very, very nicely spread out, right? Like there wasn't just one player that was, I'm putting this team on my back, right? Like it was a very cohesive effort from everyone. It was very impressive.
Yeah, Vans, I have to call out, before the series even began, we did do a head-to-head comparison between the 2 Jets, Arianarchist on Jet as well as Lin, and all eyes were on them about how much impact could they bring. And we saw there were so many times where both players had so much critical impact on the rounds, but at the very end, perhaps it was the teamwork that we saw from the side of XSET that helped them pull through.
Exactly, and the thing is with Lin, even though she's in a position with the operator when she was trying to get some information, she couldn't get any kills, but at least she funneled the opponents over to where there was a heavier defense being set there for their side of Ascent, which looked pretty good. And you're looking at the scoreboard right now. I mean, 27 kills, 32 kills. We're talking about the kill distribution that's pretty even right now. The combat score is all evened up across the board, so everybody put up a good effort in the end. And it's not really only on Arianarchist, but we talk about these crossfire setups that also had Arianarchist involved into those kills as well too. It shows how it was really down to the teamwork to be able to win this round. And XSET, unfortunately, for Gen G, were the ones that were able to prevail.
Indeed, even though the scoreline was a 2-0, Gen G Black should walk away feeling proud. They looked damn good. No matter what the end result was, I think everyone can agree we're looking forward to seeing that this roster continue to improve. And XSET have to be feeling a little bit relieved because they get a tiny bit of a break, because before they can play next, we need to resolve the other series that is currently going on at TV/NerdStreet2. In case you guys are curious what the hell I am talking about, let's go ahead and pull up that bracket so you can see for yourselves exactly where we're at in the playoffs at this very moment.
Can't believe that game is still going on.
Indeed, that actually went all the way to the 3rd map. We just resolved here on the mainstream, Gen G Black taking on XSET taking them out 2-0, getting themselves a little bit of a break as we await the end result of Dignitas versus CLG. And I'm not gonna lie, Doug, I'm getting a little bit of nostalgic flashbacks. These are 2 orgs and 2 rosters and players that have been playing against one another, dating all the way back to the Counter-Strike days. So really cool to see.
Yeah, there's a whole lot of history there, and you mentioned the players, but also just the organizations as a whole, right? Like, there's so much pedigree. They've matched up so many different times, and I mean, really, if you want to get spicy about it, across a number of different games. So it's just really cool to see that tradition almost continue in the Valorant space, for them to be going toe-to-toe here in an elimination match of all things. What more could you ask for?
So until then, we are going to be headed to a break here on the mainstream. But as I mentioned earlier, if you want to see the resolution of that other match that is currently going on between CLG Red as well as Dignitas, make sure to head over to twitch.tv/NerdStreet2. I'll see you there.
Show me what you got. Back that up, 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 back that up Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down,
Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Bank, bank, bank.
Couple of tags, but only good for damage on the response. Guiding light come through the run and
No
gun
way.
is strong. The Spectre's online for CLG, and they're doing the damage. Rain is able to get one back, but between Rain and Thea, they have to get 4 more. As the drone tags out one, the Cypher not very safe. The grab well comes through. Thea has since relinquished that position. But still a tough spot to be in. Rain pushes onto the side, has the spike in hand. Thea not going to get spotted by the bolt, and Rain continues to push forward. 4 on the round. What a turnaround this would be. The From the Shadows, tuck and tail, headed to the A site, and we get the 1v1 in the retake.
Teleport will come through here, but she has plenty of time to establish herself. Where is Rain gonna head with this one? Tucking towards Shirk, that's exactly where Amnesia is heading. They might be head-to-head, locking horn sooner than they would expect. Rain is not looking for it. She's backing into Amnesia, and Amnesia has the shot. A misread on Rain. I don't know if she didn't hear the teleport or just expected the play to come from Showers, judging by where she was looking. I just think she didn't hear it.
And that hurts. Rain did all of that for it to come down to the backstab to get flanked from Amnesia, and it was all for naught. I say it was all for naught, but quite a bit of damage dealt to the economy. As you can see, it's not enough to stunt CLG in a situation like this, but what a huge round to battle back in this type of deficit, this type of despair, and Rain was so close to fighting Amnesia in that elbow position. Again, a game of seconds is Valorant, and that is all Amnesia needed to win, or needed to win that round. And Dignitas, they just keep buying into it.
That they do. Investment upon investment. They want to make this one work, but at some point, that'll have to break, and the punishment will come. This round feels like the one they have to win, and Benita just charges on in. Stephanie goes 1 for 1 off the martyrdom from her nade, but Amnesia goes untraded. Finds a frag, forces her opponents to fall away as Claudia is hot on the heels, but the teleporter might just be the destination. Now it has to be. As Thea goes down, they tuck tail towards the A site. There's only 2 left for Dig.
It's Rain again in a 2v4 situation. This time her partner, Emily. The flash goes through. Seekers gonna pull to this side of the map, but they will dissipate. The spike gets planted. The blades land for 1, but Emily's able to find a frag. Now taken down. Rain has to do it again, but it's Amnesia in that fight once more. 3K for the Cypher on the round, who's starting to heat up here as CLG will find their 9.
That they will, and I mean, what a crazy way to get that round going with the fight out towards Hookah. I mean, Benita just absolutely charging in with a judge and finding impact. And then for Dignitas, it just felt like the options were so limited. A TP through from Claudia as well. Any space the Dignitas wanted to hold on to, any map control that they felt they deserved, was instantly ripped away from them. And finally, they're done forcing. They forced, what, 3 rounds in a row, all of which they lost. Now they're going to be forced onto a reset here. It's Pistols, it's Spectres. This should be CLG tying us up at 10.
Now, what are the comms like at this point, right? It almost seems like a tilted buy after buy after buy, saying, no, I can buy next. No, I can buy next. I'm fine to buy next. I'm fine to buy next. And every single time they keep falling, we see the same thing where, sure, they can buy next, but what is that economy going to look like after this one? 3 Spectres, 2 Ghosts on the side of Dignitas. They've got a couple of ultimates to play with. And a drone behind that Hunter's Fury. See what Sholiana, or if Sholiana can get things started nice and early. 0 point go through. Be able to get something done onto 2. So information and not going to be garnered. The utility, excuse me, going to be taken away. Sholiana actually picks one up. The shot out onto Rise, and if you blinked, you missed it. Dignitas, they storm the site, and Benita finds herself after just a few seconds, the last one standing with 22 HP. A shock dart goes through. The Legolas impression just isn't good enough. And what just happened, Mimi?
What an insane round. For Dig to finally be able to pull off, they throw 2 cages, the default split smokes, but in way of a cage, and then you have Claudia trying to play inside. She's suppressed, blinded up. Spam just comes through and takes her down, and on top of that, the entries just came through in such quick order. CLG, I mean, they'll still have money to buy off of that. They'll still be fine, but that should not be, in any world, a round that they are losing. Dig, just winning out on every single gunfight became necessary. The Zerg rush is sometimes all it takes. Is now they're heading towards B. CLG has gambled towards the A site. It is the wrong decision. It could cost them this round.
Deploying drone.
Benita all by her lonesome has a lot to get done here. Either swing that elbow position look to pick up a couple of kills or just back away and wait for the squad. The flash goes through. Dark cover is still there. I think that second flash drive will get the blind and push Benita away as the guiding light goes over the top. There's nobody swing off the back end, so it's kind of just some blind utility tossed out for CLG here on the retake. As two will swing, Stephanie will fall. Emily's able to get one back. But the dynamic duo and Benita and Claudia pick up the 2 kills that swung the elbow. Bungie finds another that's range to fall, and now it's all very capable hands here of Sholiana, who gets caught with her bow out. It happens again for the Sovas, but it's CLG. They gamble incorrectly. They're able to win on the retake here in the post plant. And again, 1 round separates these 2 teams.
DIGNITAS really invested so much into the elbow control, which I wonder if it was a little short-sighted. I don't think they had the time. CLG wasn't giving them the time to retreat and just focus on the utility-based post-plant, but the commitment in towards that elbow fight felt a little less lackluster because the first person taking contact didn't have much trade potential. It took an overswing into the double, and then, well, CLG, they were able to convert off of it. It's a big round for them to fight back in, but like we've kind of talked about before, DIGNITAS, they don't want to give away these rounds. Winning out on that eco rounds garners them enough money to buy into this one, and CLG's economy stays a little rough around the edges. Is Rain, she'll teleport straight into the backline. She commits that. It's a bold play for Rain. She get away with it.
She does it again. She doesn't get away with it, unfortunately, this time. But on Haven, it was teleports up into A Heaven. We already saw one previously in this, teleporting into the back halls of B, where she was actually able to receive some value. So Rain kind of just full send on the from the shadows. Unfortunately, out of the 3 times we've seen it, this one doesn't work and kind of sends DIGNITAS scrambling back over towards that B site, where Benita once more waiting with open arms, and Amnesia not too far off this time around.
She has tripwires to play off of here as well, and Amnesia starts to rotate back on in. Camera up towards Hookah. Should reveal this play once it starts to unfold as
Camera
will now
taken
be
out.
spotted. Camera goes down, but Amnesia does use all the worker. Here comes a showstopper, though. This is just a full commit for DIGNITAS.
And this is one of those showstoppers that you just send kind of into the back halls towards spawn. That's not where I was expecting that one to go. If you head the other way, you might have just found Amnesia and even the odds in terms of firepower. But for now, with 20 seconds on the clock, the spike does get planted. So it's CLG now working against the clocks. The guiding light does find a flash, but nobody swings the corner. It doesn't matter. Stephanie falls.
Enemy remaining.
Is everybody... Oh, no. It started good for a second as Bungie was only able to pick up one there. Everything swings the way of DIGNITAS in a 1v2. Who better than Claudia to stay alive and to clutch things out once more? The Owl Zone gives the information. The spike is there to be defused, but Sholiana won't allow it. 12-10. And again, it's things looking great for CLG, but somehow in the chaos, DIGNITAS find the win.
All right, so we have a ton of space created there early on by Stephanie, and then the fight comes back through. They take care of Stephanie without an early on trade, but who goes massive? Well, it's Sholiana in the backline. It's a well-placed shock dart. Deals damage onto, I think, like 3 CLG players. She sprays off of that. The team joins on in, and CLG gets fractured. Bungie goes down early, so there's no flashes to claim further space. So the only control they have is the backlines and the round slips. Now, you see the economy start to move away. It's a Sheriff for Rise. Everyone else has mustered buys, but it's up against match point. They need this one cleanly to try and start to push her overtime.
Nita sends out the Hunter Shuri. We find a bit of value, not only finding that frag and putting that spike in a tough spot, but forcing a player through the teleporter in Sholiana. So the numbers dwindle down just a bit by that ultimate. Benita wants to find some more. Blast pack. Try and clear the corner. Benita does find some more, her second on the round. So CLG aren't done yet, but Emily, Thea, and Sholiana still might have a few things to say about this as that spike has been retrieved. It's making its way back towards this mid-market area, and if Sholiana can find this frag, it's still not going to be enough. Claudia goes down, but it's a 2v2 on the site should they choose to push this way.
If they go quickly, I think the Seekers will confirm that they don't want to push this straight up as a grab. Well, I mean, so much utility keeping them at base. CLG, though, they heavily committed to this rotation, so a TP play could be well-timed. And remember, that Cypher util has already gone down, so Amnesia, I think she's just going to be forced to play this retake.
And Neural Theft spotted out 3 as well on the retakes. They know that one tucked in towards elbow. Sholiana going to use this drone. Not gonna find the tag there, but at the very least, the information. There's 3 rifles, and that Sheriff still online for Rise and CLG. The clock is ticking once more. We saw Dignitas before they flourished in the last one as Emily will swing. They're trying to close it here in the 3v3. Emily goes good for 2, but Amnesia gets it back now in the 1v2. Amnesia needs to go huge once more for CLG, but she's running out of time. She's got the information on the players, but how does she play this? Needs to get this spike up and run into halfway, but she's running out of time to do it. And Dignitas know that that is exactly the play. This is how it ends for CLG. The frags come through, everybody dies, but Dignitas will send them packing.
Twice the runner-up. CLG always considered that second best team, but with the changes, with this new roster coming in, they just fall short. A well-played game by Dignitas. They shut down the streak of CLG lower bracket runs, and they send them straight on home. I mean, I'm sure that this win means a ton for Dignitas, because the 2 previous matchups between these teams, it was always a 2-0 win for CLG. It was normally a pretty dominant win for CLG, and they break that streak, they break that curse, and now they push further on. I mean, I think this is the best that Dignitas has looked in a while.
They looked phenomenal. Now, again, Bree's a little shaky and giving up some of these rounds, but throughout all of Haven, for the most part, at the beginning, and even what felt like it here, it's always CLG on the back foot, and a lot of that was because of how structured Dignitas looked. And then when it came down to it, what you need in some of these rounds, especially when you're playing fast, is you need to have a team that can thrive in the chaos. And the rounds leading up to the final round there in the half, or the final round in the series, I should say, it was Dignitas doing just that, thriving inside of the chaos. Emily swinging out past that tube, finding 2 kills. Rain almost going huge with the 5K. Just the ability to have that on top of the structure that they showed bodes so incredibly well for this Dignitas team, and the growth that they continue to show as a squad from tournament to tournament to tournament.
Yeah, I mean, the growth is definitely there. I want to give a little shout out to Stephanie, because she's the newest addition. Everyone else on this squad has been playing together for ages, but she comes in just recently, and it feels like she's fitting in really well. The Raze gameplay in her hands has been fantastic, and I can't wait to see how Dignitas will keep things rolling in this tournament. To talk a little bit about CLG, though, I mean, their breeze looked great. It was clear that they were well prepared for that map. They got things going in such a big way, but here on Bind, they really just stumbled. I feel like from the onset with this veto, things were looking a little bit rough for them, and well, that will end in their defeat. CLG, sure that they'll come back stronger, try and work their way into the next tournament. I do hope that they keep up with these players, because we saw the potential, right? Amnesia, Bungie, they had big moments. I think if anything, they were some of the standouts from the squad in this event. It's just they need a little bit more time to oil those cogs and get things put together.
Absolutely. For CLG, I think one of the things that we see a lot in esports across the board widely for basically every single game is the career spans, or the life, kind of putting the faith in a player. It goes a little bit too quickly. But I think to even get to this point in their wins, to drive this far in that lower bracket buff that we saw from CLG, and even in some of their comebacks that they started to mount against Shopify, right? That 3-game series alone, it would not be possible without Bungie, and it would not be possible without Amnesia. I think one of the biggest things is just more time, right? Comfortability, I think, kind of slipped away when you forced Bungie to play the Phoenix. You forced Bungie on the Sky, and I say force, obviously nobody's forcing anybody, but the map selection kind of tailored to that. The scariest thing, or I guess the biggest takeaway from this one, is if you put Claudia on comfort, Claudia is going to pop off. Sure, we saw it on Breeze. Now we get it here on Bind, but it's a map loss. I would love to see Claudia take that back seat once more, maybe play the Sky on this one going forward, and allow Bungie, again, to just kind of spread her wings and fly on that Raze. I think it's such a good map for it. We saw what Stephanie was able to do with it. We've seen Bungie do it just earlier in the day. I think Claudia can be kind of that staple of a player who, when you need a jet, she can go hard on the jet and she can get you all the value. But when you need to allow your other players that pop off to kind of have their comfortability, I think you make Claudia a little more uncomfortable than the rest, if that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, talking about CLG a little bit more, I feel like the roles are kind of an issue because Claudia and Bungie have an incredibly similar agent pool. Then you throw in Amnesia, who's kind of slotted in majority to the Sentinel role, which is kind of falling out of favor in some of these maps. I don't know. It's a little interesting. I think that they can work on it and maybe be able to fix it up in the future. But I think some agent pool work definitely has to be done for this team overall going into the next game changers and hopefully going into more open events, because that's another thing. I want to see CLG grinding the open events, playing a lot more, because we've seen them at a couple of them, but it hasn't been the same level of teams like C9 and Shopify who are always playing into them. I want to see CLG out there constantly playing and trying to figure out that perfect recipe for these 5 players or for whoever else they might try and trial.
Yeah, I meant to tweet it out earlier, but I forgot in between maps or in between series. But just to kind of talk on those 2 players for CLG and how well I think they are fitting and how much they do for the squad. So hopefully we see that CLG squad stay strong moving forward. Now, moving forward is Dignitas. They hang on here in the lower bracket. They have a date with XSET here in just a bit, but I believe we're going to have an interview date here with Thea here shortly. I'm not too sure. Was that okay, we are ready for that one. So we got our Verizon, a post-match interview. We got Thea on the line from Dignitas, the winning squad on this one, and it was grueling. They managed to get it done. Thea, first and foremost, thank you for joining us. How are you feeling after that?
Amazing, dude. We're so excited to have beat CLG here and to make it into, I believe, the top 4 now, if I'm not wrong.
Yep.
Yeah, we're really excited.
Yeah, that's awesome. Glad to see you guys kind of finally breaking the curse, because thus far CLG almost always getting the better of you all, but you made the improvements. You come back stronger in this one. I want you to tell me a little bit about that second map that we were playing into, because you guys pick into Breeze. You start things off, have a nice pistol win, and then you're able to shut down that force by, then everything goes wrong. It's just you use your tac pause early. It's round after round that's losing out. What happened with that second map, and what kind of made you able to rebound in with Bind?
You know, really on Breeze, it was just some fundamentals that we were lacking, you know, just little things that we're missing, like not shooting a dart, you know, it getting 3 of us, and like that never happens to us. But that map, it just, you know, we weren't flowing as a team. Like we just lacked communication a little bit. And, you know, after that map, we just said, listen, like we need to reset. New map, we're gonna have good comms this time. Like, let's just give it our all. This is it. Let's go. And that's what we did.
Well, that's awesome to hear. Glad that you guys were able to rebound. And I want to talk a little bit about your compositions, because you run something different than pretty much anyone else in this tournament and everyone else in general. There's a lot of KO doubters out there, but you guys are believers. You're running it pretty much every map. Tell me, how has it been to integrate this new agent into your comp, and why do you think he's so good for your team?
KO, it's just... Okay, so KO is kind of a similar playstyle to like CSGO, right? And I think Emily is really comfortable, like she is really comfortable with like the pop flashes, and like, you know, it's really, really cool to just have like a CS battle, you know? When she pops her ult, it's just like gunfights, and that's where we excel, right? So I think KO for us has been really great, and I really hope that more teams start to try him out. I think he's really good. He's been great for us so far.
And a pick that here shortly, once this patch kind of rolls on through to competitive, is going to get a whole lot stronger. So it's awesome that you guys are finding the value in it right now before those buffs. Now, I have a question, kind of overarching competitive scene kind of question, just because of my lack of knowledge on it. But I kind of want to get your thoughts or your ideas on what this series... or how this series was made possible, or what was different in this one, not having to play earlier in the day and basically getting to watch CLG kind of run their comps, run their maps. Does that help you more so, kind of coming in quote unquote cold in terms of playing, but being able to watch CLG rather than playing your own series first and then looking to play this game?
Right. I definitely think that having games later in the day is very nice, especially since like most of us are on the West Coast, where like when we play at like 12 PST, we're waking up at like 8 a.m., right? To get ready, make sure we're awake for the day. So I do think it's very nice that we got to play later today and like sleep in a little bit and just like have extra time to prepare, like you said. Yeah, I mean, 12 p.m., 2:30 p.m., 8 p.m., we're going to be ready for whatever comes at us.
Yeah, well, that's awesome to hear. But before we kind of move on from this, I just want to ask you, your next match queued up, it's going to be with XSET, that former N2L roster who you guys have a lot of history with. You've faced them a couple of times before, almost always being able to beat them out. Do you think that roster has changed enough to change that outcome, or do you guys still got that one in the bag going forward?
I mean, obviously, we have full confidence going into it, right? But I'm really excited to be playing Artstar and like Ari and Arcus. I really love everybody on that team, and I'm so happy that they made it this far. Like, I'm so proud of them. And I think this is going to be a really fun game for both of these teams, like us and XSET. So, yeah, I'll see them in the server.
Awesome. Well, that's going to be exciting to see. Before I do finally let you go, anything that you want to say, any thank yous, any shout outs to your fans, anything like that before you head on to that next match?
Yeah, thank you guys so much for the support. I seriously love it. And, you know, we'll see you guys on Sunday in the finals.
All right, well, a word of confidence coming out, but you guys will be joining up against XSET after this on the mainstream. Thea, thank you so much for joining us. We wish you the best in that next match.
Thank you, guys.
Hit you with the 808.
Hit you with the
Welcome on back, everyone, to day number 2 here for the Verizon VCT Game Changers Series 3. We are well on our way, trucking our merry way through that lower bracket, and what a day of games it has been. I am stumbling over my words because the action has just been non-stop. Doug, I'm sure you feel the exact same way because it has just been so much action happening left and right.
Oh, there has. Even just tonight, right? Like, we wrap up a banger with GGB and XSET, and then we pop over to Dig and CLG, who go through another banger. So there's very good chance, right? Like, it stands to reason that we're going to have a very good matchup next between XSET and Dig.
And Vans, it has to be said that XSET has had an extremely long day. You see in that lower bracket, they kicked off the day taking on TSM. They took them down 2-0, then they just played against Genji Black, where again, they may have won 2-0, but it did go all the way to overtime, where they barely edged out 17-15. So it is definitely going to be a tall order for XSET. But if there's anything that they've shown us over the last 2 days, it's perseverance.
Exactly, because not only did we get overtime on the second map, the first map of the first series against TSM also went to the last round of regulation, where that was almost even a game that could have went into overtime too, should the spike have not dropped in the wrong place, right? And we had a plant, and then we probably had a very long day for XSET. So tenacity, you're going to have to bring that, your A game. You can't be tired. And even then, I guess the little moment of salvation is that your opponents, because they played a 3-map series just now, they didn't have a chance to look at your games either. So you could also walk into this game with a fresh look. And with the amount of time that we have between these matches to look at VODs and try to clean things up, I think it's going to be a little bit too late for any of these teams to really try to change any type of compositions as well. So understanding how they played in the past from even last weekend's qualifiers until now, you might still be able to walk in with your head high and be confident to win this series.
Yeah, Doug, I feel like what happens when you're this exhausted, both teams have played multiple series at this point, it really just comes down to the fundamentals, right? What do you actually have foundation-wise with this team that you've built together, that you've practiced together with? And I feel like that's what it's really going to come down to.
Yeah, that's really all that's left at the end of the day, right? Because to Van's point, it's not like you have time to switch stuff up. You're not going to change compositions. There honestly wasn't a ton of time to look at film either, right? Like, XSET may have been watching the end of Dig's match there, but they just went through a gauntlet against Genji Black, so it's not like they were chilling back with popcorn kind of watching what was going on. So this will be a really interesting matchup, because to your point, Sue, all that's left is the fundamentals, right? All that's left is what you know what you're about, you know what your teammates are about, and you know what you all are capable of, and at the end of the day, that's all they have.
And in a way, Vans, I feel like this is where XSET can really prove all the improvement that they've shown, right? I mean, perhaps the results they have thus far, taking down TSM, taking down Genji Black, maybe you can say, it's New York, honeymoon phase, what have you. Dignitas is not the same thing. Dignitas has made it to the top 4 of every single Game Changer series that they have been a part of. Taking down a team of that caliber is going to be no easy feat. It's not going to be lucky. It's going to be because of pure skill.
Exactly. And not only fundamentals, it's pure skill, is to make sure that despite you're going into this matchup with your third best of 3 of the day, that everything that happened in the past, you close that. Who's your sponsor here? Is it going to be Red Bull or whatnot? Just get those drinks in, bring that energy back up, hype yourselves up at the same time too, just to make sure that the energy comes back, just like we did in the green room before we came back on camera. So it's going to be very important looking into XSET's mindset going into this game. And because they have to play a potentially different type of Valorant's playstyle, just because of how Dignitas plays with their agent composition going into this game, then you can't think about how everything else happened in the beginning with your last opponents. Now we get the head-to-head here too.
Yeah, it's so interesting because, Doug, we spent so much time today highlighting Arianarchist, but it is time to talk about Ellie, because she has been showing up on that Sova, and Sholiana has been doing work too.
Yeah, Ellie's been real quiet about it, right? Like, she has her big moments, but for the most part kind of floats under the radar. Sholiana, on the other hand, the exact opposite. Pro-Liana, whatever you want to call her. Like, Sholiana's cracked out, and she has her big moments, and she's done it really in her entire time with Dignitas. Like, she has those big moments. She makes plays happen. And the scary thing about this Dig roster is that they're all capable of it, right? Like, we saw Emily have major moments. We saw Rain have a couple of really big moments just at the end of this last series on Bind, where they were able to wrap things up and get past CLG. So this Dig roster just looks so complete. They look so robust. And it's difficult to find a glaring weakness when you think about that roster across the board.
And just to add a bit here, Sue, why I'm comparing like Sholiana and Ellie as well, because Ellie, yes, she has the portrait of a Silva right now, but she mainly plays a lot of Sky. And even when you're looking at at Bind, she usually plays Sky, but she's changed that recently. going into the playoffs right now, they had a small agent composition where Ellie switched out from a Sky to a Silva to allow a little bit more of this like pulsing, trying to figure out and trying to scan out your opponents in these different positions. And she also utilizes Silva on Ascent. So you could see now that both of these two agents are very important to the roster, but the playstyle is still very different too. Why I want to highlight Sholiana is if they end up playing on Ascent again, a map that both of these teams are strong on, it's going to be like an Odin versus like, you know, the rifle coming in from Ellie at the same time too.
Well, we have the map selection ready, so let's go ahead and find out which maps we'll be actually seeing the action take place on. And I'm very curious because oh wow. So
called it.
Doug, this is interesting because Ascent, Haven, and Breeze are all maps we've already seen from the side of XSET today, and they won all 3 maps.
Yeah, they've looked very good on all of them too, right? Like they won in the areas that we expect them to win, and they did so in convincing manners. I think as we turn our attention over to Ascent, I do wonder, like, dang, man, we got to play Ascent again. We just played 35,000 rounds on the dang map, right? Like, we just went back and forth for what felt like an eternity. We're loading right back into that thing, so it'd be interesting to consider from a mental perspective, obviously some of those intangibles, how that plays out. But I like the maps. I like what we have in store. I'm really excited to see KO on all of these maps. We know Emily is, I believe, the sole KO player in this tournament. One of maybe 3 in all of North America. So I'm really excited to see how she plays on these maps in particular.
Yeah, Vance, how do you expect that to play out? Because, you know, yesterday you and I already went back and forth talking about her matchup against some other teams. But in this specific matchup, with Dignitas taking on XSET, with Emily on that KO, with Rain on that Omen, it's going to be a little bit different.
Yeah, when I'm trying to figure out how, or trying to think about how XSET kind of plays their maps, at least from today, as I'm trying to remember what happened here towards Haven, how they played and everything too, that KO knife to get that information and to stop the operator coming out from Arianicus or even as Phoenix is going to be very important.
Well, it looks like we're ready to dive straight into the action, so let's head into agent selection. Gentlemen, take it away.
Ooh, baby. It is game time. Let's get into it. Let's get into it right now. There we go. Ascent just on the other side of this agent select for XSET. The 3rd best of 3 of the day. You're coming in a little tired.
I love this.
Potentially a little wired, but what are you seeing so far, Vance?
No, I'm just looking at how cute it is between Artstar and Emily that Artstar highlighted the KO just before. Because Emily and Artstar, if you don't know, chat, they have also had a long-standing career together with Dignitas. You know, when Sue was talking about the history of some of these players playing Counter-Strike in the past, the main core roster for Dignitas had Rain, had Emily, had Artstar, and also had Thea that recently joined in, or the latest addition to that team. So to see Artstar departing away, going into content creation for Dignitas after, and then realizing that she still wants to compete, and now joins a team like XSET, they're still playing against like best friends. So at the same time, it's just like a nice little, hey, nice to see you in the server. I'm nice right now while we're in Agent Select, but once we're going to be inside that map, I'm flashing the hell out of you. And Emily's going to say the same thing.
That competitive itch seldom goes away. I know that we've both been around the esports space in some form or fashion for a long time, so I get it if you're Artstar. Like, you've tasted competing, you've been there, you know what it's like. There's nothing quite that hits quite like it.
Yeah, definitely. So at least back onto a more serious note too for the agent compositions that we have for this too is Rain going in late. We know we talked about her as the Omen before, but this is the map where she actually plays a lot of Astra, and I do like the Astra pick on this one right now as well, because the map that could actually help with all of these rotation pulls, with all of these fakes that you could have with the stars. The Brimstone doesn't allow that with the iPad. The Omen doesn't allow for you to get any global smokes either, and when it travels, it's still very slow as well. So if you want to try to do something quick when you still have lurker plays on the B side, for example, if Thea wants to do it as a killjoy, then definitely the Astra is going to help a lot in that sense, and we're talking about that more on the attacker side than on the defender side. But on the attack, let's summarize it here. Dignitas on the attacker side with Emily is going to start things off, pinning out Marina inside that B main from that 0 point.
So some of that early util, not that she was in a position where she had to use it, but some of that early util would not have been effective. You see the tag, the flash there. Stephanie tries to swing around. No, Marina shows up just in the nick of time to clean up Stephanie and get the opening kill in this best of 3.
You saw the support there, too. Even running through the smoke was going to be Starry Bun through that nebula. So a nice crossfire to help their teammates, but they're pushing back towards the A extremities, and the battle's coming in towards the Gelato side, and no one's won it so far.
Dueling flashes all over the place. Emily's able to get one onto Ariana. Artstar gets one back. It's actually just Emily left alive with her 18 HP. Make that 11 as she takes another bullet to the kneecap, it looked like. And robots have kneecaps? Not entirely sure.
This one does.
Dodges.
This one does. It's a metal kneecap.
It's got to be, right? Dodges the shock dart at the end there. But again, they know where she is. She did get some info onto Artstar there, but this is a pretty tough spot to be in. I mean, look at the minimap. She's cornered in. She has nowhere to go.
There's no way. At 11 HP, unless you're like landing every single one of your shots with a tap, there's a turret there. You can even die from the turret. Unless you kill Marina. There you go. She kills Marina, and that's it. It's at least better than nothing. But at the same time, I'm really impressed of how XSET, we talked about it, 3 series in a row. This is the 3rd series that they're playing right now in the Game Changers, battling through the lower bracket gauntlet. And they're still able to open up with such confidence on the trade on the mid side and even pinch out from mid into A main with the abilities coming out from Artstar that we also commend her for on her breach play on her previous series. This is looking good, at least for them to start here for XSET.
Dig not forcing up here, just pistols. And for XSET, they bring what, two Spectres into the fold, so they do have a little bit of oomph to work with. You see Stephanie trying to clear out that alarm bot, not able to do so, but dashes across anyway. They've made their presence known across the middle of the map. There are 2 players from XSET who are still playing back on site, and you've got Sorry Bun who's showing up to help rotate out. Emily going in. Oh, the flash was there. Noah Choliana who lands the shots. Pinch. Numbers advantage. Actually, still in favor of Dig.
Yep, this is actually really nice.
It is nice. They've gotten the spike back. They should be able to plan it out as well. And fans talking to me post plans. You feel good?
I'm feeling pretty good. You still have the 0 point that's out. There's no more stars. You have a recon dart too, so that's gonna look. You just went back towards B main and you threw it towards spawn and towards market. It doesn't ping anybody out. You have an idea that they're both pushing here towards B main. So now it comes down to the crossfire setup.
Again, remember, they're going into 2 Spectres. This is not going to be an easy thing to get through. They have no armor as well. Rain has a classic. The flash in the backside as Ariana goes in aggressive. No shot. Oh, no shot. How have they done that? They flip the economy on its head as they tie us up at 1 apiece.
And the timing looked so good, too. I know we see it from the point of view of Artstar when she actually had her whole kit still, right? On pistol, should I say on the second round. She threw the guided light, but at the same time, the smoke came out from Area Anarchist so that she could dash into the smoke as soon as the guided light blooms so that she doesn't get affected by it. But coming out of it, Rain, I think, turned around just on time and still won the fight with a classic. So you got to like that. The pulse plant position really favored Dignitas despite having the lower weapons, and now they tied things up on an eco, a 3-3 round.
Yeah, and I think it was really, you mentioned the utility usage, right?
Yep.
The knife, the dart, it was all there, and it set that up beautifully for them to be able to get into cozy post plants and make something happen. Now, because they were able to take that round away, XSET are the ones who are back on pistols. Dig, a little rinse and repeat. They've had success here before, and well, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They're going back to B.
Oh, well, one's melting here on the sidewalk. That's going to put Thea down to about, well, not too low. She was able to run across on time. There was no alarm bot to do that much damage as she runs it through. So this is going to be a free plant as you have XSET just looking to have players die from the spike or look from entries at this point. Or exits, sorry, at this point.
Oh, Sholiana, I mean, her spidey sense was right, man. She could tell that somebody was around. Starybun gets the timing just right, and if she continues to do this, she's going to get a shot at Sholiana. There it is. Oh, but Thea shows up with 2. Arianaki looking to go aggressive, not going to get anything going. So while it was previously XSET who had the gun's advantage, not able to convert, this time it was on Dig, and they do just fine.
So only forcing out one more weapon buy out of Dignitas into this third round. This is going to be definitely continuing with a Spectre buy. Actually, we have 2 Spectres, 2 Vandals, and a Phantom. So there's still quite a bit invested into this, even though you see in the bank they're still looking pretty comfortable to buy into the next round anyway, should they lose this one here. But the first gun round coming out from XSET finally after being ecoed, they're going to be looking to get a little bit more stars coming out of Starbun, forcing a smaller armor buy, just so that it could support more on this mid side, because Dignitas has been very quick so far in the first few rounds to eliminate this alarm bot on mid side. So readjusting a little bit here, you have the guided light on mid side and a turret instead.
And it looks like Emily might actually get a shot at that turret, like you said. Yeah, she's been flashed up. She has to back up too. She's got a little bit of flash of her own though. Try to push a couple of players back. Meanwhile, the spike has not made its way really past A main. You've got the drone coming out from Ellie to try to clear some space, but it has been cleared out now. Dig, feel a bit more cozy, a bit more comfortable about taking that space back.
Exactly, and especially when you see Artstar run back into site, close the door. She's actually watching mid side just in case, because they lost that turret. But the attacker side, they're looking for a full commitment. We do have the ult coming out first, but if we lose a couple of fights, it can always fall back.
Juliana, good for one onto Ellie. Yeah, there's no denying it. They want A, and they've gotten on there just fine. The one thing to keep in mind, though, as you keep your third eye on the minimap, is you've got a 2-player flank coming around towards long. Ariana keep creeping her way forward despite continuing to tip away. Sholiana was so weak, but she was good for one. She takes it anyway. Starybun trades it out. You're going to have to deal with one more, as it looks like that is Rain, who's playing back in Wine. Do they check that? You've also got 2 players back in Hell. Yeah, Rain swings out. Emily swings out as well, just leaving Marina alone, and she drops as well. Economy should be back in a pretty brutal spot here if you're XSET.
Yeah, even in a post-plan situation for Dignitas, where they're not necessarily set up for trades, but immediate trades, they're still set up for good bait and switches, right? So the off angle that was first held here by Sholiana to get this first kill was great. She maybe did not expect a second player, but that allowed for Rain to just hide inside the Wine, just to slow down the clock, knowing that there's, okay, only 2 players remaining. The other one's definitely coming from a different angle, and the other 2 players inside the site could just focus on that crossfire in the end. So very well done here for Dignitas to continue to move in quite quickly and still able to get out of post-plan positions with a lot of players still alive. That's making it very difficult here for XSET to actually play this retake so far.
And it's just become even more difficult, because even if Dig find themselves in a spot where they get the spike down and XSET are still alive, now they're going to have to attempt that retake that you were just talking about with pistols. And yeah, they have the lockdown, they have the Cosmic Divide to work with as well, but that's certainly not the firepower you want to bring into this situation.
Yeah, and the lockdown that they have, they're definitely not going to... They're not really set up here for Marina to play for that, because they are on this eco. But into the next round, I would suspect for her to still play towards the A side, but more towards the tree. So because of how Dignitas is currently playing so quickly.
Arianaki having to dash away from the nade. Ellie doing a little bit of damage there. Yeah, that feels pretty freaking good. Emily dropped at the hands of the shock dart. Ariana looking to do a little bit more damage with that Sheriff. She's got armor, she's got health. She's got plenty of targets. Can she land the shot? Thea, as we go, pulls them right out of the sky. As Thea drops. It's a 3v2 here. Ariana's just so weak. She's got 3 HP. Oh my goodness!
It's good enough.
1 enemy remaining.
That is good enough to drop things down to a 1v1. The Phantom in Rain's hand. Starybun's able to upgrade her weapon as well.
Too far.
Surely she checks that, right? Surely she checks it. She's sticking it. She's sticking it. Okay, just in the nick of time. That was so freaking close, man.
Yeah, at the same time, one thing that's actually good for missing that star is that at least as Rain is walking up, because she was still playing pretty close, not seeing that her opponent was actually gravitating towards that middle of that star, she's able to come out to know that the defuse is actually hiding inside that corner, and she could just focus on the off angle for the kill. So a nice little gamble for XSET to just stick that defuse, but a little bit luckier there that Rain was playing closer on that 1 versus 1. But Doug, this was an eco round for XSET. They made it a 1 versus 1. It took so many shots to be landed by Arianarchis towards the end, but she still made things very difficult for Dignitas to play the post play that time.
She did, and now if she's good with the Sheriff, now she's got a Phantom and she has a Blade Storm as well, and There really is no question at this point. We've seen how good she's been all day. She's going to get the opportunity to do so again. Here we see a little bit of mid-space taken away from Emily. But again, Ariana just on the other side. Arch is... She spotted Emily. Is there going to be a little help? The Cloudburst there, trying to spam through the wall. Stephanie swings out, and no, it's actually Artstar who shows up in the nick of time to even things out. Sholiana investing the Hunter's Fury to try to tag, get some info, get some damage. Emily, nice shots to clean up Starrybun.
Yeah, because Starrybun was trying to come out, trying to take down the Hunter's Fury, who was playing towards Sabrosa, but a little bit too antsy on that kill. Did not expect that Emily was still watching her teammates back on Catwalk, and that's a nice little trade that happens. But in terms of health and player positioning, you're still given the opportunity for XSET because you still have that full setup. I mentioned it before. You can now play even the lockdown for the retake on top of that from A main. Not anymore.
Yeah, that's gone. I wondered if for a moment between Emily and Tolt there'd be enough of a delay. She's only got 17 HP.
Nice.
Yeah, she's been had. Ellie able to take her out. The Cosmic Divide is out as well as Ariana goes in aggressive. The tap. Just a little bit of eye candy. Make you think about what's going on. The Hunter Fury's out as well as a flash follow. Sholiana turning away from it.
She actually
down
shot
to Rain. Rain in a 1v2. She's got a chance at this, Vans. If she's able to isolate the gunfights, but she's got to get a little more shoulder. She landed 1 kill, but it got to half. Yeah, it's not going to be enough. Artstar gets to defuse. XSET gets to 2.
I actually like it that Sholiana actually ran out to shoot the guided light instead of trying to dodge from it, because the flash maybe could have blinded her teammate, for example, where she would have been hurt or hit by the Hunter's Fury while she's running around blinded. So a very nice sacrificial play to maybe give the chances a little bit more for Rain to try to win this 2v1, because you could count on her usually there. I mean, it's a nice clean shot, but it's a great way to watch your teammates back while your teammates defusing as well. So nicely done for XSET in the end. A lot of utilities, or should I say a lot of ultimates, were depleted here on the attacker side too to make that happen. So this is a good opportunity to try to come back.
They're trying to come back. They're trying to go forward. Arianarchy off the flash, goes in aggressive with the Blade Storm. Good to get one, but Thea stops at least that. But you see this push coming in from multiple fronts, fans. They shove it down mid. They work their way in through B garage as well. They take all that space away. Dig rotate A.
It's exactly what they did on that previous matchup, right, against Gen G Black. Yep. They went for the flash and a dash into the B link to get these kills. I'm even sure Arianarchus had the Blade Storm at the same time as well. And now, since they weren't able to use that ult in that previous round, they can use it now. You're putting your opponents in a tough spot. This is going to give you some space inside the site. You can break the door, and you know the last 2 players are A main.
A very tough spot. That's certainly a bit easier of a spot as Sholiana gets one on Ellie. The tap. Again, there's just so much util. Yeah, and she spams through it again. Drops things down to a 2v2. Make that a 2v1. As Dig managed to rip this round right back in. Sorry, Vaughn. Brutal spot. Sholiana gets 3. That did not look good initially, Vans.
It did not look good because, like I said, the lockdown pushed your opponents away for XSET, or should I say, sorry, for Dig on the pulse plan outside A main. But we look at the 2 players that were alive. I would hate to be... If it was anybody else, it was definitely doable there for XSET. But now that you have Rain that's alive with some stars to go for some disruption on these diffuses with the Suck, or should I say even the Nova Pulse, and then you also have Sholiana that has an Owl Drone, of all things, on a Pulse plant to still tag one out and get a kill right after. It's not the agents who want to play against, because they could just play that so passively still. So nicely done there for that play for Dignitas. And that should put now a timeout to come in for XSET to try to figure out what they could do to try to come back into this game, especially now that there's a potential that you have 6 rounds that could be that could be taken up, sorry, for Dignitas on their attacker side.
Well, Vans, I think you ask a very good question there, and that's what XSET are asking themselves right now. So I want to pose that question to you. What do they do? Right? Like, they're back on pistols. They don't have a ton as far as ultimates to work with, so you don't have that ace in the hole. What do? You're potentially looking at a 6-2 start.
I haven't seen a lot of smokes coming out from Rain onto that catwalk side, where XSET had a lot of success pinching down towards the mid side with the flashes, as we just saw in that previous round. If they could actually have a little bit more coming out of maybe Starbun play on that catwalk to peek out the support, take that mid control first, take the numbers advantage on that side in these later gun rounds, I think it'd be nice. Or... we've mentioned a lot of times, Arianarchus doesn't have any operator so far playing on this map or whatsoever, so you should get the operator and opt from Catwalk to support too. I think you might have a chance to do some damage and some punishment from Emily, who continues to work towards his mid side usually. Or just dig in general.
Yeah. Much slower start here from Dig. I don't know that we've seen this very much, where it's just and not entirely silenced, but they haven't made any aggressive moves, and wisely so, right? You don't know what's on the other side. If you're staring at 5 shorties, that's an unpleasant surprise. You don't want to be in a situation like that, as it looks like Dig now working towards A, through A long. You're going to have to deal with some of that Killjoy util, but there's no personnel on A proper.
At least there's information, right? That there's nobody playing towards B. There's no default going on. It's just going to be a fast execute towards A. They have more bodies there on the defense, and they get first blood.
Down A.
Get first blood. It does get traded back. Emily gets a second. Marina, oh yeah, waiting for the tap. Not able to land the shot, so as the door goes down, so now she's got something else to deal with, but another scenic route flank. So it turns out that Arianicus is pretty good with the Sheriff, as we've seen.
It took a bit of time, as I mentioned before, towards that B sub, but at least for that, definitely a clean shot. After she was actually spotted by Thea, you had to react a little bit quicker. And only now has a spike been planted, so they have a lot of time to still play the clock and try to play the retake.
We know where she is, though. A second cloudburst, so one way, and Sholiana gets the best of her there, but Marina on the site, getting a bit of her own as she drops Emily. The 2v2 here on the side is Rain and Sholiana. Again, find themselves in an excellent post plant. We've seen this before, Vans. They're going to have to take the fight to the 2 ladies from Dig, and holy smokes, did they do that?
Yeah, and that was beautifully played. Understanding that it's, again, those same 2 agents that I mentioned before, the Astra and also the Sova. This time, though, Sholiana, she threw the recon dart, didn't have an owl drone. That was actually pinged out towards the back generator. But at the same time, getting that tap onto the spike forced that recon dart to come out earlier, and even forced the stars to come out at the same time. So maybe it was a little bit premature at the same time to use both of those abilities on the attacker side post plant, and it allows this crossfire setup on defense right after on this double swing to punish them on for XSET side. So I like that. Nice little place, nice communication for XSET to make sure that it's like one of those moments where you put the keys on both ends, you have to turn the ignition at the same time to open the safe, and they did that perfectly.
Given flashbacks of mini games. Dig working the middle of the map, as we've seen a couple of times before. Emily and now Stephanie joining in on the action. She has the Blade Storm to work with. This is very reminiscent of what we saw the first, probably quarter of this map, where they work mid, they work B, they try to get a split going. This time, no Killjoy util, and no Arianicus to work with either. Stephanie dashing in. Ellie's on the other side. Hello, surprise. Stephanie's dropped. The Hunter's Fury out as well.
Oh, flash at the same time, and ding from a 140 Phantom. This is not going to be a good spot for her. She gets wall banged too. At least some good traits though, Doug, but in the end, it's still going to be the attackers on the upper hand. The Seeker's going to help a bit too. They have to focus now to take down Sholiana, but look at the amount of utility she also has to counter back.
I mean, here's the thing. If you're Sholiana here, you're just buying time.
Yep.
Right? Like, your job is to be a nuisance, continue to delay, force them to deal with you, and buy some more time. Now, because of the lockdown, they also had to take that space away, so they take care of the player towards B main. They get back to safety, and now it's on them to continue to move forward. Emily, really, and Thea, no armor. Or, excuse me, no utility to work with. The alarm bot's gone off as Emily with 65 health, no armor to her name. Has to play this tight. She's good for it. She didn't need Thea. She gets 2 on her own as Dig get to 6. And Emily's ult is now online.
Yeah, the turret that came out, I was gonna say, like, hey, they have a Trailblazer. They can try to clear out the site with that as well after the lockdown happens. But I do like that it's a turret that comes out instead, because forcing out a Trailblazer to try to get some information, one, lets you kind of know where you're coming from, but at the same time, you're kind of leaving your second teammate left stranded because you're stuck into the Trailblazer form. So to have Marina push forward to try to play the retake to put the turret up to make it sort of like a 2.5 versus 2, so that you can try to clear out the whole site. They didn't see anybody behind the boxes. They knew that it was a double stack in the back of Boathouse. But it's just the firing power of Elite that makes it a little bit easier, a little bit better for them to win the round. XSET back on a, I was going to say a Thrifty, sort of a Thrifty. They still have a Phantom, they have a Judge, they have a Spectre, still weaker economy. The battle for B main control seems to be maybe in the favor of the defender side. It looks like it, right? But it's information gathered without utilizing too much health by just having a turret, forcing enemies back. You're taking this any day on the attack.
Oh, but how far do you want to take it, right? Because if you take it real far, Artstar's going to meet you with the judge. And that's a bad day, no matter who you are. And she's going to get an opportunity at it here. Yeah, you've been suppressed, but you don't suppress the judge. A little distraction. Ellie's able to get two, actually, from Logs, as all focus was put on the judge. Sholiana's coming around. The spike is going to get down on the site. The two remaining members of XSET. One's in mids, one flanking all the way around through attacker spawn.
Yeah.
This is actually going to put a lot of pressure on Rain here. She's going to have to come up big.
A 2K with the Spectre with one clip. Not too bad. Or, sorry, it was a Stinger. And now with the two players coming back from B main, they're just going to try to pick up at least one of these weapons. So I understand why you're grouped up, but Rain's going to be in a great position right now to die.
A great position to die, equalizing things as far as bodies go. 2v2 Starybond with no armor to work with Spike away. Stephanie's gonna get punished as well. What is going on here? What is going on here, Sholiana? The previous round it was Emily. This time it was Sholiana, and that's what we were talking about at the beginning of the series, Vance. Dig is built this way, where if things look sideways, anybody can yank it right back.
Yeah, Sholiana did a great job there too. That's a light spray transfer that she had to try to randomly control, because we know how the spray controls are not that consistent with any rifles.
Especially on the Vandal, bro.
Especially on the Vandal, to be able to connect those two shots. It's actually quite nice that she was able to get that, because the way that you played the retake groupage between Marina and Starybun and just get those trades, set up for the trades, the spacing was a little bit more spaced out, maybe to win on that fight. Or we're changing the pace once again. Mid-side control, denied. Twice.
My goodness. Now it's Thea who's on one. Right? Like, she's got
we
two with the
know
Guardian.
she's good for that. We know she's good for that usually.
She is good for it. She got hers, 2 with the Guardian, and yeah, she's a little bit worse for wear. 51 health left for her, but she did the damage. And here's the thing, is Vans, when you see that dial up again, that's now twice that they've shown it in this half. That aggressive flash, Ariana going in aggressive off of that, and this time Dig were ready for it.
Yeah. When you basically got caught last time by Ariana Kist with the Blade Storm, you're trying to do it with the knives again. They played it. You saw how more passively they played, right? They played all the way back towards Shed instead of coming towards B first.
Ult's going to come out from Ellie to try to pave the way. I believe, yeah, Marina's in there. She's in a brutal spot. All she's going to have is guns to work with. You know how important that is.
Didn't clear it, though.
Killjoy.
Spike planted.
Spike goes down. Still 5v3 in favor of Dig. He's weak. Stephanie is as well.
I like the turret towards Catwalk, too, so that prevents any type of flank that's happening. They could just focus here towards Sliding Door and also towards Heaven.
Oh, boy. So Emily has now been sectioned off from the rest of the team as they're down in hell. Stephanie drops the flash out from Artstar. She knows there's at least one player there, but Thea again with the Guardian. Good for 3, looking to get 4. No, Emily's the one who gets that. Starybun's left alone. The site was split all over the place, but Dig walk away victorious again.
Yeah, very well done at that point. Did I see this wrong, Doug? Was it a defender lockdown that was placed from Arena?
I believe so.
I'm just trying to focus here as to if that lockdown was placed, how come we were still able to have some players into hell?
Yeah, it was a defender lockdown. And she was, like you see at the x-ray right at the bottom of your screen.
Yeah.
Just in the corner.
A little bit off then on playing that retake on trying to clear out this play. I mean, they tried it with the guide right after to jump under it, but unfortunately it didn't pay off at that point. Nonetheless, 8-3 for Dignitas. Thea keeping her Guardian into this round here because she's been pretty crispy with it on that last round. Spectres across the board for XSET, and they're not really gambling much, right? You're not trying to push aggressively on this Catwalk side to take mid control, as I mentioned before. So they're trying to just get the information by using the utility of their initiators. The Owl Drone just came out, didn't spot anybody, so they think that the mid side's clear. And here comes a hard head towards B.
Yeah, this is big though because Artstar just got the last. Yeah, that's a big kill. Artstar just got the final ult orb to get her ult online last round of the half. Marina's already able to get 2 as well. These Spectres seem to be paying off just fine. And there are the Seekers that we were just talking about trying to cut off the rotation because you see on your minimap Dig, that's exactly where they're going. They're rotating all the way around. Artstar sneakily, quietly crouched down. And they're not going to know she's there.
But that you still have one player looking back towards B. Because of the Seekers, you don't know if the attackers are walking back here towards the B side, but after that recon dart and that pings it out, there's that Q. So there's going to be a nice rotation now coming in, where you still only have one player inside the site, so you're pretty much forced to play the retake, but Artstar is going to be on the flank with these flashes in the end.
Ellie pushed off, the door comes down, but the flash made its way through at the end. Now Ellie in a more aggressive position, but she only has a Spectre from up in heaven. And she has no util to work with either. Spike continuing to tick away. You see Thea taking a long route all the way around up Cat. And again, when you see plays like that, it becomes a question of timing. Can she get there in time to impact the play?
Especially with the turret.
Be off site when everything goes down. Yep.
Turret's not even going to look at her, so she could definitely get this flank in.
Rain was dropped. Thea. Oh, Thea's going to get a shot at it. Guardian again gets a second.
Player standing.
Artstar gets the last, but is there going to be enough time? Is Artstar going to have enough time? She's been tapped. A third just for good measure as Dig get to a 9-3 half, and I feel like what seemed like every kill for Dig in the last 2 rounds came off of Thea's Guardian.
Yeah, and it looked well, though, at least for them to push forward for XSET for that retake, but like I said, that little turret that doesn't look behind or that wasn't placed to cover that catwalk was definitely the demise of XSET trying to go for that retake.
Demise indeed. It was a strong half for Dig. 9-3 in the first half. We'll see if they can continue that in the second half. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, dear friends, to Ascent. Dig convincingly take the first half. Yes, XSET won the pistol, but from that point forward, it was all Dig all day. I'm Doug. With me is Vans. Vans,
what up?
What was the key to Dig's success?
Everything.
Nailed it. Good. Got it. We're done. We can move on. So basically, if Dig just do everything right again,
it's over.
they
should win. Now, kidding aside, like I said, they were really good at the beginning of the rounds after the eco that they won to just do some fast mid controls and get rid of utility towards mid. You then condition XSET to play a little bit more defensively with mid-side control, and now you're starting to hit towards these extremities, and XSET doesn't really have any idea of trying or being able to retaliate, where they couldn't even work that mid-side either. Now we're trying something different, though, but on Dig's side again, pushing out towards B side, a Dig got the Scary, forces the execute on the A side, but DIGNITAS seems to be ready.
13 HP, certainly not how you want to start things off, and somehow Artstar finds herself in even worse of a situation where she only has 4 HP. Starry now has nothing. As Thea and the rest of Dig, Sholiana in particular, aggressively work their way in through tree. They've cleared out that area of the map. Now they can turn their attention towards Hell, where the remaining members of XSET are. A flash that maybe a bit of friendly fire.
Yep.
Yeah. Thea good for one.
Remaining.
No shot, right? She doesn't. Okay,
no
she
way.
doesn't pull this off. Rain's gonna stick the defuse, and they win the pistol again.
Not on 4 HP, but what I'm surprised, well, not necessarily surprised, but what I do like is that we're playing with a lot of confidence for DIGNITAS still, because we actually just jumped down there. Hell W pushed inside Hell, but what did we fight with? We fought with the left-click classics instead of, like, for example, frenzies that would usually be perfect to, like, mow down your opponents inside the Hell side. You're actually using a lot more of these classics so you could have more utility, which allowed Emily to have these 2 flashes to help her teammates to go for this retake too. So I like that. They're using their minds right, making sure that they're still using utilities to regain the space and regain the map control. And now that they take the lead in this pistol, forcing the attackers to just go for a fast mid control off the Owl drone. But it's going to be greeted by an alarm bot and potentially just fast reaction on the B main as well with the utility there.
I do want to quickly draw attention to this. In the previous round, we see an ebb and flow where Dig took aggressive space towards B, landed that dink on the Starry Bun that we saw this round. They play softer on B, and they aggressively take some space away on A. There was nobody home, but you're seeing some of that pendulum swinging back and forth. XSET, they've already lost one. Remember, they only have pistols, and it just went from bad to worse. Thea gets forced. She can do it with the Guardian. She can do it with the Spectre. It doesn't matter. A flawless round for Dig as they get to 11.
There's definitely something with Killjoy players on this map today on defense that are just continuing to be very strong, anchors, by the way, too. That was off some nice support, too. Actually, I think that was a flash from the attackers, too, trying to take the site. I think it was a flash from Artstar that came from behind, trying to take down Thea towards that back. Didn't work out. Maybe flashed their own teammates, too, unfortunately, there. And they couldn't storm into the site to take down Thea, so we'll take those any day as an anchored defender. And now we're taking a lead. Bonus round for DIGNITAS, all Spectres across the board. Full rifles for sure here for XSET, where it's pretty much do or die at this point. If not, you're going to have to claw back with no money left for the rest of the half.
Yeah, you don't have very many more opportunities to get back into this thing. Dig looking to, I mean, they don't want to prolong this at all. Let's just get it done. And again, there's just something that's happened in the last couple of rounds where she's been on one.
It's the Guardian. The Guardian taps just gives that confidence. I could tell probably that after these kills, there's some laughing going around as with your teammates on Discord or on TeamSpeak, whatever they're using, and that just brings the morale up. That's what we talked about going into this game. It's been a long day for a lot of these players. You got to keep the energy up, and that definitely helps.
Yeah, it's a whole lot of feels good, man, going on right now. For XSET, though, they can get something going here.
Killjoy
they may have a little feels good man themselves. Yeah, Arianic just got one, but then drops instantly. You see Marina on the flank. Emily a bit wiser to it as Ellie's been pushed out. Yeah, she's going to get tagged up. But it doesn't look like they're going to chase it out, and wisely, because, oh, Marina's shown up at just the right time. Emily, though, forgetting about the play, looking to get the defuse. She pulls off, though. She gets it to half. They've got strength in numbers. Marina has no HP to work with, and, well, now Ellie doesn't either. As Sholiana gets 2, we highlighted her at the beginning. Economy in shambles for XSET as did get to map point.
Yeah, getting locked down in the third round of the second half is huge right now for, especially, a bonus round for the defenders. So that was very well done. I think that caught XSET off guard too. To have one to get caught with into the lockdown towards A main, which I think is Ellie, definitely shows that you know, they were ready for an execution into the site, realizing, hey, why is it so open? Why is it so free for us? Until the lockdown comes down and like, oh yeah, that probably could have happened as well. And getting that person actually detained into A main, the spray that comes back from tree, they know exactly where the other person's at right after. So very well done for DIGNITAS. Map point. It's time to scramble here for XSET to see if we can come back.
2 Spectres. And light armor on some, almost no armor on others, as Marina has already been tagged up pretty badly. Ellie, though, using the drone to clear some space to try to take some of that back. And, well, they've gotten some garage control, at least for now.
Yeah, Nebula is going to slow things down, though. So that forces a nanoswarm to be thrown just to clear out a corner, but they don't gain much information after that. And Stephanie takes the advantage of pushing out through the Nebula of her own teammates so that she could capitalize on a kill. So not looking good here for XSET on the first map. Ellie is going to try to bring it back as she's used her Owl Drone. The recon dart's down. They still have Starry Bun that's alive with a couple of stars here, so you're just going to try to explode and give it your all.
You can see the confidence with which Dig is playing. Stephanie on that swing out, and yeah, she had the dart from Sholiana to get her info, but they're just not missing right now. Fans are just not, of course, as I say that, Ellie gets one with the Guardian. Back onto Stephanie, still numbers advantage in favor of Dig. The spike is still slowly trying to make its way onto the site. There they go. They've gotten on their Sholiana, though. Can continue to be a problem. Artstar manages to get the spike down. Emily swings around. Starry Bun in a great spot. Starry Bun good for one. Not able to get a second, though, as Thea once again lights up the kill feed. They've all shown up, and they've shown up in bunches. The remaining members from XSET looking to keep this map alive. Now they're starting to swing out. Ellie's good for one. Artstar good for a second. A 1v1. Emily versus Artstar. Artstar with just 1 armor. Emily on the tap. Gets it to half. And the spam comes through. 47 HP, so it did tag a little bit. Emily's going to stick it. My goodness, she's going to stick it. That's how this map ends? You've got to be kidding me.
Kind of wish you played like the Ethan style going into Berlin, where you just get the spray through the shed on the left side. But instead, we wanted to play like the mind games too. Like I said, the best friends going at it at that point. Very difficult for Artstar to win that one in the end, and the bind games shows that the IGL, the old IGL here for Artstar, Emily, was just ready and read her like a book, and unfortunately seals the deal at a 13-3.
And it was close, right? Like, she almost had the timing. She was probably, what, a second away from catching the timing. Emily, her intentions were very clear. She was going to stick that defuse no matter what happened. So we're really talking again about a moment while the map was not close, right? Like, let's not mince words. It wasn't close at all. That moment was. That easily could have gone the other way. A split second makes all the difference there, but man, Dig looked very good. Very, very good. I think they want to end the night very quickly, but I'm assuming that this could be... Was this a DIGNITAS map pick, if I'm not mistaken? So that probably showed like the strength that you have going into this one as well. So we'll see what happens after that too. Into the second half or the second map where it's going to be XSET's map pick. Hopefully they could carry this to a third map. It's going to be a spicy one, folks. We're going to throw it to a break. When we return, map 2 in this best of 3. Stay tuned.
Show me what you got. Back that up, 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 back that up Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back,
We're about halfway through our last match here for day number 2 at the VERIZON VCT Game Changers 3, where it is Dignitas taking on XSET, and it is elimination time. The loser of this match goes home, so everything is on the line, gentlemen. And though up until this last map, things were really close, this time around, it was pretty one-sided, Vans.
Definitely one-sided at that point, but I gotta say it's not necessarily on XSET's performances. It's more on how better Dignitas were just on fire this game. When you see how even like Thea with the Guardian, how she's landing those shots the way that she does, pretty reminiscent to how we saw her play yesterday as that Killjoy on this site as well. Has just been like one true proving factor of how good Dignitas are just walking into this game and really just want to move forward and progress into the Game Changers.
And Doug, this has to be a question of endurance from the side of XSET as well. They've already played 2 series prior to this match, so if I'm them, I probably want to conserve my energy and just move on to the next.
Yeah, that's a really good point, and I know that we talked about it at the beginning of the series, but you do wonder, right? Like in situations like that, not only have you played 2 best-of-3s already, and then your second map in the second best-of-3 went super long, but then also you just got whooped, right? Like you just got beat real bad on Ascent, and you begin to ask yourself, like, okay, how does that have an impact on mental? How does that play out? Because that's not something that is just easy to get over. So Sue, I think to your point, you almost have to have like short-term memory loss. Like forget about it, right? To your point, let's get through that quickly. Yeah, we lost pretty bad. Let's just move on to the next one, because again, that is their pick. They should be more comfortable there.
Then something you pointed out that I want to highlight for the rest of the broadcast, Artstar actually used to play with these girls for many, many years. They have lifted countless Katowice trophies playing alongside one another. And it's one of those things where, yeah, of course we still get along. Yeah, I wish you well, except when I play against you, I want to pummel you.
Oh yeah, definitely. And you saw that little fun one. I call it fun 1 versus 1, but when you have the IGL that's been leading Artstar for the longest time in the CS career, sometimes you have an idea of how that player is going to play that 1 versus 1. So understanding that after the initial spray and you already got it halfway, it's like, well, I'm pretty confident I'm going to be able to stick this one too. So nicely played for Emily, and we're going to have to see those mind games are going to continue into that second map of this series.
You know, Doug, when I look at the stats from that last map, we see that Thea, Sholiana, and Stephanie all performed out of their minds. Some noticeably quiet performers that you traditionally see putting on some fatter numbers from the side of XSET. Arianarchist has been having a stellar day, not just today, yesterday as well. This time around we saw, unfortunately, she was a little bit quiet on Ascent.
Yeah, it was really kind of a quiet performance for the XSET ladies across the board. And, you know, I know Vans alluded to it a bit earlier, but I do want to touch on it again. There was just a masterclass performance that was put on by Dig on how to play Ascent. So, yeah, the XSET ladies maybe didn't play exceptionally well, but Dig just put on a clinic.
Well, you know what? If you're XSET, you say, you know what just happened? Forget about it, because Haven is their map pick. And Ascent being Digs, they probably want to just move on and think forward, because if they want to keep their lives alive here at the VCT Game Changers Series 3, this is when it matters.
Yep.
They've had a long day, don't get me wrong, but they still need to pull through for those next 2 maps. And Haven is a map that XSET have looked fantastic on. Most recently today up against Gen G Black, they defeated them 13-8. But Vans, this is also a map that Dig has looked good on as well.
Yeah, this is going to have to be that battle of, I mentioned before it was going to be maybe Emily with the 0 point of KO against the Duelist, but this time I think it'll be nice to use it against Artstar, because Artstar has been amazing to set up her teammates, Arianarchist, to move in and dash into the site and get into the sites for Dignitas.
Well, I believe we have agent selection ready. So without further ado, let's dive right into it. It will be Haven coming up next between these 2 teams. Dignitas taking on Accent. Accent?
Accent, nice little accent coming out on XSET there. Let's get into the action, baby. Let's go again. XSET starting off on attack. Sue very, very importantly pointed out that both of these teams have had success on this map in recent history. 13-8s, right? So it's almost been identical. We talked a lot about Artstar on Breach on this map, specifically in large part because we casted the series just a couple of moments ago, but we're going to get the opportunity to see it again. But on the side of Dig, Vans, we've got that KO out again.
Yeah, and again, it seems as though it's like unorthodox to use a KO and stuff like that too, but I feel like we harped on it enough. But I want to add more now onto what else do we have on the plate here for Dignitas with this roster, with Rain playing as this Omen. And Rain, for me, is one of those Omen players that we don't see quite often with that type of playstyle, utilizing the Shredded Step very aggressively. Not only does she does it on a map like Bind, but on a map like this, they're really trying to get her to use the Shredded Step or even the From the Shadows a lot to attack in the back lines, especially on A-side executions. So if XSET understands that as well, based on how Artstar currently plays and the rest of the team currently plays on that map, we could potentially still see a third map moving forward here with XSET winning this one.
We'll see. XSET are going to have to set the pace of things early on. Again, they're starting off on attack, a heavy lean towards C. They have 4 stack that way, and Rain looks to be the sole Dig player. There, a little flash, a little dash yet again. As the pace does not seem to slow down for XSET. They want to go aggressive, and it seems to pay off early on.
Definitely, and the plant's already coming in right now, so we talked about that fast pace, right? Enabling your teammates to coming in with the flash and dash, and it works out. They get a nice map control towards the C site. Even the post plan looks super clean.
Look at these ladies do. All right, so that's one. That's a big step forward, but you still have a whole lot of steps to go. Yeah, and Theos drops, just leaving Shiliana in a 1v4. It's gonna take a freaking miracle to make something like this happen. You feel the pressure coming in from opposite sides. Now 37 health, and Marina shows up to deliver the finishing blow onto Sholiana. So this is very reminiscent to how we started Ascent. Vans, XSET won the pistol, but this is where things changed, and they never really got back.
Yeah, and where they got caught off, actually, was just... It was also XSET play on defense, right? So we just had a swarm of pistols going for the trades and winning these fights. Now we're going to try to see if Dignitas is going to try to do the same thing, but this time on the defender side. And just before we got to the replay, I noticed on that minimap, I think 3 or 4 icons posted up towards the C side. So they are trying to get something done. The knife is going to come out. They're going to walk straight into this, but there's still going to be more guns, a longer corridor that's tighter. It should be still a round that's going to come in for XSET.
Yeah, I think the difficult thing is even without any gap closers, man, they're just going. They're holding W. They've taken C long. They've bullied them off of the site. And guess who's waiting on the other side? It's Thea. She's taking some short as well. She's going to be able to get a lot of value. One. That was all she got. Marina trades it out. But that buys some time, right? That delays things a bit for teammates to show up.
Oh, and she gets caught too. This sucks for Rain. Okay, she makes it out, but she's also going to be the last player standing. So that's going to be it. You said that it wasted a lot of time for DIGNITAS, which was good because it gave them a chance to rotate all the way from C to A. But still, once they got into the site, they were met up by Spectre's close range. A 2 versus 3 at that point. Still easier to do right now for if you're in the point of view of XSET with these Spectres as the upper hand. So very well done. A lot cleaner than we've seen on that second round of Ascent. And XSET are just trying to build that momentum back and try to come back into it.
Yep, and this is exactly what you want to see, right? Off the start, if you're a fan of XSET, okay, we've moved on from the fact that Ascent wasn't pretty. Let's get back into Haven and let's go into what we want to do. They win the pistol. They cleanly win the second round, like you said. Now they're in a spot where they can dictate more of the pace of the map. It looks like they're are going to be able to bonus a little bit, right? Like Starybun has 30-50 as far as credit goes and is still bringing in a weapon. Ariana, pretty close by, so they're in a decent spot here.
Decent buy indeed, as they're looking to go just fast into this B site because they could maybe swarm it up and play the close range on the plant. So having these Spectres are definitely going to help. Flashes miss, unfortunately, from Ellie. That also calls it out for the Owl drone to come out too, so the jig is going to be up. I think you might have to reset because of this. But you also have Ellie that's stuck inside this buddy spot, so they're going to have to try to pull out quick. And finally, she makes it out on time. And let's see what happens here.
Oh, the paranoia is great. The paranoia is great. It delays. It buys time. Thea's there as well. The dash out, but Rain's the first one to land a kill. Arianicus is just so freaking good, man. Emily gets that, though, and trades it back. Marina looking to get the spike down. Does. The nade, I believe it did a little bit, but not. You can see them hunting around. Emily's good for it as well. Looking to get the second. Switches over to the classic spots. Marina running away. Marina's left alone with everything in front of her. Her hands full. And her health bar is depleted. Stephanie's going to get the defuse. Digger on the board.
Not too bad. Now you're going to force out 2 armors, a rebuy coming out for a couple of dig, but they're still going to look pretty good on the buy into this round here. But you're also preventing other players from trying to get any type of like economy ruling into the next few rounds. So on XSET's point, you're still pretty happy of the results so far. You're still going to try to run this. Actually, it's not going to be the same type of default towards mid. You already have Artstar posted up here towards this long A side. Maybe potentially try to get a fault line and a dash into sewers. But if the knife comes out first, it might cancel out a guided light or a dash that could catch them off guard here.
Well, there's the flash. There's the knife. Showed up a bit late, as you said.
But there's no dash that happened towards sewers, so that was pretty good.
Very good point. Arianicus still working her way down A long, though, as the spike is there as well. Clear out back A. Make sure nobody's home. And they're going to invest the Trailblazers as well. So you can see they're investing so much utility to make sure that they have A main control, and Vans, they've gotten it.
So forced to play more passively now for DIGNITAS, but still looking for some information because you don't have the Silva playing on your side. You still are waiting for the timer to come out on the 0 point. You're not going to see anything now. Pushing back towards this garage side, the trap bar is going to give their position away, but this could still allow for them to pull back and reset again because you still have a lot of time on the clock. This is not too bad.
Yeah. Plenty of time left on the clock. XSET. No, a little flash. They want to go in. Yeah, rain drops, but Emily able to trade that out. They have control of the site. Now keep a close eye on Thea.
30 seconds left.
Is that camera going to get clear? Okay, so she should have spotted. Yeah, she should have spotted. Sorry, but she's been pushed off. Stephanie's coming in as well. They're hitting at the exact same spot at the exact same time, and it's so difficult for XSET to deal with numbers advantage in favor of Dig. They're all stacked up towards B Link, though. Emily drops. Stephanie on the tap, and they're going in. They're going for more, and yeah, there's not a whole lot that XSET seemed like they're able to do. Thea is in a great spot to hold it. Stephanie can be a meat shield of sorts. Well, you don't need to be meat chilled when you get 4K like that and get the last kill. We're tied up at 2.
That's the playing to spike or planning to spike where you're not so confident of if you're going to get pushed from the A side link with the bodies that you have here on the attack for XSET trying to move in. Because you don't really give a chance for Artstar to try to win that 2 versus 1 from where that's planted. But I do like the idea that they try to push towards the A choke point because they haven't cleared anything towards Garage yet. So they don't know if the flank's going to happen quick. They don't know if the flank's going to come in from A side either because nobody was playing flank that side. So I like that you push a little bit more deeper into the site. Just unfortunately, the spike wasn't really there with them on that pulse plant, unfortunately. So... idea was there, idea was nice, which we don't see quite often, teams pushing out and planning for either of the links. But it's still going to be a nice retake from Dig because he has Stephanie with paint shells.
Arianicus using a Blade Storm early in the round. You see pistols really the rest of the way with the exception of Marina. She's got a little more oomph to work with, and you can see the intentions are very clear. They want to try to work A again. The Trailblazer to clear out short, as we've seen them do before. But the thing is, Vans, we've seen when they delay here, stuff like this happens, right? Sholiana takes mid. Sometimes Thea takes C long. They Dig are very comfortable pushing the pace when they understand where the pressure is.
Definitely. And that's a big paranoia too. And the showstopper is not going to connect, but the paint shells will. So that's at least going to make things a little bit better right now for Dignitas on the defense. Oh, that's going to spot so much.
Now, it is worth noting that Dig did invest 2 ultimates here on what should be a pistol. Sholiana, nice shots to get 3. A flawless round for Dig. But again, remember, a pistol round for XSET, and that was the KO ult, and that was the showstopper.
Yep. You're happy at least to pull that out, right? At least prevent that from happening in the later rounds, which would make things a little bit easier for XSET to get into these sites. And I think this is what they're going to discuss right now with this timeout. With so much utilized and so much depleted in terms of the ultimates on the defender side, is there anything that can we salvage our own ultimates on the attacker side and stagger them on different rounds? Because I just saw before we have the Rolling Thunder that's ready. We have the Seekers. We have a Neural Theft. Maybe there's ways to scale that up too, depending on how these rounds are playing down. Also, of course, the other thing that's important is the economy that you have. Can't really bring an operator out for Area Anarchist. She's still going to play this Phantom, but they still could potentially go back with this default flash and dash that's been very successful for them to get into these sites.
An XSET timeout here. They find themselves down around, as you said. They've got some ultimates to work with. They have that Rolling Thunder, and maybe after drawing out some of what Dig had to offer, they can counterpunch in a more meaningful way. But again, Vans, I know the timing is slightly different, but this feels like a very pivotal moment in this map because we saw Dig are very comfortable rattling off a whole lot of rounds at once. They've already put together 3 in a row. XSET lose this. They're back on a light buy. And this gets out of hand very quickly.
And should I say, XSET has had a lot of more success on their attacker side too with this type of type of comp. So you really want to try to bring that up a little bit more. And you see the movements right now, the changes in the defense of Dignitas too. Emily was playing towards the A side before, expecting for this choke point control on A side. This time she's throwing a knife towards C side because she wanted to know if there's going to be a flash and dash in the area. But as nothing happens, the other one's playing towards Heaven side. You're still playing for the retake on the other end and deniability with the Hunter's Fury if you can.
You called out the swap from Emily. Thea took her place. Now she's playing over by A. You've got plenty of util to deal with. Nades to push them back as well. And again, a quiet start to the round from XSET. They poke and they prod, and then they reset.
I like it. Because you're killing the noise. Now Dignitas is still guessing. The Sova's all the way across the map on the other side. So it is the KO. So you're forcing the knives and even the recon dart potentially to get information on that area. So breaking this camera right after and playing the pulse plan could be a lot easier.
The dash in with the Seekers to lead the way. There's just nobody there. There's nobody there. The Hunter's Fury is going to come out as well. Oh, nice tripwire from Deas. Artstar drops Sholiana using the Hunter's Fury to try to clear out more, get some more damage, or potentially some more info. Marina getting the spike down. Stephanie going aggressive, pushing it to the brink. She's going to have a shot at another one, but she doesn't have to, as Rain is the one who gets the kill. Ellie's in a great spot, but surprise! Roomba's there as well. A 1v2 is all that remains
Sorry, spotted.
for Starry Bun, and they know where she is. Element of surprise gone. Health gone as well. Thea gets 3 with the Phantom, with the Guardian, with the Spectre. It just doesn't seem to matter, Vans.
Everything looks so good, and you saw that Artstar was trying to run back towards under Hell because she had that Rolling Thunder, so that she could potentially throw the Rolling Thunder on a retake coming in from the attacker side, especially with that big paranoia that came out from Rain that really slowed down or prevented XSET from getting a clean crossfire set up towards that site. And right after that, you see these trades coming in that comes back in favor here of XSET, unfortunately. So, at least unfortunately for Dig. So with that, XSET looking to at least get another spike plan to build the economy back up on their side. But it's Dignitas really continuing to slowly walk away with this lead, where we don't want to see this to continue, because that momentum, you need to get it back on your side. I know it's really cliche to talk about this momentum, but this is do or die right now for XSET. You need to close that gap as soon as you can.
Yep. Maybe cliche, but that's real talk when it comes to Valorant too. You just saw the knife from Emily got so much info. Thea, again, a little counter pressure, man. They dial it up the same time, and XSET, this time they were able to trade out Thea, deny a multi-kill, but that's just been so successful for Dig in the past.
And that's a 1-for-1, another Rolling Thunder that's gone, but at least they pull out this Neural Theft. So we talked about scaling these ultimates, right? So they had the Seekers on the previous round, Neural Theft onto this one, and potentially it's going to be the Rolling Thunder. But the negative side about it is that they haven't converted on these ultimates overall in the end. So let's see what happens. We're going to have a different type of flash and dash inside that site. Arianarchist on the top of the boxes trying to play the retake. We still have Emily that's alive with 2 flashes, though, so this stay on the top of the boxes shouldn't last too long, and not long at all.
Oh, man, Stephanie's just so good for it. She's already gotten 2, and you can tell Dig were so comfortable, like, giving that space up, right? Arianakis used the dash to get onto site. The flash was there as well. But when that was happening, you saw all of Dig were still playing back around Link. They were still playing back behind Garage. They didn't want to have anything to do with the site, and that's just such a beautiful push and pull, because they understand XSET have to invest utility to take the site. Great. Guess what? When we're coming in on the retake, you've got nothing to respond with, and that's exactly what Stephanie did.
That's it. After throwing the pain shells and even spotting a second player on the top of the boxes, even if she dies, she created enough disruption from the pain shells left behind at other places in the site. Even if she didn't get a kill, it would have been easier for her teammates to just run into the smoke and potentially bring the percentage of trades in their favor with that type of play. But she manages to get a 2K on top of that, so she definitely did her job. Now we're trying to get the showstopper out on the defense to try to counter back on how XSET could be moving forward and try to execute with this Rolling Thunder potentially, but XSET has a different plan in mind. They're playing a much slower pace right now towards this defensive side, knowing that Dignitas are playing very aggressively on these retakes. They're potentially playing aggressively on map control, and that's a great way to push off the first initial aggression from Dignitas with that Trailblazer.
Cage triggered.
The patience, the discipline that Dig show has just been so outstanding this entire series. Like, look at that. You mentioned the Trailblazer and how they were able to negate some of that aggression, but even with that, up until this point, they kept their positions. They kept the 50-yard line. Even now, Emily is still kind of wondering if she should come back or not, but here they go. The Cosmic Divide, the Rolling Thunder, everything in front of them. Thea somehow manages to go through that untapped. She's good for 2, and Thea's still alive. She tried getting a 3rd, but no, it was actually Arianarchis who's able to get 3 of her own. Starry Bun gets 1 as well. Stephanie's left alone in this 1v3. She's got the showstopper. She's got health, and oh baby, she's going, Van. She's going aggressive. Yeah, that's 1. Starry Bun is still so weak too. That's a 2nd. Robin Dick Jones with the 1v1. No freaking shot. The timing, she pulled out her nade, and it was just at the wrong time. So close. Mariana cleans up the kill. XSET get to 3.
And if not, at least a right timing from Marina by swinging out that way, too, and just trying to surprise her opponent. And I saw that coming with how Rain was just basically jump spotting from the back of default. That was definitely going to be a bait and switch to allow Thea to get a couple of kills. That said, when the Rolling Thunder comes out, Rain could have probably shrouded step away just to make sure that she could get out into safety from the Cosmic Divide that would protect her from all the shots coming in after. But she definitely wanted to continue to play the bait so that Thea could get all these kills. So very well done. But then after the numbers advantage that you had from Dig trying to run into the site through the Cosmic Divide, they got shut down immediately from XSET just playing close to the wall. So nice little play off the Cosmic Divide from the attacker side. And now we're 2 rounds away. Playing passively on the A site once again. Just trying to pull out this rotation. As you saw them move up towards that sewers and also towards A main quite aggressively. But the default's still happening towards mid. Understanding that these flanks could always be happening from Dignitas' side, XSET are still playing this very cautiously.
Now, is that the same tripwire that Thea had a couple of rounds ago that she landed the kill?
Yeah.
Okay. I wonder, surely you don't fall for that twice, right?
I've got your
Look at her crouch walking forward. Definitely not.
Yeah. Surely not.
But paint shells will.
Yeah, the paint shells will deliver the second time. She's still up there. All right, so now they know. Arianicus shoots it out. The spike is down. Ellie's in a good spot, 2 and Cubby. Stephanie doesn't check that. She's in a world of hurt. No, Arianicus able to get 2. Ellie does get tagged up, though. And they're both so weak. Dan's a bit of flash to grab some info, and yeah, you've got some. You understand at least where one is, and look at the boldness with which Ellie's pushing forward. She has 46 health, and she's just looking to take the fight to Dignitas' doorstep. She's good for 1, but she's still got a lot of work ahead of her. 46 HP. Back the way around. She's been spotted 6 HP. Thea gets 3. Dig get to 6.
That was a nice try, at least, there from Ellie. You could understand that she had to push down towards that spawn side because she was getting pinched in from so many different angles at once. And with that, we continue to have a pretty, not necessarily flawless, but it's pretty clean for Dignitas on that defense. And honestly, I think this is really off the back of Stephanie. We don't really see her on the screen right now in terms of like the kills that she's getting, but she's on the top of this board. That last round, you saw paint shells that she threw that got the kill onto Artstar, and when we had the camera on her, she threw another paint shell towards sewers. So the amount of multi-kills that she's getting a lot of value of playing this Raze on defense right now that seems to be really shutting down XSET on the way that they're playing their post plan.
And they're just back on this light buy, and yes, Arianicus has a Blade Storm. But much like we've mentioned the last couple of rounds, like Dig, they're playing off. Look at how off they're playing, right? They're gonna get some info there, right? Rain just did to understand there was presence down short. They're gonna go that way, but Thea again playing up in heaven, a little bit of spam to try to get some info, and she's gonna get the tag as well. Do they have? Oh my goodness, how does she do it?
She's deadly like that. The ratty steel style, as I like to call it, playing towards the heaven side with the with the utility from Cypher. I mean, he's probably one of the first one that started to showcase that type of play style, and Thea does it very well here.
Dude, their timing is so good, too. You saw Stephanie just blast back across off of Emily's flash, and Emily wraps around, gets 2 of her own. Sholiana gets 1 as well. Marina's left alone. Sholiana tapped, waiting to bait it out. Emily has to go aggressive. She saw the barrel of the gun! 83 HP, Marina wrapping around. Emily gets 3, and the defuse comes through as well.
That was such a nice try from Marina. Running that clock down, trying to do as much as she can, while the rest of them were slowly dropping down one by one. But I did see that it was a lower buy here coming in from the post plant players of XSET. But you see this at the same time here, Doug. This is twice that you're getting a lot of value off the paranoia too. So as we always have this debate of like, oh, should the meta now being Astra, should everybody start playing Astra too? And the answer is not necessarily. It really depends on the type of playstyle that you have here as a team. The paint shells from Stephanie for the retakes have been huge. Rain with the paranoia has been helping a lot to gain at least the initial space. And if Emily's still alive, well, she's got the underhands to continue the rest of the flashes so they can get back into the site. Yes, it makes it a little bit more difficult on the defense maybe to not have an Astra and have an Omen instead. But they make it work with the way that they're playing for Dignitas.
Dude, in saying they're just making it work, it feels like it's selling it a bit short.
Yeah.
Right? For them to have gotten to this point with all that you just said in mind has been very impressive for XSET here. You do have Seekers. And there they go. Trying to work their way through Barrage. You see the ult was used by Emily as well as a bit of a counter. They're going to get into B, but do they stick it here? Do they try to push to A? That's one pick. They can go if they want to, but no, Artstar's sticking it here.
Here's that same type of play, right? Going for that plant, pushing towards the A-Link, and it has worked, and this time they have bodies to work with too. Leaving one towards Bunny as well. You could do a lot of good baiting and switching from this Bunny spot outside of B main and also from window. You're finally looking a little bit better on this post plant.
You've got to be careful. You've got to be careful because you have window presence right behind Stephanie, and she doesn't know. Yeah, Star Bunny. Sorry, Bunny. Excuse me. Good for one. Emily in that 1v3, and she's just so outnumbered. Gravity will pull her off. Knife is going to help, but sorry, Bun again on the flank. She was there a couple of moments ago. She's the one that cleans things up at the end. And like you saw for a moment where Dig had the option to go ahead and push up mid, and they ended up doing that off of Rain's paranoia or continue to wrap around and try to get back behind window. They didn't. Sorry, Bun punishes them at the end.
And at the same time, I have to apologize, Doug, because I said the Bunny spot probably multiple times in front of that B site.
You messed with me, bro.
It messed with you, yeah.
Yep. You totally
and
messed
speaking of which, there's a Bunny spray. It's all meant to be. It's all meant to be. But now the last round of the first half. Now Dignitas continue. Wait, does Rain only have a ghost right now in this last round? So they don't have that much to work with, which is good. That could be a little bit of a light at the end of the tunnel for XSET, but you still have the showstopper from Stephanie that could do a lot of damage here for this type of retake play.
Paranoia. Nothing to follow up, though. C is left entirely open. And yeah, you've got some garage presence, but for Dig, as they've shown us, they don't seem to mind playing for retakes. They're perfectly okay giving up that space.
A little bit of a different position this time, though. On towards Hell, it might be a spot that might not be checked. I like this, too. They're fake cages. Just to think that you're going to fake things out to drop down. They're just going to walk through it to get the kill. That's really nicely done here from Thea.
Dude, yeah, that's beautiful because you play the mind games that you're up in heaven the whole time, and this is where you switch things up and you drop down. See how the rest of things pan out. Stephanie able to get one with the showstopper. The Cosmic Divide still causing problems. Stephanie drops the damage onto Ariana Kissa. She's dropping out of heaven and dies. 2v2 though is all that's left of Sholiana on the tap. Marine is trying to creep her way forward. Sholiana stops it at half. Sorry, Bunch, good for another one. She's been so devastating from this exact spot, and she gets another one to get us to a 7-5 half. Dig look good. XSET not going away though, Vance.
Nice little post plan in the end for the last two players just to play again. The back and forth, the bait and switch on that sewers just to make sure that they could guarantee the round. Although that last little burst from Starry Bun, that's one of those stray bullets that goes through the boxes and headshot to your opponent, but you'll take it any day to close the gap to a 5-7 scoreline.
Yeah, that feels good. I wouldn't turn that away for anything. We're going to throw it to a break when we return the second half of Haven. We'll be right back. my dearest Van Silly.
That's me.
You said something last half, and you said that XSET on their attacking half, that's statistically better for them. They need to make something happen here. They only got to 5 rounds. Now they're going on defense. Do you think that's enough?
I think it's still pretty good without having to look at like stats of what their successful the success rate that they have on defense. Just looking at how they played on their previous series on a map like this on Haven before, Artstar still does a very good job to create a lot of utility and pushes for her teammates, especially on map positioning and map control. And they're doing it right now by pushing C, but they're losing B.
Dude. Thea, again, just continues. She gets the opener onto Starybun. The nice thing is that XSET have taken a lot of space away through long, but Chiliana stuffs that as well. Now Emily's going to get a chance at doing a bit of her own. The flash, the shots! Good for 1.
One enemy remaining.
4v2, though. Make that a 4v1. Zaryanicus, who's certainly capable of making magic happen, finds herself in a 1v4. How is she still alive? All right, she gets cleaned up. Dig win the pistol. And they continue right where they left off.
And this is the exact same strategy, if I'm not mistaken, that XSET deployed on this map versus when they just did against, I think it was Genji Black, right, that we casted on this map too.
Yes.
So they pushed 3 players down towards long C, and then they tried to do a little bit more on the A side, but they lose a lot of control. Whereas we used to know Dignitas to be really good of throwing the fault line into sewers and pinching into a choke point instead. But now you've lost so many because you're forcing too much on a flank. 3 players on a flank, less players on the defense. You lose a site where you're hoping to be able to play a better retake game, but it hasn't been that great either so far for XSET moving in. So bonus now for Dignitas. Let's see what happens here, Doug.
You're right. It hasn't been great for them at all. Look at, I mean, the stack A. Good night.
That was a close line.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was. Ragdoll physics on full display, but even with that in mind, Dig are able to get onto the site. They're going to get the spike down, and you've got this death ball from XSET that are all moving together through attacker spawn, and Thea's there. Thea 1, 2.
Right clicks.
Think for more. Nah, not able to get him, but that was plenty of damage done. The scary thing, though, for Dig is that Artstar was able to pick up that weapon, so now you've got a Spectre on the other side. Mind you, Dig still has 3 of their own. And it's not like they have an easy way into this thing. They're also running out of time.
And still have an aftershock, and I like this move right after from range. Like, okay, crap, I don't want to stay into C. Choke point falls back into the site, and that was even smarter. So you're leaving your numbers to your side, you're leaving the economy onto your side, just to make the bonus even stronger. And you're also making out of it without getting any damage at all, so far at least. Yeah, these last 2 are going to die with the spike just to get more economy as well. So I like that. I like that play. Even though it was a Spectre that they picked up, you're going to get way more money now into the next rounds.
Yeah. Yes, they are. So Dig find themselves at a 4-round lead. Stephanie, they're both doing perfectly fine. But I think you touched on a couple of very good things there. Yes, there was the clothesline, but I love the presence of mind with which Dig play. Even Thea having the wherewithal to pull back, make sure there's no flank coming in, seeing that there was no resistance on C proper when they took the site. Felt like the pressure was coming in, and she was right.
Definitely, because that aftershock came out into the C choke point right, or the C cubby right away. So very good for them to even save that economy, to not have to purchase this further armor into this next round. But as we start this one here, we're slowly creeping up here towards this B side. Again, with the Spectres, I'm not surprised that you're going to try to do a lot more of this close range battle push into the B site. But understanding that it's a little bit more aggressive now for the defender side too, just holding their ground. You already have a lot going in from the trap wire and the camera to cover pretty much the extremities for now for any aggressive pushes. But as nothing's coming out from the utility of Thea, she's checking out the cam. They're going to reassess towards this A side.
A little short, long split.
Yeah. Same position too, right, for the defense, Doug. So Ellie could do some great flashes right now to allow Ariarnicus to get a couple of kills. Could be like a cloud burst right in front of her for the flashes to come out, and then she could try to fight back right after. Or that.
Dude, the paranoia hit her too, and then talk about clotheslines. Rain gets dropped as well. The spike is now down and short in a really awkward spot as Thea's left alone in a 1v5. Not nearly as successful as we've seen in the past. And all she's got is a Spectre to work with. So I think you mentioned the positioning that was there, and even with that, right? I mentioned it. Rain's Paranoia hit Arianicus. Even with that, she was able to land the kills. It was an excellent response from XSET. I think the other thing I very quickly want to call out was you mentioned Ellie back behind cubes with the flashes, and she was in a great spot for it. You could see her jump peeking as well, because once she sees info, the flashes come out, and that's often where the trigger would be coming in. They read that beautifully.
Correct, and when you're just focused on the one that's jump spotting, sometimes in the heat of the moment, you don't clear your corners. And especially you feel that everything's clear, especially from a paranoia. Sometimes when somebody gets flashed and it's a fast execute, your reflex as that player on defense is just to spray your weapon right away, just to try to get a blinded kill. And as Arianicus, one, is not spraying, so Rain doesn't check the corner, but two, she's also only nearsighted, not fully blind, so Rain being in her peripheral is still going to be, or her field of view rather, is still going to be an easier kill for Arianicus when your opponents are not checking the corner. So a good, decent hold right now for XSET for that round. Dig looking to work back on a bonus that didn't pay off. Joliana only with a Sheriff. We're focusing for a fake on B. We wasted so much utility from Artstar. That's already a fault line and also the Aftershock out. So that's deniability on B side. That's canceled out. They could re-hit later, but we are committed towards a C side hit for Dignitas.
Cage triggered. Now, they've gotten this far off, but I love those two cages that essentially sections the site off in half. You can get that far up, but if you don't clear out the back, if you don't clear out logs, and if you don't clear out plat, you find yourself in a situation like this. The denial of information, the denial of understanding where the presence of XSET was, it was just too much for Dig to handle there. Now Emily's left alone in a 1v3. She has that Spectre, and she has a bit of armor to work with, but the thing is, all of XSET, all the remaining members of XSET are like squatted on this spike. They know where it is. There's no reason for them to give any of that space up. They're just waiting on Emily to take the fight to them.
This gave me flashbacks from that series against Gen G where we were talking about how Starry Bun and Marina are so good playing towards that C side from logs and backside, or even sometimes Marina on the top of the platform using the cages to her advantage. But this is also one comp right now for the attackers of Dignitas that could sort of counter that slightly by having Rain playing inside that C cubby, and if she could throw that paranoia out to actually hit the log side, that's also going to prevent the deadly spot that Starry Bun likes to play on top of those logs. So getting that timeout probably is going to get that discussion to say, okay, how are they playing this site on the B site, or the C site, sorry, and how can we counter that a little bit later? And what can we do with our current economy? What's the weakest spots that we have so far into the or the weakest spots that we have from XSET side that we could maybe start abusing or start taking advantage of? And so far, it hasn't been towards the extremities. They haven't tried their hand into garage side control much for Dignitas, so that may be something that they could look into a little bit more when they're trying to go for these C hits.
You asked the question around what can Dig do with their economy. Right now, not a whole lot.
Oh, definitely. It's too low.
Yeah, I do like your thoughts, though, around maybe you work garage a bit more, try to provide a little different flavor to that C hit that obviously didn't work in the previous round because of where Marina was playing, but it's almost like XSET are feeling some of that as well. You've got both Ariana and Artstar who are playing back there. You've also got Ellie, who's able to provide a bit of quick help. No garage push. They're just working down C-Long again. The flash, the paranoia, and here they go. Stephanie dashing it across. Spots one. Yeah. This is going to be a very difficult ask. Potentially looking at a flawless round here. Ellie with 15 health. Still alive, and there it is. A flawless round as XSET get to 8. The gap is, for all intents and purposes, gone. Now it's on Dig, though. They've lost the last couple of rounds. They have money to work with. They need to respond here, or XSET are going to run away with this thing.
That's a nice little change at the same time, too, with what they're trying to do with the execution. I was talking about the paranoia into logs, but that slight variation of putting a smoke on a top C and then utilizing Emily with the 0 point to throw it towards platform could definitely help you to figure out if they, if Marina is currently playing in that back platform spot. And if she is in the future, she can't put her cages up for about 8 seconds, and she get fully punished for that one too. So you get that, you get the paranoia on the right side, you could definitely overpower the site on C. So I'd like to see if that's going to happen for Dignitas a little bit later.
And I also wonder, like, are XSET even going to give them that same look? Because this is the second round in a row now where you've got Marina playing on the opposite side.
Yeah.
I like this stuff from Dig. They work mid, they get a kill, and they get the neural theft. Seekers have been used. Juliana still has her 100 as well, and that's why you see her playing so far off, but Ellie, clean shot to take that ultimate out of the round. Numbers advantage in favor of XSET here. The spike is still continuing to tick away. Got that little bunny corner. I like to mention, Rain is there. She's good for one onto Ellie. No, but Arianicus was still in window. Artstar gets one as well. We're tied up at 9 apiece. Fans, you said 7-5 was enough. You were right.
Yeah, definitely. It's the working on the extremities for these anchored plays is working out for Dignitas, and they're still able to pinch in a lot into the B side with what's remaining too. At that point, there was what, like four players still alive on a pulse plant, and still a lot of that utility because you had Artstar that's still alive. She's not that player that's anchored towards that B site. She's playing more towards C now. That also allows Arianicus to play with her with the flash and dash if they need to push more aggressively down towards the C side to actually cut down the rotation back. And then you have Cypher playing towards A. So your both of your extremities, even though you have less players now inside A, is still quite strong, as we've seen Thea demonstrate that on her A side defense. It's played a little bit differently here for Marina, but she could still make this work. So this allows now just your other two players, Sky to flash for information, Trailblazer to get more information out towards Garage to grass. So the setup is still quite nice with this slight variation from XSET.
This is a different look. We've got a little fake. How does Starybun land that shot?
Way.
The Rolling Thunder, all three have dropped at her hands, but this was a fake. The spike is going to make its way onto A. The problem is, with the fake, you hope you at least get a couple of kills, right? A little something for your troubles. It's all just going to be on Choliana and Emily, and Choliana's just down to 5 HP. Excellent nade.
Oh, shotgun.
And they might do this thing. The 100 Fear, no, Ellie swings out at just the right time, gets the last two. Beautiful response from XSET.
Especially with the fragment that's been thrown there from Emily. It probably didn't expect that one snuck through and it was already down towards that hell. If not, it would have been a nice connection potentially onto Starybun that made a lot of damage from the fragment running back inside the site. But I can't believe that they couldn't win that fight against Starybun in the end. And that was like the kill that got the player that got 3 kills on top of that and prevented, and still stayed alive with 3 HP, by the way, inside the A site. So that could have been a huge kill if they actually landed that one. And I say I cannot believe it's not I'm saying that, you know, she missed her shot. Well, yeah, she missed her shots, but that she's playing badly. It does happen that you get into these moments where the whiff just does not happen, or the shots do not connect when you're crouching with the Phantom Spray. It's one of those days sometimes, too, and it was just unlucky on Thea's side.
Unlucky, really.
Sign steal.
That's what they say. Dig, now really looking for answers, right? The last couple of rounds have not gone their way. That was the first time they tried throwing a legit fake, and it just goes absolutely sideways. How do they approach this? Their economy, I mean, you're playing on a knife's edge here, Vance.
Yeah. At least this time they went super fast towards the A site. XSET thought that they had it because they had 3 players out there. They threw out 2 stars down, 2 nebulas into the A site, so there's really only 1 star remaining right now for Starybun. So this is actually really good if you want to try to go from some sort of a hit, even a re-hit. There's going to be a lot less in terms of disruption on a retake that you could do here with Starybun because there's only 1 star remaining on their remaining abilities. Hey, there you go. There's that paranoia.
Oh, but the gravity well! Is that what it was? Something stopped her dead in her tracks. I want to say it was a gravity well. It could have been the tripwire. I'm not sure. But the showstopper just doesn't get the value that it was looking for. Thea, though, works her way into garage. She's able to get one. As things come to a screeching halt, you see the Cosmic Divide splits things in 2. The 2 remaining members of XSET going to have to work their way through that. And then Sholiana's going to be waiting on just the other side. Sholiana good for 1, but no, she turns around thinking things were safe, and she was wrong. Still a 1v2, though. Starybun is certainly capable in situations like this. It's both going to be pushing up garage. Thea lands the shots. We're tied up at 10.
So we saw it, that different type of pace right now coming in from Dignitas is that paranoia towards logs, just to try to ensure if they could at least get Starybun out of position at logs. where actually she was playing towards the A side. And I don't think that it was a gravity well that was thrown on that ground, because we saw it pulsed in the front there at one of the POVs of the ladies moving inside that site. But potentially it was a tripwire that was actually set there. We can see it right now, actually. Maybe it was just a full-out missed satchel charge. Yeah, she just missed it.
Oh, it was?
Yeah, she literally just missed the satchel charge. But nonetheless, it was still a great way to create space, right? You force one player to swing out even though you're going to get the kill, but it was traded out right away. And the paranoia on the right side just allowed here for Dignitas to get in a little bit quicker.
Oh, boy. Oh, that's going to hurt. Stephanie down to 5 HP, Thea down to 10 HP, and Starry Bun again. She's been so influential. She's been so difficult to deal with, and she continues as she's gotten 3. Only 2 remain on the side of Dig, 5 HP. No armor on either of these ladies. The spike hasn't made its way onto the side either. Oh.
Starry Bun must love this map, man. She pops off every single time on this map, looking for the ace. Give it to her. That's so clean. That's so clean from Starry Bun. Multiple kills on C-side defense, and ace going into this round as well. Also a player that's able to create space on her own on the attacker side too, as we've seen in past games yesterday, actually, even as well for XSET against Cloud9. So very well done, actually. I'm really happy to see Starry Bun just saying, look, we're not ready to go home yet. We don't want to give Dignitas another 4th spot. We want to take that 4th spot at least and move into the semifinals of the lowers tomorrow.
XSET have looked so good. Arianicus using the op this round, holding down too long. We haven't seen that very much. And Dig find themselves in this weird mixed buy, so conventional wisdom would suggest that we'd be looking at a 12-10 in favor of XSET unless Dig can pull some sort of miracle on the attacking half to take a round away. Much easier said than done.
Okay, Star out. And then we had a aftershock at the same time. We're re-hitting into the site after these 2 smokes. Starbun's looking for potentially something quick, maybe through the smoke zone. He's going to play the retake. Gets the first kill there on terrain.
Stephanie good to trade one out, though. She's just so much weaker now. She's got 30 HP. Starry Bun is in a less than ideal position as well. I like that flash. Give Arianicus this bit of space to work. Nice shots from Sholiana with the
big ult.
Spectre. Very big ult here. They're just going to go right at each other, and there's really no other option. You see the shock darts. Ellie on the tap, a second shock dart as well, and they push in at just the right time. But Starry Bun again finds herself in a great spot. She's already gotten 3 and aced the last round. How much more does she have to her name? Sholiana wins the round for Dig. We talked about it, Vans. It was gonna take a miracle. They dial it right up.
That was so nice, and especially was a neural theft from the grave of Thea that really allowed Sholiana win that 1v1 in the end. A super nice try from Starry Bun. You said it, Doug. She was in a tough space in the back of the site, but that kill allowed her to get the Cosmic Divine, which greatly increases the chances of XSET winning that defender side for the defuse. But the amount of abilities that came out. Sholiana with the shock darts. That's pretty much the only thing that you had left, because I don't think you had any more fragments or paint shells or anything too. So Sholiana definitely showed up.
Oh man, Stephanie again. Right, the paint shells. She does with the showstopper. She does with the util, the vandals well. A very important opening pick. And then denies a little bit more space as well. You see the Trailblazer was invested from Ellie there to clear out mid, make sure no one was there, so they got some info. The problem here for Dig is that they're moving into a ton of util from Arena. Paranoia. That's the Guardian again.
I know exactly where you are.
And the neural theft comes out there, just 2 left on the side of XSET. Look at how far off the site they are. They're really in no position right now to be contesting this. I wonder with how late they are in the game, do they just save? Yeah, Vans, it looks like they're just pulling off.
Wait, so there was a neural theft now? I guess she didn't use it on their previous round. Did I miss it? I thought I heard the Q coming back from that previous round, but it doesn't matter. It's still the Guardian Angel, Thea coming in to open up the site with the rest of her teammates in the end. So you're forced now your last 2 players to actually save their weapons into the next. Thankfully, it's still full shields for both Arianicus and for Starry Bun. For me, the 2-star players so far right now in this map for XSET. So you really need this weapon in the hands of Starry Bun to try to hopefully bring this into overtime And another match that goes in here for XSET with another overtime potentially. It's no surprise.
Match point.
I gotta look at. I just want to take a look at XSET's economy. I know we're just a couple of moments away from seeing that dig with a 1-round lead. Okay. So
It's not bad. It's not
a
bad.
terrible spot.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not in a terrible spot. Sorry, Bun with the Spectre.
So she's sacrificing her
Phantom, so
Phantom
away.
away for her teammates so she could play the Spectre.
Yep.
Because she has to play more far back to really use these stars, so I get it. I actually like the selfless play from Starry Bun, but at the same time, I kind of want her to keep it because she's been racked out of her mind so far.
Selfishly, I
Yeah.
want her to keep it as well.
Oh, yeah.
Also, keep an eye on Stephanie. Has that showstopper online. See what kind of value she can get out of it. She may get some value out of that Vandal. Saw a little shoulder peek from Stephanie. Not going to win that with the Spectre.
I like it, though, because it forces out a Nebula right now, too. We'll see if this smoke is going to force out the other star to be utilized here towards B main. And if it does, you wait for that to come back out, then you can showstop her in. So she's used both of those already. Both stars are now gone. With only one remaining on suddenly a hit. Oh my god, that was a nice play from Ellie.
That was beautiful. Oh, and it's going
That's
from bad to
overtime.
worse. Very well could be overtime that we're looking at here. A 3v2 is all that remains. Ariana can go her way around, make that a 3v1. Sholiana drops as well. A 3K for the Jet on the side of XSET. And yeah, baby, we're playing some more rounds.
Oh yeah. Not surprised.
Overtime.
We talked about tenacity. XSET claws it back, brings it into overtime, and is looking to bring this to a third map. And I think if they're able to get this right now, if I don't want to think too far ahead, but it's one of those moments where if XSET wins this round, the momentum comes back and it shifts into their favor, where DIGNITAS, where they felt they could have closed it, where they felt so dominant on the first half to actually allow the overtime to happen, you want to make sure that as a leader for Emily, you make sure that you keep the comms going right now for this overtime to make sure that you could secure this map.
And this is going to be another exhausting mental obstacle that XSET are going to have to get through. Another overtime situation. Third best of 3 of the day. And you're going to have to get through this overtime just to force another map, right? So even if you get through this, the job's not done. We'll see what XSET can dial up on the attack half. Nothing hot and heavy, nothing fast. We have seen this a lot, right? Like you fault line, Arianicus swings out, takes a long, and they invest the Trailblazer short. So this is pretty standard, a little rinse and repeat from what we've seen from them on the attacking side.
Definitely. And now they're just going to break this trap and move in quickly, but Thea's playing towards Hell again. She's been deadly from Heaven, but also from Hell too. This time we'll see the commit. She's doing the exact same setup, but it's still Stephanie with First Blood.
Swings on him, gives it the business, and sends her packing. Now the spike is going to rotate off as well. It looks like they've found a bit of an opening across Garage. Oh, the position's been given away. What insane timing from Emily there.
Yeah, and with that, it's actually even Starry Bun that she catches in. So any type of like smokes that you're trying to play on an execute is not going to really help you out for just a bit. But they're killing noise to re-exec towards the A site.
Trick shots.
Crispy shots out from Thea.
30
Now
seconds
you've
left.
seen both aggressive positions that they wanted to take to try to make something happen have been punished. First, it was Starrybun getting caught by the knife, and then it was Marina getting caught. Now Starrybun, once again, this time paying for it with her life, forces XSET into a spot where their only real option is to go away. 13 seconds left. They have to get the spike down. They have to do it quickly. They're severely outnumbered, but they managed to get the spike down at least for now.
So many flashes right now. They have 2 flashes combined with Rain and Emily. The 0 point to come out too, but it's not going to hit anybody yet. There's that paranoia. They're going to storm in towards the Hell.
And they storm the site just fine. Stephanie and Sholiana are able to get a kill apiece. Dig, take the lead first in overtime.
Honestly, Doug,
Switching sides.
Talk to me, Vance.
I want to see a
Match
third
point.
map. XSET
I think everyone wants to see a third map.
They fought so hard right now to get to this point to bring this into overtime that I don't think I wouldn't want them to fall short here into this overtime. But we've definitely shown a great display of Valorant on both the attacker side and defense for both of these teams. So if it's not going to be for a third map, I wouldn't mind seeing another one of these overtimes that goes 17-13. Or 17-15, sorry.
17-13 would be quite the wild.
Yeah, it's a different game.
Score. Dig on the attack. Rain's already been messed up. Sholiana has as well, and that's not the start you wanted to see. They haven't even really left spawn, Bams.
Yeah, that's actually quite a great way to start things off, actually, for XSET to do that damage. So with that, creeping back up here, what have we used so far? You still have a bit of a flashes to try to allow for a dash for a retake here for the defenders. But they're just looking to set some space into this B main, force out this utility from Astra. Alert coming in from Marina, alert coming in from Thea.
Oh, this is interesting. They could... Okay, so no, Thea's job is really just to grab a couple of kills right at the end, but no, the timing just narrowly misses, but she's going to continue to go forward. Now, this is where things get spicy because you have a push coming in from long, you have a push coming in garage, and then you've got
There's a free 2K.
with the trigger discipline. 1, 2, lines him up, knocks him down. It's just 2 that remain on the side of XSET, fighting for tournament life. Marina's left alone in this 1v5, and it's going to take all sorts of Herculean efforts to make this bad boy happen. It's not going to happen today, though. A flawless round to close a 14-12 win on Haven. Dignitas advances.
Congratulations to Dignitas. That was well played, but you even saw it there from Thea. It's not necessarily that she missed the shot or the timing. She heard all of that, and she knows she probably had the best backstab on at least 2 players. Little did she know that she had 3 on the flank, but just doing her job, getting it 2, and securing that round for Dignitas was huge. So running out the utility to allow that rotate to happen on that flank was nicely played from Dignitas, and they now move into the next round, and unfortunately, we say goodbye to the XSET.
What a day of games this was. I need to call out how impressive XSET performed all day.
Yep.
Twitch chat, feel free to correct me because math has never been my strong suit. But I believe it was a total of something like 138 rounds that XSET had to play throughout the course of this day.
Sue,
3 series in a row.
I know that you count on your fingers, so that should be you should be accurate here.
That takes a long time. It's probably as long as XSET played throughout the day.
But my God, these women showed such tenacity. They deserve all the credit. And yes, did they fall? Yes. But I don't think anyone would have predicted that they performed as well as they did. Top 4 in their first game changers under the XSET title. They deserve all the praise for that. And falling to Dignitas is not something that anyone needs to be ashamed of.
No, not at all. And, you know, even with that in mind, we saw so many highlight plays, so many heroics. Like one of the first names that comes to mind for me is obviously Arianikis and how devastating she was. But, you know, we talk about that. I do want to draw attention to that last round one more time because we remember how that round started. Dig's health was in tatters, right? Like they had 2 players that had lost all of their armor. They're, maybe half health on both of them. Correct. And it all went down again to how they played the map, and that's been the consistent theme for Dig. They play the map so well. We talked about Thea's lurk and how that cracked the round wide open. Just a constant for them. They play the map really dang well.
Indeed, Vans, when we look at that first half, when Dignitas was on that defending half, Stephanie was playing out of her freaking mind. I want to know what that girl ate for dinner because she was single-handedly putting the defense on her back.
She definitely did a great job there for Dignitas to bring that forward. I mean, you're looking at these replays. I was going to say, you didn't see too much of Stephanie on screen, at least for me in POV, because I stare at the minimap a lot. But off this replays, look at the space that she's creating, the entries that she's getting at the same time, too. Showstopper kills, continuous replenishments of the paint shells. She definitely wanted to win this for the team. She wanted to try to win it maybe a little bit faster so that it could rest for tomorrow, but at least she was able to be there to help seal the deal here for Dignitas. But I still have to tip my hat for XSET, just as you mentioned, Sue, for the first time under this banner to get into the top 4. I'd still be pretty happy. I think Ellie, for me, like the latest addition to the XSET roster, coming in from Men I Love Vlogs, has fit in quite well with this roster too. Starrybun has been an all-star player overall for this roster as well, and I think they're going to do great things moving forward as a full roster.
I love that you bring up Starrybun because on that second half, if the first half was about Stephanie and the defense that she showed on that Dignitas side, we saw XSET bring it back and really bring it down to the wire. They made it so close, bringing it all the way to overtime and dug. Starry Bun, despite being the IGL. And sometimes we see that because of what it takes, brain-wise, cerebral-wise,
Oh, yeah.
sometimes IGLs aren't going to be top fraggers, and that's okay. But Starry Bun was not the case.
Yeah, you're right. And I know I mentioned Arianicus at the beginning, but freaking A, Starry Bun's cracked out of her mind, right? Like, how many times just today did we look at situations and go, how on earth, how in the world does she get away with what she does? And she does it on an Astra roll as well. Vans, I think I want to say you mentioned it towards the latter half of that map. She's doing it in a role that is naturally going to be playing back a bit more passively, just because she needs to stay alive to be able to really provide value out of her kit with her utility. For her to have the moments that she did, a 2.1 KDA, that ain't nothing.
Yeah, and even for other players, for example, that are able to play Astra and lurk, because there are some rounds where Starry Bun was able to lurk like she did, although she did lose that one on overtime, is I think about Katsumi of Cloud9 White, and the other player for me is going to have to be Def of XSET as well, right? Her counterpart for that roster too. So Def has been one of those IGLs, lurkers, and even great Astra players that suits that playstyle quite well for these two Starry Buns and Def. So I gotta say, it's complete overall for this team. I think they're gonna wreck a lot of faces moving forward to future game changers, and it's not only gonna be the talk about Cloud9 White and Shopify Rebellion.
You know what, Doug? I'm glad that we're giving Starry Bun the credit that she deserves despite the loss here, because for our AimLab flick of the day, we do have that ace that she bestowed upon all of us viewers, so let's take a look.
It was just so crispy. And like, Starry Bun understands there's pressure coming in from short, swings out and goes long and gets a couple there as well. And then at the end, even like reading the teleport, and mind you, Stephanie swung out there to give it to her, but that was just so impressive. And that's the kind of performance that we saw from Starry Bun the entire map.
I was so impressed. I had to like look closer on the monitor to look at the ace that she did. So my apologies for that surprise of like this close camera forehead.
I think despite the match's results, I hope that that team is feeling pretty damn good about their performance, because it bodes well for the future. And speaking of the future, I need to highlight, because we've been going on about XSET so much, Dignitas with this win moving forward, and I believe this is their third top 4 in game changers in a row. So Dignitas showing their own perseverance as well as consistency, which shouldn't surprise anyone with how long this roster has been playing together.
No, I think what's fun about this roster is as we follow along with the game changer stories and see them play through GC1, GC2, and now GC3, they are getting better, right? Like, they are continuously improving. We've seen more standout moments from the players individually. I know I touched on their macro play, how well they read the map, how they know to apply pressure at just the right moments in just the right spaces without losing a lot in exchange for that. I think it's such a delicate dance, right? You can have a team on defense on Haven, for example, just full send on the extremities every single round, and they're going to get punished for that. The thing with Dig is that they dance this beautiful tango where they can do that in a way that doesn't hurt them, and they get maximum value out of it.
Fans, I'm super curious what the games tomorrow will look like. Let's go ahead and pull up that bracket to remind everyone what's been going on today, what were the results, and who are the teams waiting in that upper bracket to see what that grand finals will eventually look like.
Yeah, when you look at it again, I think one team that we actually haven't had a chance to mention too much on the stream today is going to have to be even Polaris going into the lower brackets against CLG. Although it looks like a 2-0 that was won for CLG, CLG had to fight hard to win that series. So for a Pug team that was actually grouped in for only 3 weeks, having to go for an emergency sub last minute due to unfortunate circumstances, they're still able to bring it. I think it was like a 13-10 and like a 15-13 losses that they had versus CLG. So hats off to those girls, and let's see where they're going to move forward later on. But then we do see for tomorrow the rematch of Cloud9 White and Shopify Rebellions. I think that's for me that rivalry, because it's almost like a Sentinels and Envy, where the meetups every single time, it's always so close for the second team, but it's always one team that prevails, being Cloud9 White at this point. And Shopify Rebellion is looking to dethrone this team that has yet to lose a map in the playoffs in the Game Changers.
It is insane because you're right, fans. When it comes to all of these Game Changers seasons 1, 2, and 3,
See?
Cloud9
1, 2, 3.
have looked. Listen. I was taught in
No
elementary
shot you
school
did that.
that you can
No
use
shot
your
you did
fingers
that
to
just
help
then.
you. And you know what? I'm going to take any help I can get. It's been a long ass day. So get out of here with your shaming. But
I love you, Sue.
listen. Tomorrow it's going to be a great day. That's all you
yeah.
need to know. The fact that we get to witness Cloud9 taking on Shopify Rebellion once again. Doug, I think Alexa said it best. She said that hands down, Shopify Rebellion are the second best team in the world when it comes to these gals. And this rematch, this is the true test now. Can Shopify showcase times have changed? We're the new best team in town, or is Cloud9 gonna shove it in their face once again?
Yeah, that's going to be a crispy matchup, and I think as we think a bit further, not only that, but then assuming whoever loses gets past Dig,
Yeah.
we're going to get a rematch, and in such like concentrated fashion, it's very difficult to be able to beat a team twice in a short time frame. So it's almost. I just can't wait until tomorrow. I can't wait to see what happens.
All right, well, I'm going to go count on my fingers and get ready for tomorrow's games. We are going to call it a night here, but please tune in again tomorrow. We'll be back at 5 p.m. Eastern with that first match that we have been talking about nonstop. Shopify Rebellion taking on Cloud9 White. You don't want to miss it. See you there.